Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon. Welcome to PEPAGANDA. And also welcome to This Week on This Space. Everybody, we are in for some fun. We have a lot of great creators on this space. And if you guys are not already watching the lead-ins into all the fun with all the great creators on this space, then I don't know what's wrong with you folks. But I know what's right. You guys are here right now. So welcome to the show. Welcome to everything that is going on in the world of Pep Talks, and that is pretty much everything that's going on in Chicago. We are going to be covering that pretty much the entire show because there's a lot that has happened. It was a busy weekend. I did not go to the protests. I actually spoke to somebody in a legal setting that was just like, you really shouldn't. And it was kind of funny because they were protecting me not just from legalities. They were literally saying like, no, it's too hot there. And they have been actively firing on the media there. There are no like media protected spaces there. It's insane. You want to talk about like the war zone and Trump wants to talk about how it's a war zone. They're the ones making it a war zone. Also, what they're doing is blatantly illegal. I have been a little bit confused where any of our public servants have been. It kind of confused me a little bit too, where I'm like, okay, Pritzker, was it all bluster against the National Guard kind of situation? Because you did this thing where you threatened to use our National Guard against theirs, essentially, and just be like, oh, well, but where are they? What's going on? The police presence is essentially zero. They are kind of camped out around the area of Broadview. Now, if you guys don't know Chicago, Broadview is a western suburb. It's over kind of like near the Brookfield Zoo. It's not really city proper, but it is drawing the attention of a lot of people from Chicago. And now that they have decided to put the troops in, I knew this was going to happen, folks. They decided to put the troops on River North and the Magnificent Mile, the two touristy areas. So I totally called that one because when they want to make a scene of something, they can't really do it, in the adjacent suburbs because you could kind of do the thing where you're like, that's kind of anywhere. So for them to really make a scene and a show of force, they would need to like walk past the bean and walk, on the bridge, which they did. Right before it closes, by the way, there's a planned closure. They're redoing the Chicago Bridge, which is going to make traffic a effing nightmare in River North. So that's going to be a lot of fun. But here is what's going on right now. This was filmed last night. This was in, as I said, Broadview. There we go. Just firing. And this is what they've been doing. They've been firing indiscriminately at pretty much anybody that they can. It is and all that. That's all pepper gas. The other thing that's going on right now is the citizens of Broadview. They have been reporting having difficulty breathing and like all this pepper gas is essentially going all the way into the adjacent areas. And to make this one really hit, there's like a McDonald's right there, right? So that McDonald's has had to shut down because of this. And they're saying specifically because of all the particulates in the air that could end up in the food. I mean, if you like spice. If you like spice, think ice. Yeah, look at this. And you want to talk about like just complete overuse of force? Nobody did anything. And they're doing the shit already where they're talking like he threw a rock. They're rioting. They're rioting and they're using footage like this, and you have a bunch of people that are just like, yeah, look at that. This is where it's like, no, these are peaceful protesters that they just decided to start firing on. And also, this whole thing where they're saying, get back, get back, get back. What they're doing is they're trying to take over state streets, like literally owned by the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago. And this is where I have been confused, where ordinances have not been enforced on these assholes. So essentially it is giving carte blanche to the federal government to just come in anywhere and put up some gates and just be like, that's ours now. You're on the wrong side of history, man. They do not want you seeing any of this, and the news media is doing a hell of a job to bury the citizen protests and the citizen journalists. The thing is, we call them block parties, and immediately the cops, if you have a block party that isn't already set up with one of your local alderman's offices and you have a permit, they will come in there and shut that down immediately. They've been doing this crap too, where they're just blatantly shoving and like lifting people and throwing them to the ground. If you haven't seen Kat Abugazale, she got bodied by this guy. Yeah, so it is getting worse. Like, it's getting a lot worse, and it's getting worse way faster than I anticipated personally. I have to admit this, we didn't see this coming. We didn't see that Broadview was, like, the enforcement of Broadview was going to be this authoritarian, blatantly authoritarian, where, again, you have people just cheering it on. You know, if anybody had a modicum of a critical thought, they would look at this and just go, this is not America, but they love it. Like, it is kind of opening my eyes to how many people really wanted an authoritarian, and how we I think we underestimated that, which I'm not making this a referendum on us, though, for not seeing it coming, because honestly, who could have really, in a matter of under a year, seen all of this degradation happen? Here is something a little bit funnier that happened, though. This was yesterday. Or 2 days ago. My bad. I'm missing a day. Oh. Doing that. All right, so this guy just insults them. He says he's not a citizen, but he's everybody that is on Twitter is saying that this guy was just trolling to troll. Even if they caught him, that was the reason he was saying this. He got his viral moment. Hey, good for him. I mean, this is exactly it. This is one of the most iconic places that you can go in Chicago. So, I wonder why they're there.
Hey, I'm not a U.S. citizen. No! No, no! Yes! No, yes! Watch out!
Run, Piggy, run! Oink, oink, Piggy, oink! See, right there, these women, the ones thanking them, that's part of the problem. Notice how it's only them. It's all these scared white women that might have a certain media diet. I don't know where they get their news. Thank you. Fucking bootlicking motherfuckers. Excuse me. Usually I am a little bit, less with the potty mouth. Not today. I know that Portillo's one of the good ones.
No, we are focused, the men and women of ICE.
Now, notice that this is the New York Post, so you're going to have a lot of biased coverage, and I did this on purpose. Which it is kind of funny, where it's just like, oh, even the New York Post had to show just how silly that was.
A difference.
Where it's just like, hey. But you know what's kind of messed up about this is somebody's already died, and we have now we have found out that the officer that had life-threatening injuries, he had a little boo-boo. He had a boo-boo. So he fired on a guy indiscriminately and killed him.
After all, they do this with courage and honor every day.
Courage and honor. Yes. See, this is where we have to acknowledge that they really are doing it, guys. Like they are splitting America right down the middle, where they're just like, well, do you think immigration enforcement is important? It's just like, oh my God. Well, do you think that's, sovereignty is important? Do you, again, they love this security theater, and that's how I know that it is working on the weakest minds amongst us. Yeah, tons of fun. All right, so we got some news reports about this. Give me 1 second. Oh, stupid. Oh, come on. Get out of here. Sorry, I tried to add this. There we go. So I must also tell you guys that this is a Sinclair Media piece. If you don't know Sinclair Media, they're the ones causing all the hubbub with Jimmy Kimmel, and the ones that bent the knee immediately when they had their football programming threatened. That was also kind of funny. I'll tackle that at the end of the show, but here is the reporting from my local news, WGN.
Agents marched through downtown Chicago over the weekend.
Judy is live downtown with public reaction. Judy?
Hey, Judy.
First, federal agents were spotted aboard boats on the Chicago River. Sunday was the first time we saw such a show of force downtown. Behind me is Michigan Avenue, and this portion.
Oh, yeah. They also made a show of riding on they're like, look at us on the river. Look, we're on a boat.
Avenue is one of the locations.
We're on a boat. Dave Matthews Band shit on us. We're on a boat. Wait a minute.
Patrons.
If you guys don't know that story, Dave Matthews Band famously got in trouble for dumping their waste in the Chicago River from the Chicago Bridge.
We're on patrol.
What's that?
Scenes like these were what people downtown saw Sunday afternoon. Agents in military fatigue.
Again, this is tourist area. There's a reason that it's not very bustly right there.
We're near the Wrigley Building, Millennium Park. They were also on the Riverwalk in the Gold Coast and on Clark Street in River North. Some people said thank you to them. Others shouted, ICE, go home, while following the agents briefly. It is unclear how many people were detained downtown. Customs and Border Patrol boats were in the water as well. The boats were seen for the first time late last week going east before docking at the Chicago.
Yeah, guys. I mean, optically, this is just, it's definitely speaking to a safer America where you have all these jackbooted assholes, subverting freedoms left and right.
Harbor.
And again, this is where you do have to push back a little bit against your crappiest aunts and uncles. Definitely start calling them out on just supporting blatant authoritarianism. Don't use the don't call them the Nazis because they do not like it. Okay. So you have to just say it. It's like, no, you're supporting fascism and authoritarianism, and like use examples, because just doing this hyperbolic again, you are the Nazi. That's immediately where you have guys like Piers Morgan that are just like, oh, guffaw, how dare you call us a Nazi? You use the term Nazi. That's our N-word. It's like, well, then you might have an issue there if you're identifying with that, my friend.
Lock south of Navy Pier. Joining Sunday's patrol, Gregory Bovino, the border chief who led the immigration raids in LA earlier this summer. He has also been at the Broadview Detention Processing Center for the last couple of weeks. Bovino says a majority of Chicagoans welcome the presence of federal agents.
I'm on a boat and it's going fast.
Agents. He had this.
I see an immigrant over there. I'm going to jump him.
To say about the ongoing protests.
We believe in the First Amendment, Fourth Amendment, and all that, but don't come to a
TV dickhead
protest ready to fight or shoot Border Patrol agents. It won't work out well for you.
Any idea on how long you guys might be conducting Operation Midway Blitz?
Until the mission's accomplished, we're going to be here until that mission's accomplished, as you see today.
Where did we hear this one before?
I'm just walking from my home to my office, and there are armed military personnel on the streets of Chicago for no reason. It's completely unjustified.
Yeah.
Mayor Brandon Johnson says Chicagoans are being intimidated and threatened by mass agents flaunting automatic weapons for no apparent reason. This is another brazen provocation that does nothing to make our city safer. The governor says this is not making anyone safer. It is a show of intimidation, instilling fear in our
I like how that's the blurb you take from that.
communities and hurting
I mean,
our
he said a lot more. We're going to go through
businesses.
his
Operation
address to this.
Midway Blitz began early this month. We reached out to GHS, the Department of Homeland Security, to find out the total number of arrests so far. We are still waiting to hear back, but the agency did say that it made more than 500 arrests in the first 2 weeks of
It's going to be a
operation.
couple hundred.
At Wacker, Michigan, Judy Wang, WGN News.
Again, they're not arresting criminals. They're arresting just moms and dads. They split up a family in Millennium Park when they were just enjoying a day in the park, and they made a show of it. This poor little girl holding her doll, had to watch her mom and dad get arrested and separated. Later, they did correct where they're like, oh, well, the girl is with her mom. And then they also corrected where they're like, but we did separate the family. All right, here we go. Let's go back here. Yeah, keeping us safe, locking up one God-fearing, tax-paying family at a time just because, they look a certain way. And that's what it is, guys. Like, I'm done even having the arguments where it's like they're here illegally. It's like, dude, if you're going to lock everybody up for a civil infraction, then just start fucking doing it. Like, seriously. I have a story actually coming out about how corrupt everything is with civil infractions and just how they classify things. So I found out that this woman, she was a huge presence in a local suburb that was just going out of her mind. And then she moved to a farther suburb because she got pretty much pushed out of Cook County city limits, is kind of how you have to put this. So she kind of took her story and was just like, hey, I'm going to go out to the suburbs where there's a bunch of people like me that love some MAGA, which there definitely are. Like a lot of people underestimate just how MAGA, like the millionaire city limit or the millionaire circle is kind of how I see it. Because like you have Chicago, and then you have Chicago, which is just it, like Pilsen and like River North. Oh my God. Old Town, and like you have a bunch of like little areas that start kind of breaking off, and then you got like the burbs, which again you got to have like a certain tax bracket when you're out there, and then you have like the burbs that start you see in Corn, and that's where this woman was just like, I'm gonna go make my millions off of these people. Well, she also found out that there are city ordinances and town ordinances, and there's all these ordinances that you have to follow in order to keep your business open. Well, she doesn't give a crap. So she made it her life's mission to fly Trump flags outside of her store and then play the victim when all of a sudden she was told to take them down. And she did it expertly. Like, honestly, like she played the Trump victim card so well and monetized it so well. You almost have to like give her credit, where it's just like, wow, you really milked these idiots. But it's also a broader kind of like, it shows the broader pattern of MAGA, where it's just like, oh, this is like they grift themselves into oblivion. And then they do it with this, just like, oh, don't we have a community? Yeah. But the corruption piece on this one is how she worked the system, where she had a few misdemeanor traffic tickets, right? Then you find out that they weren't exactly traffic tickets. It was driving on a suspended license, which apparently in the state of Illinois, driving on a suspended license is only a misdemeanor. And I guess it can only lead to a felony when it is a DUI. So they tried to make the argument that she definitely did not have this DUI. Well, it turns out she was a repeat offender over and over. So I was curious about this. I went and I called the local prosecutor's office and just was like, hey, what's going on with this? Like, how come you're letting a repeat offender out, like, and just off this easily, especially when she's making a mockery of the local judiciary? And I found out some interesting information. Did you know that it is common practice, not just in the state of Illinois, but all over the country, where you will have municipal prosecutors essentially ship out their misdemeanor and petty traffic offenses to law firms that act as prosecutors' offices for smaller communities and villages? So in this case, it was one specific law firm. I will not name them right now, but I'm actually writing a piece on this, doing some actual journalism, which is weird because I was like, leave it to somebody being petty on social media for me to just be like, oh, okay, let's do this. Let's ask some questions. Well, it turns out that this local prosecutor was feeling a little bit like egg was on his face from me reading the quotes, where she has never been happier for the free promotion. Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. And I ended my phone conversation with the guy going like this. This is not ideal. It's just like, yeah, that sucks for you. But anyway, I don't know how I got on that, just outside of, the corruption angle of things, because it is also kind of speaking to where if this is happening in, blue suburbs, we should really be kind of worried about like the sweetheart deals that they are making, and also calling it out, where it's just like, wait a minute. Tying it back to immigration, it's like what you're doing is you're allowing these people to just go and commit the same crimes, because they're crimes, right? Because you believe a civil infraction is a crime. If you believe that, being here illegally is a crime, I'm using a lot of air quotes today. But if you believe that being here illegally is a crime, then, oh, wait a minute, then you should be wanting to prosecute every little minor civil infraction, including the ones that affect right-wingers. A lot of the traffic ticket, like for some reason, driving without insurance seems to be like the biggest one for these people, where they're just like, fuck that. And also not having registration. I did look into some of the statistics on just how much money is paid to our county. And do you know that? Well, I live in the city county. I don't give a shit. Do you know how much revenue Cook County takes in just from traffic tickets? And it's because it's one of the few counties that still allows traffic cams to ticket you, which I have mixed feelings on. I really do. Because when you're the victim of one of these traffic cams, you kind of, you're like, oh, this is you're taking away my freedoms. But then you see a bunch of people just, driving a little bit sketch and then totally ignoring traffic signals. So occasionally I'm like, oh, and you see this is the one where it's really nice, where somebody's driving like a complete a-hole, and then you see the flash and you're just like, ha. It is kind of funny. Anyway, back to the broader story here about immigration enforcement, I should say, being here. Because I don't want to call them just the Gestapo. I'm trying to find a better name here. So help me workshop something that is funny, but also speaks to their abuse of power. Let's see. Why is this not adding? Give me 1 second, guys. I'm trying to bring up. Okay. So here is a bit of the scene from CBS News getting hit by these guys. So nobody's safe. Like, legacy media is not even safe from these assholes. Here, check this out.
Reporters, Asal Rezai was in her own car when an ICE agent shot a projectile at her just outside the ICE processing facility in West Suburban Broadview. Our Marissa Sulik tonight shares what Asal experienced, which is now the center of a criminal investigation.
Tonight here at the Broadview ICE facility, there are protesters lined up at the fence, ICE agents on the roof, but there has not been any chemical agents or pepper balls deployed like we saw this weekend. But when our Asal Rezai was here this morning, there was no one here. It was just her inside her car when she was hit by a pepper ball, shot by an ICE agent.
Yep. It's almost like they're targeting people.
You'll hear me multiple times have to clear my throat as I inhaled a lot of some of the powder that you saw here.
Our own Asal Rezai says she was driving near the Broadview ICE facility entrance Sunday morning to see if any activity was taking place. It's a job she, as well as many of our reporters and photojournalists, have been doing the last few weeks as protests continue to break out.
It's kind of funny because even like CBS, who is now being run by, a MAGA influencer, Barry Weiss.
But Asal says she was turning her car around.
Even they have to just be like, oh, hey, this is messed up. They shot at us.
When an ICE agent in tactical gear shot a pepper ball from behind the fence about 50 feet away.
An ICE agent that was masked pointed his weapon and shot directly at my car. He saw my window was open and he shot right here. You can see the point of impact right there.
You can see white powder exploded on the hood of her car, windshield, and even engulfed the inside.
And I was sitting right there with my window open. A lot of it went inside of my car and on my face. I immediately felt it burning. I started throwing up.
Today, federal agents were seen traveling in packs around downtown Chicago, on Michigan Avenue, the river, and around.
There's a reason that they have police on there.
River North. It's unclear why they made this appearance.
They're purposely trying to conflate whether or not they're federal agents or police.
I'm angry this afternoon.
Honestly, I keep saying this on my own show that the boys in blue are going to have to start deciding whether they're going to serve and protect us. Like, this is real. You want to talk about like the CW that could possibly come from all of this? Well, let's think about this. Where are these people and where do their loyalties lie? Like, do they actually care about the communities that they serve and protect, or do they just want to go play fucking commando?
That we even have to be here.
Today, elected officials and immigrant rights activists.
What I'm getting really sick of is people in my life that are apolitical saying, I couldn't have seen this coming.
Held a press conference in response to the troops.
I saw the video footage of Border Patrol and ICE parading down Michigan Avenue, masked, unmarked vehicles, terrorizing our communities, clearly willing to sell their souls for a $50,000 signing bonus.
Yep.
My face has been on fire
Can't wait for that to
For-
fucking run out.
at least the last 10 minutes or so.
As for Asal, she says the only thing that helped her after she was hit with a pepper ball
I just can't wait for all the lawsuits. Like, seriously, we're at this point where you have a bunch of lawyers that are coming together. Because I was looking into this, whether or not this was going to happen. It's happening quicker than I thought it would.
was a cold
Just like this, where it's like, oh, I guess that it did prompt a response. Cool.
bag to soothe her face from the chemicals. We don't know why agents shot at her, but she did receive help from a photojournalist and a fire department official who happened to be near there.
The scariest part about this is I could have been anybody, and I could have been killed. I was driving, my vehicle was moving when they shot.
Lawsuit. Lawsuit
directly
what
at
the
my
heck is wrong with any of you people that are not immediately contacting a freaking civil attorney?
car.
Lerner and Rowe are the lawyers for you. Call 222-2222.
Saul did file a police report, and Broadview police say they do expect Homeland Security to cooperate with their investigation. We reached out to Homeland Security and did not hear back. In Broadview.
And in other news, this is completely normal, and I should just keep doing news voice.
Marissa Sulik, CBS News, Chicago.
Again, this is where the citizen journalism is kind of taking over. You're starting to see the numbers too, which is nice. Which I'm happy about. I'm happy that people just overall are done with this crap. Also, bringing back to my point of who is this for? You saw those old white ladies? Thank you. I appreciate this. Oh, now Pep is going to get a lawyer sponsor. Listen, what I did right there may have been a real commercial. I have absolutely no affiliation with Lerner or Rowe. They have a catchy commercial that plays on any local station. So it is one of those where everybody in Chicago, if you say Lerner and Rowe, they're just like, hey, all the twos. I'm not even sure if they could help with this. I'm not even sure if they would. I know that there's a few attorneys out there that they are milking this for what it's worth. But here's a little bit of good news with all of this happening.
Good morning. More than a week ago, my photographer and I were covering protests outside that processing facility right there in Broadview, and we were overcome by tear gas as agents threw it. Now, I don't think we were directly targeted. However, there was no regard for the several media crews, possibly up to a dozen media crews that were present at that time. And
it's almost like you actually have to start repeating, like reporting on this, like the fact that they're kind of targeting you now.
Friday, as I was out there reporting,
it's almost like they're making it obvious.
I told you all what I witnessed was a lot different. Whenever protesters simply touched that new fence sitting outside of that processing facility, they were hit with pepper balls or rubber bullets.
Touching a fence that is it was put down illegally. They're blocking a city street.
And now our very own.
Like, again, all this takes is just the fire department to come in and just be like, move it.
On us all reside.
But no, where's that?
Unfortunately knows what that feels like. Just yesterday, while working, she went to check out the facility to see if there were any protesters. An agent behind a fence shot a pepper ball directly at her vehicle. The chemical powder exploded onto her vehicle and filled the inside, causing her to react.
He saw my window was open and he shot right here. You can see the point of impact. And I was sitting right there with my window open. A lot of it went inside of my car and on my face. I immediately felt it burning. I started throwing up.
After all of this, ICE agents were also spotted downtown along the river and along Michigan Avenue. Some were seen masked, carrying long guns, walking in packs among shoppers, Chicagoans.
That's literally the shot that Trump wanted. Like, he did all this just for that picture.
And tourists. Back out here live this morning, Governor J.B. Pritzker has already slammed the deployment, saying that armed agents have no place in the city of Chicago or in the downtown area. He'll talk about this later on this afternoon at 3 o'clock in the Loop when it comes to assault. Thankfully, once again, she is doing okay. She has filed a police report, and Broadview police say the Department of Homeland Security is expected to cooperate with this investigation.
Oh, are they?
We're live in the Loop this
morning.
I'm Darius Johnson, CBS News Chicago. Ladies, back to you.
All right, Darius, thank you. Well, today groups are rallying.
The Department of Homeland Security. security, please.
Against ICE agents targeting Home Depot
Let's just call them SS.
stores.
Like,
Those organizers
seriously.
say since September 17th, they've seen agents at stores where workers are known to gather for hire jobs. Well, now organizers are calling on the city of Chicago to create a safe hiring center for a safe space for workers and employers to connect the groups. They're set to rally at 7 this morning near the Home Depot on 47th and Western.
Just remember, anytime you see these guys, pull your phone out and immediately, peacefully engage with them. You can do the shame thing, you can do any of that, but it is important to make sure that these guys are ashamed for this, because it's crazy. It is crazy the amount of impunity that they are acting with right now. And the fact that people are just like, oh, yeah, this is kind of normal. Like, just aside from those white ladies being like, thank you, the masks, the fact that, you know, anybody in their little camp doesn't have to identify themselves is insane. Have you thought about the legal repercussions of that? And then you have the Supreme Court that's just like, yeah, you know what? We're going to go visit some other Supreme Court cases because they're not law. Yeah. But meanwhile, you know, Clarence Thomas, he's got his big old bus, you know. Glad that he's got his little hobby bus, and all these judges have their, you know, their cushy little fucking lives while they are single-handedly selling out every American and the American way of life that has existed for the past, you know, 200 plus years. I know that wasn't perfect, but the experiment, I mean, if this is it, then hey, maybe something better can come from it. But right now, we are watching our country just dissolve into something that it might not ever come back from. Sorry, like, if I'm a little uncharacteristically doomer about this, but this is like a moment in history that we're going to be looking back on, and it's the same shit that we asked about a certain group of fascists, that where it's just like, how did this happen? Well, you know, maybe there's a reason that they didn't want us to even ask these questions, but all right. Of course, Trump blames radical left as a problem.
Breaking news
As
out of
the
Chicago
problem.
now, a deadly shooting involving an ICE officer. Homeland Security officials say it happened this morning after officers pulled over a car allegedly being driven.
Dragging the officer. He had a boo-boo on his arm. He had his hand on the window. He let go, and because he had a boo-boo, he popped off and fired 2 rounds into the guy.
By an
and killed him.
Documented.
We literally have someone dead who, guess what he was guilty of? Guess what this criminal was guilty of? He had a traffic infraction from almost 10 years ago, guys. Yeah, this is why I brought up that story about that one lady.
Immigrant. They say that
she's a criminal. I mean, if we're doing this, then if he's a criminal and you can bring up his traffic infraction, the guy had no criminal record, but they were like, he had some traffic tickets.
Stopped, but then aimed his car at the officers and hit one of them.
Guys, every single one of you apparently with with any traffic infractions are a hardened criminal.
For taking off and dragging that officer. DHS says
dragging the officer.
The officer opened fire and killed the suspect. Our Luke Barr joins me now.
Killing the suspect. Already using the police language. They're
now with more. So Luke, what more do we know?
Well, Kier, what we know is that early this morning,
I'm sorry, Mr. Trump, please don't sue us again. Please don't sue us again. We need the money. We need the merger. Please don't sue us again.
Outside of Chicago, ICE officers were conducting a targeted immigration enforcement operation. But they say somebody who's in the country illegally has a history of criminal records with reckless driving.
There it is. Criminal records with reckless driving. So reckless driving apparently is a criminal offense now. Even though you look at it, he never actually got charged with reckless driving.
They attempted to stop that.
He had been accused of it and then let go. And then he went to his court date and they gave him a lesser charge. But nah, they're going with the original one. Notice how they also disingenuously do that, which is kind of, that's odd. Honestly, this dude's family post all this, like, all the other lawsuits, they could also sue for slander, and they should.
That person, they this person stopped initially, then they continued on hitting an ICE officer, dragging that ICE officer, a couple of feet, and then as they were trying.
The official story.
Again, the ICE officer,
I want to break my own fingers.
according to DHS, says that they feared for their life. They took out their weapon, they shot, and then ultimately killed that person who was driving the car. And then medical attention was given immediately, Kira. All of this coming as ICE officers faced.
Oh, I'm glad that the ICE officer didn't have his little boo-boo exposed for too long.
So 1,000% increase in threats against them. And it's something certainly that has garnered the attention of officials at DHS headquarters here in Washington.
Oh my God! Literally, like if this was Zootopia, you guys are literally pig adjacent. I don't know. They're more the wild boars in this one. Although that might even be too cool. Don't give these people tusks. That would insinuate that they actually have some teeth. All right. Well, here's Governor Pritzker addressing this, and he addresses this one directly. That's why I didn't say too much about what they were reporting there, because their reporting was bullshit. And I would use kinder words, but it was complete bullshit. They took ICE's official statement and were just like, yep, we're not even going to ask questions about this, and we're going to report it like it's complete, like that's complete facts. You know what the saddest part is? The people that they're trying to cater to, like they're trying to cater to Trump, but the people that they want to, like the audience that they're like, well, maybe we could capture some of that Fox News audience. They're already gone. You're never getting them. You're just going to continue to lose viewership, trust, and honestly, you deserve it. All of you deserve it. Every single one of you who capitulated to Trump, you deserve to fail. CBS, ABC, NBC is actually one of the holdouts, I have to say. Kind of happy to see that, but just wait till they need a merger. Just wait. Sorry, I need to have my little rant first. Here we go.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Over the weekend, we received numerous confirmed reports of federal agents from ICE and Customs and Border Patrol abusing their power, intimidating innocent civilians, and waging war on our people. All of this has been aimed at causing chaos and mayhem in the hopes of creating a pretext to deploy military troops against Chicago and Broadview and other suburbs, just as the president is doing right now in Oregon. Moments ago, the Illinois National Guard received word that the Department of Homeland Security has sent a memo to the Department of War seeking the deployment of 100 military troops to Illinois.
Then deploy ours. Dude, start using your gubernatorial powers to push back against this dude.
Claiming a need for the protection.
Otherwise, you're going to see a bunch of protests that are going to, like, it's going to devolve into something, like, you want to talk, like, they're already talking about riots. They're trying to push us into rioting. You do understand that, right? And as the governor, you're kind of allowing this.
Of ICE personnel and facilities. What I have been warning of is now being realized.
Yeah, well, yeah, great. Where are they? Instead of blocking off the streets for the Department of Homeland Security and watching our boys in blue unilaterally just going like, yeah, based.
One thing
I don't know, man.
Clear, none of what Trump is doing is making Illinois safer.
No.
2 weeks ago, a man was shot and killed by ICE in Franklin Park, Illinois. Shortly after, ICE issued a statement justifying the killing, saying the federal agent was seriously injured. The Chicago Sun-Times has brought to light that the injuries were, in the agent's own words, nothing major.
Yep.
A man is dead. A community is shaken up. And we are yet again left with more.
But he was illegal. He was an illegal who was here, and he reckless drove. He was a reckless driver. What are you talking about, Mr. Governor? He was a dangerous person.
Questions than answers. On Saturday, federal agents wreaked havoc on the village of Broadview, a small suburb west of Chicago with 8,000 residents. I want to recognize
Big boy needs to sack up.
Mayor Katrina Thompson, who's here today.
Yeah, if he wants any chance of maybe having higher office, he does need to sack up. You know, he was performative with the first one, and it seemed like he won something. But yeah, to see Trump outmaneuver him that way, is kind of funny.
And thank
5D chess. I'm doing the 5D chess.
her for her strong and vocal leadership on behalf
5D, size of JB Pritzker's pants.
of her community. I also want to thank Broadview's police chief, Thomas Mills, for his steady leadership and partnership with state and surrounding local law enforcement.
It does kind of seem like they are like, okay, so I'm calling, for the governor to step up and do something. But it does kind of seem like there are plans at least. So we'll see.
In Broadview, people non-violently
I haven't said that. That's why I was like, I should probably clarify.
holding signs and chanting against brutality, expressing
We'll see what happens this Friday, because I do know that there's a pretty big planned protest there.
their First Amendment rights have been
And I'm not breaking anything. Like, trust me, this is well publicized.
regularly attacked with chemical agents like tear gas, pepper spray, rubber bullets, and flashbangs.
What kind of spray?
Agents reportedly unholstered their guns and pointed them at protesters.
I'm going to just be out there. Why? Why, my namesake, are you attacking me?
In their own words, ICE intended to unleash, quote, a shit
My special pepper powers do not work.
show in the Broadview community. Without provocation and acting like jackbooted thugs, ICE has attacked and detained members of the press, including an independent journalist. A CBS Chicago correspondent had chemical
Again, this is where the governor's office needs to step in, and you need to be sending every attorney that can represent them.
munitions fired at
Dude, this is on the state to start representing people.
her
It's going to be weird,
car.
but you're going to have to start representing the protesters and the citizens of, the United States and Illinois.
where there were no protesters in sight.
Otherwise, we're all, do we have to call all of our citizenship into question at this point? Because at what point are we afforded any of these, the protections from the Constitution?
And we have received many reports of U.S. citizens being detained for simply stepping onto the public street.
Yep.
That brings us to yesterday. On a beautiful weekend, when families were out enjoying their day in Chicago, armed Border Patrol agents were downtown marching up and down Michigan Avenue, harassing and intimidating residents and tourists.
Yep.
In Millennium Park, federal agents interrogated a family as their small daughter held onto her doll and appeared to try to translate for her parents. Officers carried large, unholstered, offensive weapons downtown, dressed in camouflage and masks. Building tradesmen near Tribune Tower, simply doing their jobs, were detained by federal agents while working on a construction site. Separately, 24 federal agents chased down a man,
Again, I'm just waiting for the fallout from this, but if people keep disappearing and we're not going to find them and focus on finding people who have been disappeared by this administration, I don't know.
Cuffed him.
There's a lot, dude. I said last week that I was trying to calm down because my personal life is a little hectic right now, and I'll just say that all of this stuff has gotten to me. And then now it's happening, because I'll be honest, I had this little bit where I was like, oh, the National Guard's not coming. Oh, Trump failed. Oh, we actually we're a badass city of, strong-willed people. But immediately, you want to talk about demoralizing and just admitting it, where it's no, this was demoralizing. This is insane.
and asked him for.
But this is also where it's guys, the authoritarianism is here. This is what it fucking looks like. And this is all Trump wanted. This is all he wanted. He just wanted optics of federal agents in a city run by somebody that he doesn't like. That's why he's going to Portland. Why do you think that you haven't seen anything about the Memphis stuff?
For his papers.
It's so blatantly obvious.
Meanwhile, ICE's chief offender, Gregory Bovino, has been leading the disruption and causing mayhem while he gleefully poses for photo ops and TikTok videos.
Yep.
Bovino even admitted on the record that they are making.
Oh, by the way, ban TikTok, guys, from your lives. I'm dead serious. The deal's pretty much done, and it's going to be run by Fox News, essentially. It's going to be run by the Murdochs. You have a controlling share in it. Do not think for a minute that the algorithm is going to be geared towards that crap, so just get off.
Arrests based on how you look.
Lost cause. It's put it with Vine.
Based on how you look. How you look.
Yeah, weird. It's almost like the Supreme Court sold us out with that one, where it was weird. You couldn't do that. And again, objectively, America has gotten a lot worse. Not even just as a leftist. I have heard this from some of my most apolitical friends telling us, like, hey, man, yeah, shit's kind of wild out there.
That's the baseline.
And I'm like, well, are you okay with the idea of me getting locked up because I might have a objecting opinion to the regime that is in power? He was just like, well, no. I'm like, well, then maybe it's time to wake up.
They're not targeting violent criminals or gang members. They're arresting tamale vendors and delivery men and shaking down families. Donald Trump and Kristi Noem and Tom Homan said they were targeting the worst of the worst criminals. They lied, and they continue to lie. 60% of the individuals that ICE has taken in Illinois this year have no criminal convictions of any kind. ICE is running around the loop, harassing people for not being...
But this is where it was dangerous to let these people do the thing where it was just like, oh, shit. Oh, no.
White. Just a year ago, that was illegal in the United States. Now, ICE is making it commonplace. That's not making America great. In any other country, if federal agents fired upon journalists and protesters when unprovoked, what would we call it? If federal
I don't know.
Agents marched down busy streets, harassing civilians and demanding their paper.
Maybe use the...
What would we say?
I'm going to let him speak.
I don't think we'd have any trouble calling it what it is. Authoritarianism. So let's not pretend it's something else when it happens in our American cities.
You didn't call it fascism, but I'll take authoritarianism.
The MAGA Republican-supported invasion of Portland and Chicago and LA and Washington, D.C. is not making us any safer. Instead, it is putting our people in danger. This is an attack on neighborhoods, on lawful residents, on U.S. citizens. That's not preventing crime, as Donald Trump claims. That's threatening public safety. But as I've said many times, for Donald Trump and the MAGAs in Congress, this is not about fighting crime or about public safety. This is about sowing fear and intimidation and division among Americans. It was about creating a pretext to send armed military troops into our communities.
This has happened in India. It's sad to see in America right now. Yep.
This
was something that, like, Trumpers don't get it. This is like why people wanted to come here. And like, they're so happy that they're like, oh, all these brown people don't want to come here anymore. Great. It's like, you do understand what that means, right? You fucking idiots. You short-sighted idiots. Trump has been used by China and Russia and pretty much anybody that has had long-form power to benefit them. Why do you think the soybean production is in Brazil right now, then going to China? Why do you think all of these infrastructure programs are now being backed by China? It's almost like doing this isolationist thing only benefits a few people that aren't us. But Trump is like, you know what? I get the money. We're seeing the money. They gave me a little graph. I believe the little graph because it only has good news. I only believe good news.
About consolidating power in Donald Trump's hands. What he plans to do with that power now or during the 2020.
It's just like, it's like George Bush, except George Bush was used by our own government. That's the difference there, guys. The neocons used Bush's stupidity to benefit them. Unfortunately, Trump's stupidity and his administration's stupidity is only benefiting authoritarian freaking dictators. And honestly, it's creating the new, what did we call him in World War II? Axis of evil? Oh no, but are we sitting at that table? Did we all of a sudden sell our soul to the Lex Luthors of the world?
6 elections should worry all of us. When you add to that the Trump administration's effort to label as dangerous free speech critical of him, White House senior staff calling the Democratic Party fascist, the Trump-appointed FCC chair threatening to revoke broadcast licenses and the approval of a merger in order to silence late-night comedians, Trump's threats to jail political opponents. You cannot call this anything except an attack on the Constitution of the United States.
Yeah, which means that you need a lot of constitutional lawyers going out and making their case real freaking quick. Instead of having all of these cases going to the Supreme Court that are already being filed by the opposition that benefits them, why don't we push back and actually file some court cases that kind of put the Supreme Court into a tough position where they like have to publicly just say, oh, we're going to ignore that amendment.
But let's also talk about what he's doing.
We're going to just rewrite the Constitution. It's like, oh, there it is. There it is.
To the economy with all these attacks on our communities. Our small businesses suffer when our residents and visitors who are shopping and eating are made to feel unsafe by the jackbooted thugs roaming around a peaceful downtown. Parents are now scared to send their kids to school.
Oh, stop saying MAGA.
For fear the troops
Oh, no.
will
What do they call them? The Party of Fascism.
grab their
The POF.
children.
It's not the GOP anymore. They're the POF.
Students are afraid they'll come home and find their parents have been disappeared by ICE. This is no way to live. We are here together today. Elected officials,
give me a second.
Business leaders, the faith community, law enforcement, educators, community organizations, united in our opposition to these flagrant abuses of power by the federal government. With one voice, we are telling this unwarranted and unconstitutional occupation by ICE and potentially by military troops to get out of Chicago. You are not helping us. Over the past month, I've been all across the city and all across the region, from Bronzeville to Austin to Pilsen to Little Village, talking to residents and to local business owners. Not one of them has asked for armed military troops in our streets. They have all said loudly that there is no emergency here on the ground that requires the deployment of military troops or the use of military tactics.
Well, again, notice how they're not like actually doing anything. Like Trump is out there, I'm keeping the Chicago streets so safe, but what are we supposed to do? Aggressively report on the crimes that are happening in, the other outskirts of the city that are not being patrolled, obviously. So it's just like, oh, you actually aren't doing anything for crime. Weird. It's just all optics. Huh, interesting.
I refuse to stay silent about this and let the slow
kind of puts us in a little bit of a pickle in that one. I'm just going to say, like, from a PR standpoint, if I was the PR guy for the Pritzker administration, I'd just be like, crap.
Encroachment of our freedoms and liberties continue unabated. The state of Illinois and all of us will continue to fight this with everything that we have. So people of Illinois, we need your help. Get out your cell phones. Record and narrate what you see. Put it on social media. Peacefully ask for badge numbers and identification. Speak up for your neighbors. We need to let the world know that this is happening and that we won't stand for it. I was surprised and pleased to see that a federal agent in New York was put on leave after he was caught throwing a woman to the ground. Good.
How about the guy that pulled out the gun in Baltimore?
That would never have happened, though, if it wasn't on camera. So keep documenting. It could make a world of difference for someone, perhaps for all of us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, citizen journalists are the most important resource that we have in this. And they don't want you guys, they literally want you guys to think that this is going to have no effect. And trust me, like there is this little bit of a psyop where they're just like, oh, you guys, go post your Pokemon cards. You don't need to talk about this. And also, I have to address this real quick before I wrap up. The lawsuit with YouTube. So if you guys were not paying attention to this, which I do not blame you because it got buried in a lot of other news, YouTube paid out a massive settlement to Donald Trump. So if you do not think for a second that this is going to affect us, I have to say that is... I don't want to call it ignorant, but it's definitely hope. Like it's steeped in hopium, because even now I'm preparing for what could happen here. I have the benefit of being able to register as an entertainment channel and keep it that way, which right now I'm still not. I am registered as news and politics, and I recommend everybody still keep up with that. But just if you guys are a creator on this space, or if you guys are even just consumers of this, make sure that you guys coordinate with your audiences, have, all the support matters right now. So if you guys can, like, if you don't even have a comment, like this is where Adam Mockler commenting blue hearts was definitely good. Support your local streamers, support your streamers, especially the smaller ones, and especially on this space, because right now that's who they're going to be going after. I have a feeling that we'll start seeing it with the larger guys first, but not that on a doomer note, but unfortunately, I do kind of have to wrap up. But if you guys enjoyed the show, catch me next week, same time on this space, and then you guys can catch me Monday through Friday at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock Eastern, and I will see you guys next week.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Welcome to WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. And my name is Jake. And my name is Jake. There we are. Oh! I don't know about y'all, but I'm freaking tired. I'm tired because prior to this, I was streaming for quite some time. You know who else was streaming for quite some time, though? And I would argue is more justifiably tired than me, the person who was actually putting on the show. I should probably invite them in because they are the guest today. That was Galactic Streamlord. For those of you who are unfamiliar, link to join the show. Galactic Streamlord frequently does 8-hour streams. Or just lengthy streams, I suppose you could say. And they are covering every topic that you and I care about. By the way, well done, Pep Talks. Good show. But they cover every topic you and I care about. The flotilla, the state of U.S. democracy, anything you and I care about. GNN covers, and he does it in the way that I would expect a good newsman to do it. He's I think sort of an inevitability of the internet. His way of doing things is going to be how major news events get covered for the foreseeable future, but there's been a setback in that he got his entire YouTube channel deleted. The whole thing. Gone skis. That's kind of brutal, don't you think? The whole thing. Deleted. The reason why is apparently YouTube thinks he was running a scam. But he doesn't sell anything. As far as I know, he doesn't even ask people to go to another location with a link. So, just like what happened with Sandy, that is being objected to. That is, he's hoping to fight it, hoping to get it overturned. Doesn't change, however, the fact that he has bills due. He's got rent, and he is a professional streamer. Here you go. Thank you, Matt. If you're on Twitter, everyone needs to retweet GNN's appeals and pleas to YouTube. Agreed. Does the YouTube computer think he's AI? I mean, something like that. I think broadly what's happened is this, because I got in, I'm still dealing with being in trouble. And Sandy got kicked off, and now this. Oh, let's not forget everybody else we know with issues of the like. I think what's happening is YouTube is being cowardly. I think rather than us even getting noticed, I think what has happened is YouTube, ahead of the Trump administration putting pressure on them, has decided that instead what they'd prefer to do is just make their whatever algorithm they use for detecting controversy, make it incredibly sensitive to the point of being nonsensical. And I think the small creators are suffering as a result. However, this will eventually, if they're cowardly enough to invite suffering upon us, just to avoid the possibility of the Trump administration being angry with them, I don't think there's any doubt, at least in my own mind, that they are eventually going to do this to a big creator, and they are eventually going to target a big creator. So I think we should be, I think we should be ready with a plan for what to do. What to do if this happens to a big creator. Why a big creator as opposed to people our size? Well, I think it's not going to matter if 5 or 6 people protest YouTube. But if 500 or 600 do, for example, if the Majority Report gets taken down unjustly, we could threaten to cancel our YouTube subscriptions if you have YouTube Premium. It's exactly what happened with Kimmel, and that was effective. We could use a lefty streamer legal defense fund. Yeah, actually, that's a really good idea. And in fact, in terms of funding the fund, if we did shows about the content, or rather, if we did content out of whatever legal defense for lefties the hired lawyers do, we might be able to fund it, like ourselves as a show. Well, here's what I think for starters. I think if you already have YouTube Premium, you should be prepared to cancel it. Excuse me. You should be prepared to cancel it. Sorry, I'm not used to streaming as late or as long as GNN did. But you should be prepared to cancel it. But I would say that's more likely going to be for, a huge streamer. For little old us, yeah, I think Matt nailed it. Embarrass them on social media. At YouTube on Twitter. And complain. at YouTube and at GNN in this case and complain. It does become a First Amendment issue. Oh, I'm so sleepy. It does indeed become a First Amendment issue. Oh, I do apologize. But I need a sip of this or I'm just going to sneeze myself to death. I'm allergic to being sleepy. Oh! Oh. I'm sorry, buddy. Mercy me. Anyway, my dear hope is that we can get Galactic Stream Lord himself in here. I'm gonna drop a heads up in the Discord that we are live. Hey! No, I slept. I slept like 3 hours is what I managed to wrangle. I have a feeling that our pal Galactic Streamlord is currently asleep. Jake, this a dream. Oh, well, all right. That makes a lot of sense. So all those gay thoughts in my head are just a natural dream occurrence. Good. Wait a minute, I'm not Republican. I don't need to deny any such thing. No, we had a marathon stream, and I gotta tell you, I'm probably gonna do streams of that length in the near future. Because one thing that I did see, for to be a little selfish here, y'all seem to enjoy the long ones. DJX, you were there like the whole time. Pinkerbell, you were there. Natchikit, you were there. You guys enjoy the lengthy programming. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Here you are enjoying this space. Same thing. But yeah, that's cool. There's appetite for it. Awesome. I don't think I can talk as long as GNN, but we might do the UFO thing. I gotta say, I do try to keep, or I have been trying to keep streams to around an hour because I think I run out of interesting things to say after an hour. It's worth shooting for the stars, man. Because, oh no, Pinkerbell. Well, let me tell you, the little preview I just got of sleep tells me that it's glorious and you should. You should have a lovely, lovely sleep. And hey, I'll join you in Dreamland not long after, and we'll see if we cross paths. My nephew was recently asked what it is he thinks I dream about. You know, sometimes children get asked the serious questions. This was one. What does he think his uncle dreams about? And without missing a beat, he said, Halloween. Fuck yeah, kid. Fuck yeah, you're quite correct. I do dream of Halloween. Damn it. I do dream of Halloween. That's a fog effect. There it is. Well, I gotta tell you, I was gonna guess hot dogs. Not bad. Not a bad guess. Rich P, I don't have a Twitch account, but I gave him a view. Well, thank you. Thank you. So let me give you the breakdown of the story, because GNN might not be here. Last night, we decided, hey, this guy desperately needs to pay bills. Can't do it through YouTube now. Let's get that Twitch up and running. So we went over to twitch.com / Galactic Streamlord, and it started asking YouTube folks to populate that. The problem was, so it became a popular stream. The problem was, nobody from his 1,000+ YouTube subscribers, nobody was aware of the fact that any of this had happened. So we went live here on WYCD, used a thumbnail that showed that it was GNN. .tv, excuse me, not .com. It's .tv. Thank you. And we streamed all night here with a link in the chat to his Twitch stream. And it went very lovely. He got tons of support. It filled up about half his needs. And then at the end of the night, he discovered, oh, I can get some of the money I was owed on YouTube out of that, even though they've shut down the associated account. So his rent is handled, at least. So he is not going to be on the street tonight. Good. Good. The left so rarely gets a victory. Lovely. And hopefully this thing will be overturned and yada, yada, yada. Ooh. Hey, both will get you there. Fun. Oh. You used that effect on your cam while you were on the panel last night. Yeah. Yeah. And I was using that for the UFO show. I used it on the panel last night because the panel I was on looked like it was around a campfire and it felt appropriate. Yeah, before that, folks, I was on a debate show. Actually, wait a minute. Donald James X and I were both on the same show. Donald James found this show, a bunch of conspiracy-believing folks chit-chatting around a campfire, and said I should go check it out. I did. I joined the show. He joined the show. We talked with the folks, and I don't think, at least I, made very much progress. I don't think he did either. But in terms of swaying minds, but I'll tell you this, these folks that we met, I think, are sincere in their beliefs. And that's something. We can work with that. So we are going to keep, DJX and I are going to keep on that. It was a long, yeah. Yeah. Me too, buddy. Yeah. It's okay, buddy. We're all very sleepy after that long night. But you know, that's how it goes when you're fighting the man. Since our guest, I suspect, one moment. Since our guest is probably sleeping the night away or sleeping the night off. Yes. That's a thing that makes sense. We're going to go after, we're going to look up some content suggestions. Yes, this is from our own Bill. Pinker. Oh boy, but I don't know if I actually I don't think we're going to get gigged. Maybe we will. We're talking tin types. Ugh. We're son of a gun. We're talking. I had this prop out before. Yeah, this will do. Tin types. So one thing that I thought was cool about the shows that they dress up in costumes for the area. Pinkerbell pointed out this video about tin types, photographs from back in the day, and the con artists who used them to convince people ghosts were real. Not much has changed, if I'm honest. Every time we get a new piece of technology, people use it to try to convince other people of old scams. I just realized why this doesn't work anymore. There we are. Of old scams. Scams like your dead relative wants to talk to you, and the only barrier between that reunion and you is, of course, giving me money. Ghost hunters these days will use electromagnetic frequency readers to pretend like there's a thing here or there, so on and so forth. Well, it's always been the case, including back when they invented photography. That was right around the time where spiritualism in Victorian England was a thing. That was right around the time when folks like Houdini had to step up and disprove the spiritualists who were, I can't stress enough, taking advantage of people's sincere beliefs. Here's a little bit of how that
Good
all
evening.
worked.
Was that dramatic enough? I feel like it wasn't. We need more fog. Good evening. That's too much. Hello. It's giving big Frau Follow the candles. This week, we are doing something a little bit different. Something that has always fascinated me is the art.
Oh, what are tin types?
Right then. You see my lightsabers? Oh, can't have that. Tin types. Picture it. You just acquired the absolute most fire outfit anyone in town has ever placed their eyeballs upon, and you would like to document it. How would you do so? So what started with daguerreotypes, which was a highly involved chemical process and expensive and very, very fragile, then morphed into glass plate. That's a very hard phrase for me to say. Glass plate. And then tin types. Tin types became popularized in the 1860s, mainly because they were cheaper, less fragile, and because they were small and durable, they could fit in, well, jacket pocket, just like Jake.
Oh, Jake's in here. Sup, Jake?
A very brief overview of the chemical process of this, because I clearly am not the person to be explaining this. Hold, please. Coating a metal plate with dark lacquer or enamel, then pouring a collodion emulsion mixture, taking the photo, developing the photo, and then applying fixer.
It took to get along to things. Anyway, so that's what it is. It's a complicated thing for making photos. Spirit photography.
Life beyond this mortal plane. That led to some dupes and cons called spirit photography.
Sometimes you can accidentally do a double print with tin types. That's all she was saying.
As you may have guessed, spirit photography also became popularized just about the same time. Where there are humans coming up with new inventions, there is the opportunity to make some bread. Now, you can't have this con without the rise of spiritualism. This all came about around the time of the Civil War. Countless upon countless of loved ones were killed. People were desperate to contact people on the other side. So the height of spiritualism started around this time. This type of photography and this type of trickery really preyed on those kinds of people. I really hope you're focused on me. Sometimes when I'm wearing glasses, you don't know that I'm actually a person. A film camera these days, if you think about it in the most basic terms, if you take a picture of a subject or a video of a subject, and then if you take another video removing that subject, but the same exact setup, layer the two together, then the image of that person is going to be slightly transparent. This is kind of the same idea with tintype photography. I can't really figure out how they would have done this without people catching on. From what I gather, tintype photography kind of has to be done all in one sitting, and so maybe they had the person come sit, they took that exposure, told the grieving mother to get thine booty out of my studio, and then possibly had actors or the spirit come in and sit for the second exposure. From what I understand, a lot of these were done with glass plates. Now, of course, we
Okay, so here's the question. At what point does it become somebody lying to somebody else for money? Right here.
a Boston-based photographer, which I guess in that case would be Mumla. Hey, that Mumla. I can't even do a Boston accent, and I'm from Boston. Hey, that Boston-based voiceover.
I love this gal's costumes. The thing is, when she tries comedy, what she should do instead is don't.
Work. Boston, the land of baked beans. His career in spirit photography, he was described as a kitchen tinkerer and an amateur chemist, peddling his own homemade elixir for dyspepsia, which I can only imagine is the dysphoria.
Yeah, that was a little harsh, right? Also, maybe she'll have some jokes that landed a little bit. I don't know why I was so so fucking hard on her. Maybe because I'm sleepy. But she's got an interesting point here, and I do want to hear it.
You feel when you order a Diet Coke and all they have is Pepsi. I'm sorry. I had it in my notes in parentheses. That's the best that I could come up with on the fly. After realizing that people would pay a pretty penny, quite literally, for photography, he said, hey, I think I'll try that. Now, according to him, while practicing self-portraits and being completely alone in the room, one of his portraits mysteriously came back with a girl made of light. I liked this quote that I saw online. He showed it to a spiritualist friend who confirmed that it was most certainly a ghost. That's most definitely a ghost. And just like that, Bostoners began lining up at his studio, paying as much as $10 for one of the photos. Take your guesses how much that is now. I'll wait.
$387.
$379. So people were paying almost $400 per plate for this. Really sad when you think about it and how much money these people probably didn't have, and the fact that they were just so desperate to be connected to the people that they lost. I think he was kind of smart in the way that he was selling himself as just as surprised as everyone else. Shocked that the spirits had chosen him to work through, and every time he saw a spirit in the photograph, oh my god. Now he didn't.
So my mouse was not functioning for a moment there. I do apologize, but she just touched on the main thing. And the main problem I have with these folks, because y'all know I love things in good fun. I love a bit of cheek. I love a bit of chicanery, tomfoolery, shenanigans. Yeah, that's all good stuff. But what I don't think is cool is lying to somebody about their dead relative. That's just not cool, man. It doesn't matter if you're doing it for money. That doesn't excuse the behavior. I understand what happens. You live in a capitalist society. My God, a capitalist society in Victorian times had to be even worse. I get it. You're trying to survive, trying to get yours, trying to get your nut. But when you hurt other people to appease the capitalists, to give them their bag of silver or whatever, you're a bad person. And these were bad people. They were lying about people's relatives. And they were using their understanding of a new technology at the time to lie to their relatives. Not their relatives, to lie to their customers about their customers' relatives. That's brutal, dude. That's that's just old-fashioned heartlessness, really. That is if it's cruel by its lack of caring, I think it would be called callous. That is callousness. And we have it these days. There's people that understand how AI works, and they take advantage of people that don't. Somebody thought that Tim Walz got dressed up in a dress and then danced around in front of a camera making fun of Republicans. Somebody thought that was real because somebody else did an AI video of it and put it out in the world as though it was real. There's people that understand how technology works who will use that understanding to take advantage of people who don't understand how technology works. In the 1800s, they were convincing people that their dead aunties were contacting them from beyond the grave. Today, today they're using it to trick gullible senior citizens like the President of the United States into thinking that various scams are real. But the use of new technology to con people who aren't prepared for it is itself nothing new. Been around since been around, and we're gonna have to start pointing this stuff out. And also, perhaps, pointing out that we should not be led by people who aren't prepared for it. Case in point. Trump tweeted out, you know what, we have to, we kind of have to talk about this. So, let's see. Oh, we've got Forbes. Forbes has a pretty good. We don't even need. I don't even need the. What do you call it? Volume. All right. So there was a video advertising some futuristic technology, and it made it seem like Donald Trump was going to provide us beds that heal you, basically. The problem is, the thing that makes this a story is that Donald Trump, is in a video, an AI video, making the announcement. Now, the one person who ought to know that Trump was not unveiling new medical bed technology should have been Donald Trump, you know? Because Trump would know he filmed no such video, signed no such plans, didn't, in fact, know that this technology existed, much less order a bunch for the United States. He should have known his own brain, and it should be of concern to us that he didn't. Should have. Let me put it like this. In the most generous that I can interpret Trump's actions, he simply doesn't care whether or not what he's telling us is true. In the most generous I can describe Trump, he just didn't even look at what he was tweeting out. He saw something that was positive for him, at least at a glance, and he shared the information. He spread the misinformation. If you or anyone you know is a fan of Trump, point that out. Point out that he appears not to care. Point out that even if he does care, he is too irresponsible to be trusted with this stuff. He's vulnerable to scams. And you know what? We shouldn't mock him for that, I suppose. We should protect him from those scams. But also, he shouldn't be our president. And I will remind everybody that impeachment and the 25th Amendment is possible at all times. All at any moment, any single day that you wake up in America could be a day that Donald Trump gets impeached. All that is required is 2/3 of the House and Senate. Just get 2/3 of our representatives to say, yeah, get rid of this punk. Case in point, he doesn't know whether or not he's unveiling miracle medical technology in America. You would think he'd be aware. You would think. You'd think that he'd be making plans based off of this stuff. But no. No. I just mean, you'd think that if he thought such medical technology existed, it might have affected some of his plans. He might have not had to be reminded via tweet. Hey, speaking of, let's do some wild speculation. Let me pull up the New York Post. Ooh, fair and balanced. So, yeah, I'll just use him. No. So here's the deal. Trump's face is melting. Apparently, he's part Scottish, part ice cream cone in heritage, because the right side of Trump's face is melting. Let me do this an image. So the situation, oh boy. Is open image in new tab. Pretty handy technology. So look at how this dude's face is sitting. It appears like he had a stroke. Does it not? That's how it feels to me. I mean, that's what a face kind of would look like post-stroke. Now, look, it's not the end of the world. It really isn't. You can still do a job after having a stroke. The thing is, when the president is sick, we have a right to know. When the president is weakened, we have a right to know. Why do we have a right to know? Because that's our guy. It's our employee. Trump has demonstrated that he does not mind lying to you. Because he hasn't said, oh, hey, I had a stroke. So look, either he's comfortable lying to you after he spent all this time saying that Biden would be too weak, too old to be in office. And maybe he was right about that. I don't know. After spending all that time ragging on Biden, he himself appears to be too physically weak to hold office. However, he's lied about it. He said when he went to the hospital recently that it was a minor thing. But now he's walking around unable to move half of his face half of the time. Dude's lying to you. Dude's comfortable lying to you. And you should question whether or not anything else he says is true. Because if he lies about this, he will lie about other things. A little bit of the policy. Indeed. Ooh. Johnny Too Late TV. I'm back after YouTube decided to randomly send me into another YouTube stream. That was weird. Yeah, YouTube is acting bizarre these days. Something blades cut both ways. Yeah. Yeah, I find it weird that Republicans aren't talking about this. I guess I don't find it weird. They're not bastions of moral consistency. But, I find it weird. The health of the United States president should be of concern to all of us. And the things he says, although they've always been nonsensical, they're extra nonsensical. I got to wonder, how much is this administration just a Stephen Miller administration? How much of this administration is just whatever J.D. Vance wants to do? Who's actually controlling Trump? And I don't mean this even necessarily to mean that they're doing their own plans, although that's a possibility. But no, I mean, Lordy Lou, they're probably trying to interpret Trump's nonsensical orders. Miller, yeah, he's the only one with actual goals, so maybe. But I just don't think we can know who's in charge because the guy that says he's in charge has a face that refuses to show up to work. Half of him isn't there. So I worry. Oh no. Amon Animations, Donald James has shared with us an Ethan Klein animation. You know what? Hell. I was gonna say we can't look at it. But now I'm wondering, can we? Oh, it's 15 minutes long. No, we cannot. But I do love Amon Animations. I do love it indeed. I mean, there's almost time within the show. But that's a lot of plot to ask people to watch along for. Plus, let the guy freaking profit off his own video. But Amon Animations just put out a new one. Jake looks fried. Jake feels fried. I was up all night streaming. Yeah, he's been getting longer and longer, man. Do you know, I had Amon Animations confused with Meat Canyon for a long time. I thought they were the same thing for the longest time. Don't know why. If you guys are not familiar, Amon Animations is the guy that does these hyper realistic looking things. He did one with the Majority Report. Jake looks like he got fired. Fair. Yeah, and they spoiler devolve into horror. The Amon animation stuff. I look forward to watching that. Just perhaps not on this stream, on account of the fact that we only have 15 more minutes remaining, and I don't want to show the guy's whole video. Oh wait, is Galactic Stream Lord hanging out? No. Johnny Too Late TV. By the way, if you want to thumb your nose at the man, go follow Galactic Stream Lord on Twitch. That's twitch.com/Galactic Streamlord. This guy is paying his bills by talking about the news for 8 hours a day. He is providing a service to the likes of us. We can pay him back by making sure his show is popular. So head on over to twitch.tv/Galactic Streamlord. Give him a like, give him a follow. Do all the Twitch stuff you can think of. Yes, Sassy Sassa says, has GNN been completely banned from YouTube? Yeah, his account was full on deleted by YouTube. So we did a pirate stream yesterday, putting his show back on YouTube. And that's a temporary measure, but yeah, we gotta disobey bad rules. Now, I think this might be a bot, but let's just use some of those fancy keywords to boost us in the algorithm. News to share live streamed Ben Cohen at U.S. Capitol, up in arms DOT life. Hello, robots. Welcome to the show. YouTube is evil as... here's what I think, Sassy. Based on the fact that my show got demonetized and Sandy's show got canceled, and the last minute, the lucky minute, another ally of the left got their show canceled. I'm guessing that it is more cowardice than evil. And cowardice might be its own type of evil. Cowardice at times can cross over into selfishness. That's something that's happening here. Certainly, it can be its own kind of evil, but it's distinct. It is distinct from greed, for example. So consider that it could just be YouTube overreacting. It could be YouTube turning up its sensitivity towards controversy to avoid a potential controversy that they're not prepared to handle. I'm sure there's executives sitting around a boardroom saying, look, if Trump makes a demand via the FCC or whoever regulates us, if Trump makes a demand, we're going to have to cave because we're, of course, cowardly capitalists. But if we cave to a Trump demand, we're going to have backlash on our platform. So rather than deal with that, what we're going to do is just make everything much more sensitive. So the blame can't be pointed at us. I think that's what's happened. Still, it does mean that we got to fight the power. And we have to disobey bad rules and bad rulings. So we need to get Sandy back on YouTube. Thankfully, that's done. And also, she's got a show on this space now. Hooray. We need to get the Lucky Minute back. We need to get Galactic Streamlord back, and we will. In the meantime, I think the left is learning now what the right learned years and years and years and years and years ago. Structurally, Steven Crowder knew how to survive. Alex Jones knew how to survive. Ben Shapiro knows how to survive. All these folks know how to survive when their funding gets cut. They have memberships, and more importantly, they have Patreon. Patreon. That's huge. That means you are less reliant on appeasing an algorithm or a CEO of a tech company. You can say what you want and still survive. True ballers use Patreon. Speaking of, this was meant to be funny. True ballers use Patreon. So the left is learning to set up like the right did. The difference being the right-wingers needed to set up with these sorts of redundancies because they tell lies frequently. And the left needs to set up with these sorts of redundancies because we tell the truth, and that's dangerous to them. So we're learning. And by the way, if you are on this space and you don't already have a Patreon, if you are on this space and you don't already have a second social media account that you try to keep popular just for the sake of getting the word out about yourself, here's your sign. Do it now. Be prepared to fight the good fight. Don't be like me. Don't be like Streamlord. Don't be like any of these other people who got caught off guard. Now you have a heads up. So prepare yourself. Assume you're going to get canceled arbitrarily next week. That's the thing that makes it arbitrary. You really, you're going to have a hard time predicting it. Set yourself up for success. Set yourself up for survival. Have a Patreon, and instead of pushing channel memberships, push your Patreon. When I say set up another social media account, I don't just mean Blue Sky. I don't think you should, by the way, I don't think you should be on Twitter at all. It's an evil platform run by an evil man. But you know what? Maybe whatever. It doesn't matter. It's too specific. Any social media platform. Get popular somewhere other than your main one. Why? So you can spread your message. Yeah. And also, if you're in this space, you've already partially solved one of your problems. You have the ability to get your message out. So even if your show is canceled, like, say, Environmental Coffee House, you can still contact your audience and let them know how they can support you. What you can do, that's exactly it for this space. Creators, we need to be able to act boldly in these times. We need to be able to defy powerful people, but you don't defy powerful people by simply willing to be by being simply willing to be squashed by them. You defy powerful people by figuring out ways to avoid the squashing, to survive the squashing. Either being chewy or spiky or whatever you got to do. But we have to assume that villains will try villainous things to us, and we know that's who we're up against, so we should prepare for that conflict. Now we know. Yeah, be less squishy or be more squishy. Be so squishy that you sift right in between their toes and come out the other side like the T-1000 unharmed. Sure. Be spiky. Make it so that they regret putting their own weight on you because it pierces them. Or smell or whatever. Make them regret coming into contact with you. But crucially, be prepared to survive. Be prepared to survive without their kindness, without the cooperation of the people you're against. YouTube, in this case. Look, there's probably people right now who are making fun of me because I do prefer to stick to all one platform. I find the convenience intoxicating. I've talked about this in the past. I find it very convenient to have all my little things set up out of one software platform. If I could, I wouldn't even use StreamYard. I wouldn't use this. I would just go straight through YouTube. That's how I was originally doing it. Because it's convenient for me, but convenient in the moment, it does not mean good all the time. And there's just a fundamentally huge problem with putting all your eggs in one basket, particularly in these times. Lasco says, Jesus spirit coming in hot. Fair enough. Yeah, be candy corn. They'll regret biting into you then. But I would have regretted my birth. LT9K. Fast on the draw, I hear. Well done. All right. What? Is he spamming? I only saw the one Jesus message. Now that's interesting. The religious words / phrases are code words for the nationalists. I don't see how this could be code word, though. Jesus spirit coming in hot. I don't know. I mean, look, I think most folks here know I'm an atheist, but I'm also a friend of the Christians. And if Lasco believes they feel the spirit of a long deceased religious leader of theirs, I'm curious to hear about it, frankly. And he seems convinced with all those crucifixes that is the case. So what the hell? I shouldn't have blasphemed just then. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, spamming the cross emojis. That's true. Yeah, let's go. You can't. Don't take up the whole freaking speech column just to make a point. One cross would have been sufficient, especially given what we're talking about. All right, gang. Well, I'll tell you what. Our guest, I think, understandably, missed today. But y'all, thank you for hanging out. Thanks for chatting with me. It was fun. It's fun going over what's going on and giving ourselves an opportunity to warn other This Space creators. Hey, other This Space creators, I can't stress this enough. Have a Patreon. Have financial means set up to support yourself if you find yourself in conflict with YouTube or any other platform that you're on. Also, be on more than one platform. And lefty audiences, consider falling out of love with the convenience of only ever using one app. Because we're going to need you to be versatile enough that we can trust that if we go to a new platform, we won't have to start over our careers from scratch. It's just not the time for it anymore. Anyway, all things to consider. Yeah, all things to consider. This has been WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. My name's Jake and DJ X. I said that we'd talk after this show. I would like to say much after this show because I want to go to sleep. I will see you and Pinkerbell in Dreamland. Natchikit, you can come over too. We're going to have a dream tea party. Anyway, I'm Outskis. This has been WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. My name is Jake.
Hello, humans. This is your power report for the 25th of September 20. That's not how that's supposed to work. Oh, I'm doing a terrible thing. I hit the super wrong thing. My bad. Okay, there we go. Sorry, this is my fault for trying to change camera settings on the fly, but this is your power report for the 25th of September 2025. I'm Dan from the internet. I have got many things set up. My set is slowly coming together, as you can see. My lighting, not so much, so I'm actively figuring this out. But we got a great show. I've got Kristina and Bam with y'all on the panel today. And taking bets now. Over, under. Will we go over 3 hours? I think the under is the best bet because we started 10 minutes late, but that's all y'all.
You said it was a shotgun wedding today, so.
Oh. I said what?
That it was going to be a quick episode.
Oh, yeah. How did I get this in my pocket? Okay. We'll see.
I've had an eventful time on TikTok.
Oh.
What's been going on with you on TikTok? What's
some black liberal dude. I'm assuming he was part of K-Hive.
I love how Bam and I both did the face.
Yeah. He was comparing like Hassan to Nick Fuentes, and I'm like, what the hell? And then he accused me of being Carolyn Bryant and him.
Does Nick Fuentes have a bigger cock?
But then he was like, you're a white woman. You're like Carolyn Bryant. I'm Emmett Till. And I'm like, okay, first of all, that is very offensive thing to say. Not accuse me of being like that, but like making light of that situation is kind of weird because I disagree with you. And then he keeps going in his comments asking what race the commenters are, because I guess he doesn't think that there are people of color who disagree with him. Like, it was weird. I was like, there's something wrong with this guy.
I'm still stuck on like Bam, I hate what I'm about to say, but here goes. And I know Bam has no idea what I'm about to say, but here goes. Like, I hate to be that guy, but like that has to be like a Russian bot or something. Like, how
he has videos.
How are you?
That's what I'm thinking. Like, it must be like AI videos of a dude, because I'm like, there's no way.
Oh no, they can pay many. They can pay many a Negro to like say a script and like, represent some like Russian bot farm on the internet. I mean, we saw the Sean King effect. That's basically what I call it.
God.
But like, allegedly, I'm not saying anything. I'm literally, these are all jokes and puns. We're playing Battlefield 6 right now. We're streaming. But no, like, I'm genuinely like, Bam. When has it ever made sense to identify yourself as Emmett Till? Like, I'm just like, for any kind of point, like, I can see, like, I am, like, Obama did the whole, like, I am Trayvon Martin things. Like, I see it in certain contexts, but, like, Emmett Till? Like, that's the immediate, like, no. Something interesting is going on there. And I don't know your exact situation because I'm blissfully unaware of most things that happen on TikTok.
I mean, it doesn't matter now because I'm getting pushed a bunch of like liberal content creators who are shitting on like leftists now, and it's like, oh God, can I please get out of this corner of TikTok? I want cute kitten photos. I want wicked trailer videos. Like,
well, you know what Lil Wayne said.
No, Bam, we don't know what Lil Wayne said. Why are you doing this to us?
Beat the blank up like Emmett Till. That's what Lil Wayne said.
We'll never be free. Anyways, this is your power report this week. And I think we're into a new format of the show, a slightly different format. We have 4 general reports for you. We have a domestic report, an international report, a stuff that's happening with the true resistance. I'm not talking about like pink hat wearing stuff. I'm talking about the stuff you see on itsgoingdown.com. And then, you know, just some fun stuff to, you know, laugh about it, whatever. But I want to get this out of the way because I know this is going to be boring as shit to Bam. But because of the way our fucking broken, stupid media cycle works, the big story of this week was everything happening around late night TV, a genre of television that has not been relevant since
Arsenio.
So like that's so that's the first thing I was gonna say. The second thing I was gonna say, just to get myself in trouble, was in defense of Bill Maher.
Also, this isn't boring to me. I watched it.
What's important?
I said it's not boring to me because I actually watched this stuff.
Oh, okay. I'm surprised, but no,
I immediately once Jimmy Kimmel started crying, I just scrolled. I was like, nah, I ain't doing this.
Yeah,
like,
Kristina and Bam, no. Papa loves him some smut, but like if it's like an older white rich dude crying and it's like fake tears, like that's not. It's not. Where's the mise en scène? That's what I'm asking for. But no. So I lost my train of thought. But I want to say like Jimmy Kimmel and all those other different folks were doing this sort of like, you know, free speech sort of thing. And I think like, you know, this is a news story in a lot of cases where like it's a news story because there are rich people who are actually affected. There are people who believe themselves to have privilege, like who believe themselves to be affected. The late night show genre is kind of dead and it's been replaced by us. Like literally, I think streamers like I think Hassan Piker is much more akin to late night talk show host for like a modern generation than the sort of we're gonna air this at 11 o'clock and we're gonna shoot at a studio that's very expensive in Los Angeles or New York. And like I think that like it's a different thing happening. Go ahead.
In Craig Ferguson's case, CBS gave him a shitty studio where the roof always leaked and the electricity wouldn't work.
Craig Ferguson was a piece. Craig Ferguson was a piece of shit. Also, like, I knew people who worked for him, and at the risk of giving out easy to find information, both Hassan and I used to live near CBS Television City in West Hollywood, and so I know that studio very well. Also, it's the exact same studio where they film The Price is Right, and it's also the exact same studio where they film Real Time with Bill Maher. So it all comes into a full circle. But no, Craig Ferguson was a piece of shit. I've done one of my earliest podcast appearances, like separately from like the Dan Fleer character I created at TYT, was at Joel Kutz's The Dark Place. It's like a mental health podcast. And I should not be saying all this actually. But you know, I knew him and I knew a number of other people who worked for the Craig Ferguson CBS show. And he was the kind of person to listen, I've got my hot takes and spicy takes, and I've burned my bridges with Jank and Anna and everyone at TYT, but no one ever really treated me bad other than like maybe Jimmy Dore sometimes. So like, at least they were chill. Craig Ferguson straight bullied his producers, and like, I don't do that. Like, I'm not a fan at all.
Can't be any worse than James Corden. That man ruined his reputation in a matter of like months.
I might be confusing the two, to be honest.
Craig Ferguson's Scottish, James Corden's British.
That's terrible.
Wait. James Corden is British. And
yes.
He's the chubby guy.
Yeah, the chubby guy.
They were both terrible. They were both terrible. I was going to say
okay.
that. They were both terrible. Anyways, I don't know how that's... Oh, right. Late night. So yeah, everyone's caring about late night because like if you're connected to the industry, you care about it. And if you're connected to the industry, you have a platform to speak about it. And if you're connected to the industry, people will listen to you on that platform to speak about it. And I think all of the conversations around like people's rights have been violated since before the second Trump administration, since before all of this, and it's kind of like, again, like, welcome liberals, welcome to the resistance, but all of those people that you've been like scapegoating as Antifa or leftist or too radical, like, we've been fighting this fight for a long time, and y'all are playing beginner and we're playing on expert mode on this. Sorry, that wasn't a point, but like, Bam, because Bam, the late night TV enjoyer. Please give me your thoughts.
No, honestly, I haven't. I haven't seen Jimmy Kimmel since the Man Show, but like,
wait, sorry, real fast. Was that Spike TV?
It might have been. I just remember the girls jumping on trampolines after.
Yeah, that was Spike TV.
Right.
Yeah, like there's a dearth of YouTube documentaries about Spike TV.
Oh, that's funny.
Because that was a crazy era. Like, you can't like there's the Chive, there's all these other different like broy websites where like, girls with tits is the content. And it's just
Right.
like, yo.
And I'm just like I'm just like a young teenager, like, oh yeah.
No, but it's like, it's like girls. I'm not gonna get too deep into this like tangent, but I'm just saying, like, it's very funny that the same people who like it goes to this like self-victimization culture on the right wing, which like they had everything, right? Like 2000s TV with Real Housewives and Spike and the Man Show and the Chive and all that shit. It was built for the male gaze. It was built for like it was like, I can has cheeseburger epic bacon style memes, but for horny dudes. Like, College Humor was kind of related to this. Shout out to Sam Reich. Shout out to friend of the show, Robert Reich, who hates me because he was my professor at Berkeley. But like, all this stuff happens. I'm just saying that, like, it's funny that they complain so much about their culture not being represented and cancel culture and all these other different things, when like they had culture in the 2000s and the 1990s, and frankly very much before that. There were 5 years where it was like, hey, yo, Louis C.K. is kind of weird, and they freaked out about that. And it's like, it's very indicative of the times we're in right now, where like, we'll get into some more domestic news, but there was a shooting at an ICE facility. The current regime is trying to blame that on the left, as though like if that's the thing we're coordinating, which is not happening. DSA is bothered with too many boring things to be able to deal with that. But yeah, like, this is, as we always begin Power Report with, 15 minutes into the show. This is the world we live in.
Right. Now going back, I haven't watched Jimmy Kimmel since the Man Show, but I was a teenager, so
screw attack Bam.
But like, I don't like, I was curious to see how he would act when he came back. Like, I was curious to see like the model. Like, I was gonna see, like, is he just gonna like whimper and just apologize to the Trump administration and stuff like that? And at the very least, I'm glad he didn't do that. He's still cracking jokes and making fun of them and stuff. Obviously, to some extent, this whole thing backfired on the Trump administration, and how, like, no matter what, I mean, this is just how it goes. Like, it can be homeboy at the FCC or Pam Bondi or whoever, but people are going to blame Trump, the individual. So, and especially so for him, because he is really just in charge of everything. And yeah, it backfired. There were a lot of people that, are in the Trump orbit or coalition that said it was bad. Obviously, we saw Ted Cruz, but there were some other ones too. So yeah, I mean, now, do I think it means he's going to stop with this whole thing? No. Somebody's going to be getting it next, and we'll see what happens there. But I saw something. I don't know how true it is, but I did see something that said Disney lost $4 billion in market share
And
So
they're
that
raising their subscription prices because of it, apparently.
that's
No,
hilarious.
I mean, no. So, inside baseball, I'm not saying I'm Mr. Disney, but
Yeah, it's a Disney
Disney
adult.
was Disney. Oh, trust me, we're not even gonna go there. But like, Disney, and it's a conglomerate now, so they own 20th Television, which are like everything that Fox does besides sports and news, which is carrying a lot of weight there. But I get you. Like, there's Fox Television, there's Family Guy, American Dad, The Simpsons, all the other different stuff. And basically, like, they were, like sort of like negotiating around that sort of environment of, we're not going to touch this, we're not going to do this. But the Jimmy Kimmel thing is just like mad interesting because of how it broke down among local stations and how it broke down among national stations and who wanted to
Yeah,
cover
it wasn't
and who
airing
didn't want to
in
cover
my
it.
area at all because we got
Really?
Next Star. Yeah, we got Next Star.
Really, it wasn't airing in South Carolina? That's
No,
interesting that
I'm
they would decide
surprised.
that out there that, like, yeah.
Free
But it's
speech.
like, go ahead. I've been talking too much, Kristina. Go ahead, please.
Oh no, but I'm just I was like, I had a feeling. I was like, I know that we're owned by like Next Star. They ain't gonna air it. But I mean, again, Jimmy Kimmel, like, in tears, and I'm just like, oh my god, seriously, dude, like, come on. I mean, I don't know. I just think it's funny that people are like, Kimmel's ratings are, going down. Late night in general has been dying since social media and streaming got popular. Okay, no one wants to stay up late and watch a show. You'd rather watch the TikTok clips or the video segments on YouTube.
Right.
I don't know what.
Oh yeah, I wake up,
weren't
especially now
watching
on
them
the East.
anyway.
Especially on the East Coast, like, I wake up and like what helps me get my brain going is like the Colbert clips, the Stewart
Yeah,
clips, like
that's how I
those, like,
start my mornings. Yeah.
yeah.
Damn, for real? Should I be watching y'all do Colbert? What the hell? What about Amy Goodman? No, I'm joking.
Oh no. Actually, so like,
I'm
here's the
joking.
thing: is that like,
I'm joking.
No. Like, I will be honest, and like, I want to be honest because like, I think more people should follow like a news diet that is a little more guided. I listen to podcasts because I can focus on them and there's no like visual in front of me and I can do other things. And it sounds like, oh, you're doing other things, so you're distracted. But actually, it helps me like focus on that because my brain needs to focus on 3 things to be able to function at any given time. So my diet in the morning is Financial Times news briefing, Politico Playbook, and Democracy Now! In that order, and I've been doing that since 2017 pretty consistently. And it's not because I love the Financial Times or Playbook even, but it's like I know how the people who listen to those shows think, and that helps me develop my politics throughout the day. And then Democracy Now! Is like a really good grounding for all that. So yeah, no. Democracy Now! It's in the rotation, dude. Like, let's be clear.
You know what's also funny too is that a lot of like conservatives, they're happy about this. I'm like, you guys were old enough to remember the Monica Lewinsky scandal, right? Yeah. Okay. How would you feel if Bill Clinton had gotten the FCC to revoke Letterman and Leno? I'm sorry, but what they said back then was much worse than anything these hosts have been saying about Trump. I mean, Carson, they all made jokes about all these presidents. I mean, look at Reagan.
No, Bill Clinton was getting it during Monica.
Oh, yeah.
Like he'd have to get the whole TV canceled.
Pause.
Like,
Yeah.
Pause.
NBC, SNL, man, like, ooh.
everything. So no, and I do think that it sets a dangerous precedent. Like the people that believed the right was actually about free speech. It's like, no, they're about whatever makes them happy and whatever is like against the left to any degree. Whatever is against them, they want to shut that down. And it's actually always been that way. They sit and whine and complain about what people on the left say about them. Trump is literally, even before all this, or around the same time, he's talking about, they're reporting 96% bad about me, and I think that's illegal. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? But like at the same token, like obviously he would never say, okay, well, Fox is saying 96% positive or 96% bad about Biden. It's unfortunate nobody can ask him that shit. Just be like, okay, well, Fox is 96% bad about Biden. Should they be canceled too? He'll just be like, oh no, but that's correct though. So they've never had principles, these people, especially like MAGA and stuff. It literally just boils down to whatever Big Daddy Trump wants at any given time.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's amazing to me that they're not the party of free speech. Like they're not. They never have, never will. And yet they're like, well, the FC, like they have to say the government did intervene. I'm like, yes, they did, because when Colbert got, Trump said Jimmy Kimmel was next. So I don't know what to tell you guys, because even the FCC was like, we can't be. I mean, those tweets of his from like 2019 are so funny because he basically calls himself a hypocrite. Like those tweets where it's like, we can't be, trying to, influence the public's interest or blah, 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 and interfere in like programming. And then he's like, we have to, interfere with public programming, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, dude, and everyone kept showing him his old tweets. And I'm like, it doesn't matter. They don't care.
So one of my favorite, sorry, Bam, you want to go ahead?
No, go ahead.
I was going to say one of my favorite, shout out to longtime PowerPort viewers know I'm a nerd. And so I like technology news and stuff like that. And so shout out to The Verge and shout out to their editor-at-large or editor-in-chief, Nilay Patel, who has a special segment on the Vergecast podcast called Brendan Carr is a Dummy. Like, it's literally a special segment that they've been doing all year called, and now it's time for our fan favorite segment, Brendan Carr is a Dummy. And the thing we played earlier in the cold open of Ted Cruz doing this, we could do this the easy way, we could do this the like in his worst, pretending to be like an Italian, mobster accent, right? Like he was running that game. And that's kind of the world we're in. Like, yeah, it's like it's gangster politics. And to your point, Bam, it's not just gangster politics. It's like I don't even respect you enough to hide it. Right? It's just like it's all out in the open. It's all out in 8K Sony Betamax Ultra HD. Like it's all out there for people. And yeah, I think that, and it's gonna work. It's working, right? Like if I asked you, Bam, like what was the Power Report like topics that we did in July of this year, right? Or like August of this year and like August 25th or July 25th, right? As we're talking on September 25th. And it's like, fucking, I don't know. Because the flood the zone muzzle velocity thing works, but there's so much stupid shit. Like, again, we're in the domestic news segment and you can talk about all the like RFK Tylenol things. And like, that's a totally different segment. And there's so much with ICE and there's so much other things that are being obstructed by the cavalcade of news that we're getting right now that is deliberate, and it's specifically made to make tracking news more confusing and to put so many things out there that they can divide and conquer liberals and the left even more than they already are divided and conquered. And it's like the people around Trump are smart, but Trump himself is enough of an idiot that we can see we can see the red lines, that we can see the edits that are being made by like the Stephen Millers and the Steve Bannons and the JD Vances, the smarter folks who are in the regime, who are like true believers who actually want to see the fascists turn this country. So that's been what I've been sitting with this week, especially when it comes to domestic stuff. Yeah, I've talked a lot. I will let y'all talk, but then I'll try to get us into some stories.
Kristina.
Yeah, this whole it's just constant like garbage that we're being fed, and we cannot keep up with the 24/7 news cycle. We're not able to keep up with it. There's always something, something new, something old, something that gets rehashed even, and sometimes it's just, when you have Trump who's always on camera, it's never going to slow down. It's never going to stop. And I cannot take it anymore.
But no, I was just telling Caesar, I'm like, dog, we got 3 more years of this if we're lucky.
Yeah.
Like, because Gavin Newsom is still saying that he doesn't think Trump's going to leave. But yeah, it's just like, what's going to be next? Like, is it going to go even crazier from here? I don't know. I hope not, but we're seeing the stuff with James Comey today. Like,
yeah,
I think they're gonna I don't really feel like whatever this is going to go anywhere, but just the idea of like blatantly weaponizing the FCC and the judicial system, like, it's just like, where does it stop? And like, what is the next thing gonna be? Like,
yeah,
what is it? Because
yeah.
I mean, even somebody like Hassan is like big but small. Like, he's big, but he's not mainstream.
Yeah.
But like, if Stephen Miller or one of these people come across him, like, they're just like, look, this guy. I mean, I don't know how much he talks about Trump. I don't really listen to him, but like,
Jose, he does talk about Trump all the time. Like, most of his coverage is about Trump, unfortunately, just stupid MAGA shit.
yeah. So I mean, if somebody, he doesn't have the same resources as somebody like, Comey or whoever the hell, or Kimmel and them. Like, he doesn't have those same resources. So it's just that idea of like bankrupting people too with lawsuits, which if I'm not mistaken, that's what Orban did in Hungary too. It's just like file lawsuits against everybody,
which is what Trump's doing now.
Right.
And he's threatening them with more lawsuits.
Right. And these big, like the New York Times got $1 gazillion. Like, these big entities, and maybe Disney putting Kimmel back on the air will make other corporations not roll over. So he'll probably stop. Like, okay, well, this Wall Street Journal lawsuit is not going to go anywhere. This New York Times lawsuit is not going to go anywhere. But
ABC gives money, CBS.
Yeah, like, and maybe like, those people capitulated, but these other people didn't capitulate. So maybe the rest of like the CEOs and corporations won't capitulate. But maybe then it's like, let me just go after smaller people, or just like, people that a lawsuit will really impact them.
Yeah. I'm just hating the capitulation from some of these places. But I mean, suing the New York Times for $15 billion.
Yeah, that's insane.
I'm like, where does he come up with the amounts? Like, how does he come up with the numbers?
And it's like, that's not going to go anywhere. Like, I don't even know if that got. I feel like that got thrown out already. I could be wrong about that, but
they're even going after the people that sued Alex Jones, like the parents from Sandy Hook. So they don't. Yeah.
Who's suing them?
Trump's administration. They're going after. They're going to start. Yeah, so they don't get that money. That's an article.
Crazy.
Bam and I get so many of those ads from Sandy Hook Promise.
Oh my God, yeah. I be feeling sorry for that guy every time. Like, damn, dog.
Yo, his son's name was Daniel. That hits different, honestly.
His son was a crisis actor, but like, no, I'm joking.
Yeah,
I know. Yeah.
It's crazy though. I was like, when I heard that, I'm like, what? I'm like, another thing too. Ugh. But I mean, I did like Jon Stewart's last week where he did the whole like government approved daily show, and they're like, oh, like, yes.
I love the gaudy gold. Like, they really.
I know.
With the gold.
And he's just like, doesn't look like he's being held hostage in any way, shape, or form. He's like, shut up.
It gave the first episode of the new South Park season, which, by the way, certified Trey and Matt or whatever, bitch made. Because listen, the Brendan Carr stuff went pretty hard, but the Brendan Carr stuff is what the late night comedians did. And I was told that South Park took no prisoners and that they went after everybody. Yeah. And it seems like they delayed an episode for only the second time in their entire history. Because they probably had some Charlie Kirk shit, or they might be thinking of some Charlie Kirk shit, but they were like, oh no, Paramount's gonna fuck us if we actually do that episode. So, you know, as someone who doesn't like South Park to begin with, I'm like, okay, little bitch made. I'll just point it out. But ultimately, the Brendan Carr stuff was pretty funny and like pretty on point there. I just want to read some comments.
His free speech.
Thanks, guy. Starch Manning says Stephen Miller, Pee Wee German. That's a bar. That's very funny, and I'm gonna be using that. I'm gonna be using that in very soon.
That's as good as Ray's Jance Dance Pants.
RMT Watcher says subscriptions were scheduled to rise anyways, semi-coincidence of timing. And this is what Kristina was talking about. Like, yeah, I think
and people are not going to come back either. I think it's not going to help bring people back.
I think a greater than 50% reason, but lower than 70% reason that Jimmy Kimmel got back onto the ABC airwaves is because Disney had already planned to raise the prices of Disney Plus on the 25th of February, 25th of February, 25th of September, 2025. And February was my favorite month, sorry. But they already planned to raise their prices during this day. And seeing the Kimmel stuff and seeing how many people worldwide, I had friends who were like, yeah, I'm in England, I'm in India, I'm in, wherever, and we're all canceling Disney Plus. That was a very interesting thing for solidarity with Americans. And Americans don't deserve that solidarity, but thank you.
We really don't. I mean, come on, people, we couldn't do this for Palestine or even Starbucks. Come on now. Well, apparently Starbucks is closing a lot of places and doing a rebrand, whatever that means.
Americans literally voted for Trump.
Yeah.
Or just didn't care if he got elected or not. What?
And that's the game, is that people don't trust America anymore because they're like, yeah, for every one Obama, you get two Trumps. So why are we going to deal with that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, I think I might have been saying this on PowerPoint before. I can't remember, but it's these countries saying the trust that America has done or changed or whatever. It's not they're not talking about Donald Trump. They're talking about the American vote. They're talking about the American voter.
Yeah.
They're just you guys let this happen again. What's wrong with you? The other guy was the crypt keeper. The other lady was black and Indian. Ew, whatever. But the other option was this guy, and y'all let that happen. We can't fuck with you ever again forever.
Yeah. Also, too, it doesn't help that the Democrats are now looking into think tanks to run candidates who don't talk about climate change, race, abortion, healthcare. I'm like,
you got to appeal to white America, and if they're tired of hearing about it, then fuck it, man. Because who knows? Who knows?
Maybe
what does the voter want?
Yeah, exactly. I was watching, I think it was More Perfect Union did a video with Bernie, West Virginia, and all these Trump voters were like, yo, Bernie, you make so much sense. I'm like, of course he does. What the, it's stupid. I'm like, oh my God. But yet these people voted for Trump.
Right.
Bam, help me. I gotta stop. Don't. Aaron Patton in the chat says, I listen to Keith Olbermann. I find him hilarious.
I didn't know he was still around, to be honest with you.
I think he has his own podcast, like everyone does, podcasts.
Oh, okay. I didn't know he was still around. Didn't he get fired during the Iraq War or something?
Something like that. Or the
No.
Obama years?
Bam, hold me. So it's 47 after the. Actually, it's about to be 48 after the hour. Hold me to 51. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
I hate Keith Olbermann so much. He's an idiot. He's a buffoon. He's a fucking, narcissistic, animalistic, self-centered, obsessed with his self, fucking baboon, like, idiot, loser, no hoes, no bitches, mega mind, like ass shit. He wish he could be Gavin Newsom, who fucked his best friend's wife. Like, he wish he had that game. But honestly, like, Keith Olbermann is bitch made, and he's like a completely stupid pundit, and everything he's ever said has been pretty refutably dumb. And he is also one of the people who motivated me a lot to get into politics in the first time.
Oh wow! It's like this guy. I could do better than him. I could be better than that.
So yeah, like I think my appreciation for Keith Olbermann, because MSNBC was a Fox News, like we obviously see MSNBC as like a Fox News sort of like comparison right now, but MSNBC during the aftermath of the Iraq War was basically like a Fox News doppelganger. They would parrot the same like Republican talking points, and Keith Olbermann was like, the Iraq War is stupid, Bush is stupid, Dick Cheney is actually running the show, and Americans need to fucking wake up because this is an insane thing. And it's like, it's one of those like, Bam and I talk about the gray zone from time to time, and it's like, they had a purpose, and they were very smart, and they were very good, and they were very aligned in their one thing. But we are now seeing through history and through culture happening that even though our takes aligned during this one moment, they actually don't. And so in defense of Cenk Uygur, my entrance to TYT was at Current TV. I'm not going to go into the whole thing because I am close to Bam's limit. And I know Bam is watching the clock. So I'm going to end here. But I'm just going to say that, like, the way I got introduced to TYT was through Current TV and through Keith Olbermann and through Cenk and all that other different stuff. And, like, everyone hated, like, I hated the way Keith treated Cenk. Like, he was actually a douchebag. And I've also been a douchebag on this show, and I will own that. And Keith is still worse. And I hate that I have at some point emulated the worst parts of him. But this is my repentance to say that, like, these are pieces of shit. Yeah. I don't like him. Like, I don't like him. Like fuck him, actually. And so, yeah, Aaron, when you say you like Keith Olbermann,
it triggers him.
What's that thing I used to say, Bam, that I'm not allowed to say anymore online? Like, we do this every single year on Power Report. We begin the year. It's like a New Year's resolution thing. We call it kiss your pundits, right? Yes. The K word might be a little bit different, but yeah, I think every single year you should evaluate who you're listening to politically as like a New Year's resolution and be like, and this is the origination of Kiss Your Pundits, was me going, actually, I hate Keith Olbermann and Bill Maher, and I don't want to listen to them anymore. And I just stopped, and it's all been here. Anyways, and another thing. No, please go ahead.
Yeah, I honestly just didn't know he was still around. And yeah, like those Iraq War days, like the Iraq War was like a whole different deal. Like, and obviously politics is way different from back then. But I did see somebody say in the chat, hold on. Where was it? Somebody said, oh, Yeah, the next distraction is war with Russia. So if there is like the Trump declares war on Russia, I don't know what that looks like, to be honest with you, because we're not very close. I guess Alaska
Yeah, he
is.
says
but-
he was like he's like Ukraine should just whatever to Russia, and we're like, wait, what? What's happening?
Yeah, like I don't know what a war with Russia actually looks like, but if that was to happen in any significant way and like American troops are mobilized and have to go, maybe I'm assuming across the Pacific, but whatever. The news media in a lot of ways is going to change because there's so much like respect, quote unquote, for the troops that's just what's going to happen. Like a lot of people are just going to be like, well, I don't understand this war necessarily, but we got to support the troops, and so we're supporting our president or some shit. And RMT says Venezuela seems like that's coming sooner. I don't know. He kind of tried it last time, but I just don't really. We're not talking about international stuff yet, but I don't even think that that's like even a thing in Venezuela. But who knows?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, he's bailing out Argentina.
Oh yeah, I saw that thumbnail. I didn't read it though.
$20 billion to jumpstart their economy.
We may have to watch like a YouTube video on that because like that is an old school Power Report story. Because like I was a major at the University of California, Berkeley in economics and public policy. I did a lot of case studies on Javier Milei and that sort of project. And I will invite people to look at that meme that's like, damn, bitch, you live like this? And like, that's Javier Milei's Argentina. Like, it's so like, it's cartoonish. It's the Fred Flintstone's version of how you would run a country.
I know someone who lives in Argentina, and he's a liberal, but he was so excited for this guy to get into office, and I'm like, why? He's only going to make everything worse. He's like, well, we need change. I'm like, but it's going to get worse though. Like his policies are going to just make inflation and everything else worse. But good luck.
Yeah, it's looking like it seems like one of those things also that Trump just said. But it might not happen. Like I
America first. I mean, Argentina first. Don't.
Yeah,
Bring
I don't know.
back the Perones, okay? I'm just.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna happen, but it is kind of a silly thing to say. Like, what is $20 billion gonna do for Argentina?
Yeah.
Like, it's just gonna be pocketed.
Yeah.
Can I get spicy for a moment?
Let's go. Shit.
Yeah.
So one thing Sachi prepared for the domestic report is the situation in Dallas, where one detainee of ICE was killed and 2 others were injured by a shooter who claimed to be sort of like doing some sort of like, honestly, like I am not going to get into the game of getting into the minds of shooters because not only can I not get into their minds, but I also don't trust our media to be able to do that.
The
And I also
CIA is
don't
not
trust.
even trying anymore.
Oh, we don't have a CIA. No. We don't have a CIA.
Like,
Like,
we
we don't.
know they're planting evidence again, but they're doing such a shitty job at it.
Like, if the CIA were actually good, they would send Kristina to me to like, seduce me and get secrets. Like that would be the CIA if they were actually doing good shit. What the CIA is actually doing is like, they're making American Dad look like an instructional video. Like,
Yeah.
like the CIA is actually actively worse than American Dad.
Yeah.
But no. So like the thing around it. So like, there's the shooting.
There's the bullets that are clearly
Trump's administration. Sorry, go ahead.
The bullets that say anti-ICE. I'm like, what is this? Left is best. Blacks are also. Like,
I was
what
like,
is,
no.
what? You're supposed to abolish ICE. What the?
Bam. So in my group, in our like core Power Report group chat, I sent to Bam. I was like, I think I sent this in this group chat, but I was like, it's giving, and I posted the picture of like the white guy standing at his like garage sidewalk, and it had the graffiti that said "Blacks Rule," and I'm like, come on.
It wasn't our group chat.
Okay.
You did send them to me though. You sent a few little quotes to me.
Oh,
I've sent a lot of things to you, but we'll get to that. But, I did that specifically, so yeah, no.
You said that spicy.
I'm kind of jealous of Dan because he got to hang out with Taylor Lorenz. I was like, oh man.
Or she got to hang out with him.
There is nothing going on there. I'm not like
anyway,
Taylor Lorenz,
but like it's so ridiculous that it's like, get it right, guys. Every time you try to make like a leftist did this, you get like the phrase wrong.
Anti-ICE with the dash too.
Yeah. Imagine someone like shooting at cops and not even putting a cap right on the bullets or something.
And like, bam, imagine someone doing graffiti in like Huntington Beach that says "I hate" with like an H and an 8, and it says "I hate bloods." It's just like this is what we're dealing with. It's like, dude, listen, not to bring it back to Emmett Till, but like white people used to try. Like they used to actually,
our government used to try.
They used to make a narrative. They used to like, spin a thing. They were like, hey, communism and the McCarthyites, and we actually don't like Oppenheimer, and like they used to try, and now they're like, I don't know, if you go to a public school, can we just call you Jewish, and can we say that you're anti-America? Like, can we just like skip all of the steps we're supposed to hide the bigotry, and can we just like run straight to it?
Yeah,
like yeah.
Yeah, like again, like my sister has to deal with kids who are bullied because they're immigrants, and my sister's like, you're 12 years old, you shouldn't be afraid of getting deported. And then, she finds the students and she rats out the students and rats out the parents too. So other people
not the ones that are immigrants, right?
No, the ones that do all the bullying.
Yeah, I mean, even with that, it's like, kids can be harsh and get bullied and stuff like that, but
they learn
to actually have that fear of getting deported is crazy. But yeah, whoever this so-called ICE shooter is, it's like, I hate to bring it back.
He mistakenly hit the detainee. He was supposed to kill the. I'm like, you can tell the difference.
Like, I hate to bring it back to this, but like the dude got Charlie Kirk like from a mile away, like right in the neck, like that's like elite levels. Like you're over here just like spraying these big ass bullets. You hit Hector and shit. Like, come on, man. Like, what are you doing, dude?
Yeah.
I really don't know what to believe with this, honestly. Like,
I know we can't because they blame the left. They think the shooter's trans or
it's giving false flag though. It's giving.
Yes!
I don't want to be a tinfoil hat dude, but it's like, come on, yo.
Speak on it, man, because we've been seeing this. ICE has been under attack. ICE agents are under attack by like 1,000% more than and I'm like, I kept thinking back in my head, like something's gonna happen to like, I don't know, implement some other policy, and then this happens.
Yeah, and this, even with the masking, it's like, well, whether they were wearing a mask or not, you would have still got shot. So, But and the ICE agent only got wounded and not killed, right? And the immigrant got killed.
Yeah.
What the hell, man? The dude probably knew where the Epstein files were.
Mhm. That is true. That is true. But it's just like every time it's just stupid that they're blaming the left for all this, and I'm like, oh my God, like
I feel like this one isn't even hitting for real. Like I feel like this one isn't like barely news actually too. Like it's not even really getting much.
Because people are coming out saying this dude was actually like a loner who just played video games, like he had no politics whatsoever. I'm like, oh cool, the average American voter, I'm assuming. Cool.
Right. Yeah, I don't even think it's gonna hit that much, but what are you gonna say, Dan?
No, I was gonna play a couple of clips just related to this. I was gonna go into a different thing, but like I think, in the sense that Power Report is a log in time of how politics exists in whatever week we're doing. I wanted to point out this clip from Stephen Miller speaking at the Charlie Kirk memorial that was like supposed to be like a sort of like Christian revival sort of thing.
Oh, the Joseph Goebbels speech.
Yeah. Shout out to our producer for naming it in that direction. But yeah, I wanted to play this clip. And yeah, sorry. I y'all know I'm in a new place. I don't have my big, beautiful, tremendous, stupendous streaming computer. So I'm running off of 2 laptops right now. So I'm playing videos off of one and I'm streaming off of another. So let me play this clip of Stephen Miller. It's 2:17, and because it's a longer clip, again, I think everyone on the show has the ability to run the old Sam Cedar.
Pause it for a second.
Did that
Pause it for a second.
There you go. Yeah, if you want to pause it, go ahead. But I'm gonna play this clip here.
The storm whispers to the warrior that you cannot withstand my strength. And the warrior whispers back, I am the storm. Erica is the storm. We are the storm.
Charlie's wife.
And our enemies cannot comprehend our strength, our determination, our resolve, our passion. Our lineage and our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. Our ancestors built the cities. They produced the art and architecture. They built the industry. Erica stands on the shoulders of thousands of years of warriors, of women who raised up families,
Can we pause it?
Who got degrees and had their own business.
Because like, I'm not even that person, but like he's talking about like Athens and Rome, and this dude's Jewish. Like, you are cosplaying as a wasp right now, and that's really embarrassing because you're literally Jewish and you're trying to hide that shit right now, talking about Athens and Rome.
He's from Santa Monica.
Like, dog, like your shit's from Poland by way of ancient Egypt. Like,
yeah.
Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah. And
that's embarrassing for him.
It's funny too, because like a lot of people are like, what do you mean that he's like the Joseph Goebbels to Trump's? I'm like, because Joseph Goebbels was the policymaker for Hitler. He's the one who told Hitler, let's burn them, put them in camps, burn them. Listen, he's the one who came up with the final solution. Hitler was just gonna, send everyone to Madagascar or whatever the hell, but he was like, no, it'll be cheaper if we actually just got rid of them this way. He also was very charismatic and all this shit. Like learning about Joseph Goebbels, I'm just like, this guy's literally what Stephen Miller is today. Like, no, like,
and he's talking about lineage, and it's like, dude, like you are Jewish, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
like,
the lineage part is like you're caught in 4K. Like,
yeah,
there's
What?
nothing you can be talking about that isn't natalist at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like your people were escaping either the Holocaust or pogroms in Russia or something, or Hungary or some shit. Like that's your lineage, actually. Your lineage is escaping hating people for no reason.
Yeah.
Like that is what made your lineage flee Eastern Europe somewhere, was people hated them just because they were around and said, let's kill those people
Yeah.
after some propaganda.
Yeah.
And
They're
like you're
oh,
talking about like lineage and like Athens and Rome. Like, no, dude, actually, no. Because they were anti-Semitic too.
Yes.
The hell? That's embarrassing, dude. Like, that's so embarrassing.
Yeah. And he's only 40.
Is his wife some kind of person of color too, right?
Yeah. Was that an AI clip of her saying like he's like a sex machine or something? Because I was like, that has to be fake.
Wait, who are we talking about again?
Stephen Miller's wife. She look. If I'm not mistaken, she looks like some kind of person of color. I could look it up.
Yeah.
I thought Stephen Miller's wife was fucking around with Elon Musk.
There was that too, but I think that's ended. I guess. I think that's what happened.
I mean,
aha, Stephen Miller's wife is the first. Oh, she has her own Wikipedia page.
I mean, Elon Musk has San Francisco riz, in that if you're a woman who lives in San Francisco and you've never encountered an attractive
Oh, she's a
man
conservative
before,
Jew. Okay, that makes sense.
I'm not even gonna touch that. Like, if you are a woman in San Francisco and you have never encountered a really attractive man before, you will settle for someone like Stephen Miller or Elon Musk. Like, Stephen Miller or Elon Musk are like California ugly.
Boy, the shit with Elon's dad too. I'm like, of course. I mean, come on now.
Allegedly.
And yet Elon aspires to be just like his dad. It's so, I'm like, you're never gonna get your dad's love, no matter how many baby mamas and kids you have, just like him. It doesn't matter.
I love how you say "and yet," when to me it's like, well, no surprise. Like Elon, like, you know, he hates his dad, but also wants to be him.
Yeah, that's just the weirdest dynamic, I think.
Like, it'll be funny when speaking of that funeral, because Tucker Carlson made his little like people eating hummus joke or whatever. And it's like, I wonder when they start turning on Stephen Miller.
Yes.
Because it's like, dog, like you're not like what a loser. Like you're not offended by that.
Yeah.
Like that's not just an Israeli joke. Like that is an anti-Semitic joke, dude. Like they're talking about you and your wife, dude, who apparently
Can
she
we
might
talk
be.
Sorry, I mean, we're talking about wives, and you know, Donald Trump previously talked about Ted Cruz's wife, and I want to talk about as Brandon Sutton has said, the Gooner Sooner. I want to talk about the superintendent of education in the state of Oklahoma, who
was watching
previously was noted for accidentally playing porn, soft porn, on during a city council meeting.
Oh, it
but
was
also is now
wow, embarrassing.
It was a Jackie Chan film from like the 80s, man. Like, you know, like
he resigned over there.
Listen, considering how
It's
much
Oklahoma.
I know Asian, considering how much Asian men get devalued in the dating market, I'm glad for Jackie Chan for hitting that bag in that movie. So, like, you know, notwithstanding,
Good morning, comrade. You're listening to WHIV-LP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade. This week, we are joined by a very special guest, Danielle Christmas, who is running for City Council in New Orleans. Danielle, welcome to Good
Hi.
Morning Comrade. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. And it's really been trying to get in touch with you for a little while. It's really nice to talk with you and just talk about how things are going, with your campaign. So first off, I guess just sort of, for the folks that are listening, would you mind just introducing yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah. So my name is Danielle Christmas. Of course, running for City Council District E. So people who don't know where that is, that's the Lower Ninth Ward and the New Orleans East. Little fact: the Lower Ninth Ward actually received 93% of water after Katrina, and we have not gotten back since. So the reason I got into this, world was because of my dad. So if you haven't heard my story, my dad was arrested when I was 4 months old, and I was in the backseat of the car, my sister and I, and he was sentenced to 10 years of death row. His trial lasted less than 15 days. His witness was belligerently drunk. They still somehow wrongfully convicted him of murder with no credible evidence. So once he was released back in 2004, he joined what's called the Innocence Project. But once he was released, they offered him a $10 check, so $1 for every year, right? After it was acquitted. So not only was I
Wait, so $10 for every year he was incarcerated?
$1 for every year.
$1 for every year. And how long was he incarcerated for?
10 years.
So $10. Like, here's a crisp $10 bill.
check.
Or check. Okay. Oh my gosh. And,
oh my God, yeah. The NOPD, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
But peak corruption. But yeah, so he was sentenced to that. He got the check. He laughed in their face, of course. He ended up suing them, but he worked with a nonprofit called the Innocence Project. And so when he joined, he brought me along pretty much. So we used to go to these exhibits, these shows. I hear him speak and all that. And at first I was a kid, like, this is so boring. I could care less about this. But but then I got into, because I've always loved politics. But then when I was always a humanitarian, I would say, an activist, not so much a politician. But then when he started talking to me about all of this, and it was just so unjust, but it was normalized, and nobody, and it was almost like was being gaslit, well, you shouldn't feel that way, this is okay, and it happened to everyday people. And I realized I'm not the only one without a parent, because my grandparents raised me, and we all know how the state of Louisiana is. They're founded on grandparents raising their children because they profit off mass incarceration. So my grandparents raised me, and my grandfather went to work every single day, and I saw him go to work every day. But I missed out 10 years with my dad. So when he got out, we went to these exhibits, and when I heard him talking, I'm like, bingo, this is what I'm going to do. So initially I wanted to be a pro bono lawyer and work with the Innocence Project. But as life has it, I felt like I couldn't make a change that way. I had to get in office to change legislation. So that's why I decided to run. And then more stuff fell into play. It was the fact that we looked the same way we looked almost 20 years ago, no change. The city started to deteriorate. I ran on the basis of progressive workers, mothers who've been failed because I've been failed by the system. And I won't keep my intro too long, but I ran.
Please. We have an hour. Let's go ahead. Take your time.
But I ran because in the Lower Ninth Ward in New Orleans East, we've been forgotten about so many times. Each council we've had failed us, literally. And it's a 4 to 8 year span. So we had just corruption after corruption after corruption, and we've been let down. We've had false promises, and it's the same thing, politicians politicking. And I made up that term because you know how politicians talk. They'll wave their hand like this. They'll talk like a certain way. And it's like they took a politician's 101 class. And it's like, at what point are you authentic? Are you realistic? Are you relating to these people? Because you're not. And we were just being so overlooked, and to the point where I had enough. I had enough because I had enough of the mom on the side of the street being failed. She had to walk in the street because there's no sidewalk. It's overgrown by black property, and then they're not holding these landholders accountable. How many code enforcement are you going to throw at them until they give their property back to the city? So she had to now, and I saw this every single day. This woman had walked with her son, and shout out to the woman who I was stalking, but I saw her every day. So she walked in the street with her son every morning, like 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. And we all know around a certain time it gets dark at that time, right? With daylight savings hit. So this woman used to walk, and she still does to this day. She walks on the road because there's no sidewalk, and then the street where she walks is on Fats Domino, and the light didn't work for 2 years. So now we have an abundance of issues, right, happening at one time, right? If we unpack it, that's a black property. Someone's holding a city accountable for that black property or that homeowner, right? We have a street light that doesn't work. she runs the risk of being hit by a car taking her son to school. And then let's also throw this in here. We all know the Lower Ninth Ward, if you're not familiar with it, the Lower Ninth Ward doesn't have a school. They only have one school, an elementary school. So now this woman has to walk her child to the bus stop where there's a black property, no sidewalks, no street lights, and then cars, because she can run the risk of being hit by a car. But she's doing it tirelessly because she's tired. But she still wakes up to take her son to the bus stop. And then now I have to get my son to this bus stop and go out of my district because you don't prioritize children in this district. And now there's no school here for my child to go to. And I don't want to put them in a school that's in my district because there's a low enrollment rate. Low enrollment rate means no resources, right? So do you guys see how it's a domino effect?
It's a spiral. It's a way so that, you know, once things become, you know, once that it's essentially an economic system that is designed to fail the people that live there.
And exactly what it is.
And it really, because of, I mean, I was a school teacher in Jefferson Parish for 8 years, and one of the things that we kept, you know, seeing over and over again is that schools in, you know, poorer areas ended up, you know, having less resources, and because they're funded by local property taxes, and then we're also these advanced studies academies, and it's obviously different in Orleans because it's all charter schools. It's different in Orleans because it's all charter schools, and you know, there's just kids going all over the city just to go to school. It's wild. Did we lose you, Danielle? Oh boy. No, we lost her. She'll be right back. We'll be right back with Good Morning Comrade.
Can you hear me?
All right.
Sorry,
Yes,
my
I
sister
can.
called
You're
me
up.
like in the middle of it, so like it froze everything.
All right, we are back, and we have Danielle, and I was just talking a little bit about, like, yeah, well, I was a teacher in Jefferson Parish for a number of years. I'm from St. Bernard Parish originally, and you know, just sort of seeing, especially in the Ninth Ward, I mean, it's been the victim of, not just that sort of lack of resources, but also, you know, the people that have lived there for multiple generations have had this sort of like onslaught of, look, these people aren't the villains of the world or anything like that, but there's an onslaught of gentrification that's taking place. That it's a forces issue, not a people issue. And essentially a lot of the people that have lived in, you know, parts of the Ninth Ward, and it's not just there, but that's just the district that you represent, are being forced out of their neighborhoods and their homes and made to live outside of the city, which is also another huge problem.
I love that you brought that up because it's a huge issue. I believe it was 20 to 40,000 people left, and it's renters, by the way. These are not homeowners. Some are homeowners, but most of these are renters who don't also get acknowledged for some strange reason. But between 20,000 to 40,000 people have now left New Orleans since 2024. So that's a huge issue. So I'm happy you brought that up because it's unaffordable. There's no resources for them, and we don't get catered to. So I'm happy that you brought that up, and congrats and kudos to you for being an educator because that is a hard job to do. You know. That's real hard. It is, like, goodness gracious.
Yeah, I had to leave it though. Unfortunately, it was too hard for too long.
Yeah, see, I don't have the heart to do it. I'd rather be in legislation, but I don't have the heart because then, you know, and here's some more issues. Teachers get, one, you don't get resources like you're supposed to. You don't get paid how you're supposed to. I honestly think if I was ever be president, which I doubt, but definitely running for governor sometime in the future. But I definitely think we need to raise that wage up to at least $200K a year, to be honest, for teachers. Because we teach the doctors, we teach the lawyers, we teach everybody. You wouldn't be anywhere without a teacher. It's how this is your fundamental. We're building your foundation of who you are. And granted, you know, you have some bad experiences with some teachers, but most of the time, educators are there for a reason, you know, and treat them with respect and pay them a livable wage in a safe working environment, you know.
And let me tell you something too. When you mentioned that there's like some teachers may have some issues or whatever, but really, like, that is something that is like way overemphasized in the like, especially the education reform circles that have just like, they want to just replace teachers, they want to attack teachers unions, and they want to make sure that, you know, essentially, you know, the public goods that we all, you know, pay for with our tax money essentially goes away. and gets replaced by like in New Orleans, it's all charter schools now. It's all private, and it's not a system that is designed for. I mean, like you mentioned that there's only one school in the 9th Ward. Part of the reason they can do that is because they don't have neighborhood schools anymore. There's only one public school in the entire city, which is Leah Chase School, which just reopened up a year or two ago.
Well, no, we have one more. So my daughter, she actually attends a public school. She doesn't
what
attend a
school
charter.
that?
So she goes to New Harmony.
Oh, I didn't know that was a public school too. Okay, cool.
And I purposely did that on purpose. And nothing against charters, but I purposely did that because they're so overlooked and underfunded. You know, you can find gyms in public schools. There's a bunch of gyms. I was a part of a public school system. So people have this rhetoric behind it, and it's not real. It's not realistic, but that's what they do to keep products or keep the system and the resources for people away from people, pretty much.
Yeah. And that's just one of the things. So let's talk a little bit about I did want to talk about one more thing, because you are seeing as well, because I've done canvassing in the 9th Ward for various, for or and against various things, certain developments that need to be stopped or certain things, people for office or whatever that would have been good. And one of the things that I did notice when we were knocking doors out there was just the absolute and maybe it's not the same as it was then and as it is now, but there was just so many homes that were not people who, people didn't live there. It was Airbnbs and a lot of just sort of like short-term rentals. Do you want to talk about that a little bit as well? Because that seems to be a huge issue.
That is a huge issue. So the lower 9, the 9th Ward is worse because it's more gentrified. I'm not saying that, STRs are more gentrified areas, but that areas heavily have a lot of STRs, which are short-term rentals, Airbnbs. That has a lot. That has not changed. Actually, that has amped up, to be honest. We have one Airbnb in the lower 9th Ward. I think that's all you're going to get is one for right now, because all the black properties and economic development, and we don't look as good as the other districts. But that is a huge issue. So I actually spoke about this with Bob actually in Jackson on a podcast about STRs, because there's no plan right now. And honestly, I don't know how to really go about it without affecting everybody else. So until we get an effective and solid plan. To smack my sister because she keeps calling me. But I called her. I was like, don't call me again. But no, I was so STRs. Honestly, I was just thinking of doing a blanket ban, because there's no way for us to regulate it just yet, to be honest, because I'm all for STRs. Jesus. Oh my goodness. I am so popular today. I don't know what's going on. I don't get this many phone calls. I'm so sorry. But so I didn't know how to regulate it, because some people do. It's a source of income from other people. Before it got popular, Airbnbs was to help, income. It was a supplemental income at one point, and now it became commercialized, profit, and it's lost its true culture behind it. It was for people to get away from the hotel market because it was price gouging, and now it's doing the exact same thing. But it's used for people who can't live in New Orleans and who can't afford their rent and other, necessities. So I was all for it, but there's no regulating it in an effective way. So until we're able to, regulate effectively, I would do a blanket ban, to be honest.
Which yeah, and it became something that not only had an effect on the sort of tourism or whatever of the city, which is less important, I think, than it really just sort of like sucked up a lot of housing units and had them essentially like taken up and replaced with these Airbnbs. So essentially, instead of, because it's more profitable, instead of renting to people who actually live here, they're renting it like it's a hotel or whatever, and making tons of money while, but finding this loophole of oh, it's an app, so it's a short-term rental. It's different than it is if you were like to actually be running. You're basically escaping a lot of taxes, and you're escaping a lot of other issues that would go along with it. I'm not a lawyer or anything like that, but it just seems like they're doing just like the legal workaround on that. You know what I'm saying?
That's why they have an issue right now with the city. But yeah, it's just, and it takes away from the culture too, because now there's a property that could go to a family who needs it, actually needs it. But now because you're so, involved with profit over people, and you're buying up this low income house right here, and now you're going to rent it out as an Airbnb, and it just drives down the market value also, because we know whenever there's an Airbnb, a lot of tourists stay there. And then some, and it's not always the case with the crime, the lot, and the parties and all of that, but most of the time it's parties, and their neighborhood does not want that. There's one down the street from me. That's the only one that they have down the street from me. And I mean, there's a party every weekend. Someone was shot there. It was closed down for a little bit. Yeah, they were killed. It was closed down for a little bit. And I was sure it was going to be shut down like for good. It wasn't. It opened back up like in a month. Right. So that's a huge issue with that. And there's a stigma around it also, but it doesn't bring community together, to be honest.
Yeah.
And we love tourists, don't get me wrong. Not all tourists are bad, but it doesn't add any value to the, the community, and it drives down your property value, because we all know, one, we're in an insurance crisis as it is in the state of Louisiana, and it's unaffordable. Everything is unaffordable, right?
Yeah.
So when you drop down my property value, what increases? My insurance, my mortgage, my homeowner's insurance, my rental insurance, my car insurance, all of that's unaffordable now. So we're not thinking about that, because it's a revolving door, So we're so involved in capitalism, profit over people. You're not taking into account of the actual people. Now, granted, if this was musicians who come here to play, I'm all for it. Families that come for a little bit, I'm all for it. But it's for profit. It's driven by profit over people companies, and it's not for us. It's not for the culture. And it doesn't do anything for us. Again, I'm all for supplemental income, but we haven't found a way to regulate it yet. So once we find a way to regulate it, I'm all for it. But until then, and people may not agree with me, I would do a blanket ban until we figure it out.
Yeah, and let's just use that as an opportunity to look over at your platform. I'm taking a look over here on your website, Danielle for districte.com. Oh, let's pause for station ID real quick before we do that. This is Good Morning Comrade, WHIVLP, New Orleans 102.3. Jeff here on the show, joined by Danielle Christmas. Danielle is running for District E City Council in New Orleans.
Yes.
And so let's just get started. You have a component in your platform for regulating energy. Let's talk about that.
Oh, I love this topic. Let's talk about this. Okay, one, energy will not like me. I cannot stand energy. I had a
But they're one of the best cartoon villains in the entire city of New Orleans. It's incredible how goofy and maniacal. You can just sort of see the CEO just practicing his evil laugh or something like that.
Oh my goodness. So I'm so leftist, man. It's so funny. There's a Make Energy Pay campaign with DSA. So you got the little stickers, right? So the stickers have F energy on it. I am sorry for people who are listening. So I had one on my bumper sticker. I had it on there all day. And I would see people staring at me. I'm like, why are y'all staring at me? And then I realized, I got that sticker on the back. I was like, I'm going to keep it. I ain't taking nothing off. And I drove it to my job with it. I was like, I know what you want me to do. I'm not removing it. So, but this topic, I love talking about it because, one, I hate energy. Because they are a for-profit company, and they're the only utility company. Now, most people don't know this, but the New Orleans City Council and the mayor's office is a home charter, right? So what that means is they have the right to regulate, and they own this utility company, right? So they have the right to regulate, and there's no other city in the state of Louisiana that can do that, but we can, but we choose not to. And granted, we have control over them, and we don't regulate them because they're in the back pockets of this company. Energy made $16.2 billion last year. 16.2. This is only Orleans residents alone. It's not Energy Arkansas, Louisiana. This is Orleans, right?
Just the city of New Orleans, because energy is throughout the state of Louisiana and other states, like you just mentioned. But just in the city of New Orleans, they make how much money?
$16.2 billion.
Ay.
Right now, this is not on top of receiving grants from the state of Louisiana. First of all, billionaires should not exist. First of all, That's one thing. But secondly, government officials should not be giving over grants to a $1 billion company. Makes no sense, right? That's an issue right there. But then you have people that is in Congress, House Reps, state, locally. They're taking money from this utility company. So when you take money from a utility company, the lines tends to get blurred on who you're actually representing. You say you're representing me, but you're not. You're representing this company. And when we want regulation, you think you're going to get it with these politicians? No, because energy is paying them, right? There's actual sitting candidates right now as we speak, running and sitting, who have taken money from energy and said they have not. But then if you look at their financial records, they have. I won't say names because you can go look it up. You can find it yourself. But they've done that. So honestly, it's a for-profit company. So when we do that, it hurts us. So what I'm proposing is making it municipal. So meaning technically it's already municipal, but we need to make it even more that way because they're not regulating them. And once we start to regulate them, we can get somewhere, and we audit them as well. Because we all know, well, I didn't know this at one point. I learned it, down my journey through this running my campaign. But technically, right? So technically, people across the United States, pay at least 3% for the utility bills. You want to guess how much we pay?
Oh gosh, 10%.
20%.
Okay, wow, I was way up.
23% actually. So
a quarter of your income essentially goes to
exactly.
And its service. I'm sorry, but I don't mean to interrupt you, but energy service sucks. You'll have.
Man. Can I curse on here? I'm sorry. I'm not cursing. It sucks ass.
But yeah, well, I'm gonna have to bleep that, unfortunately. But yeah, it's terrible because you're sitting around in the city just a random regular day. It's not even hot outside. It's not even whatever, and you just have a blackout. Just one of those sort of situations where you have no real reason for it, and if it happened, every once in a while, whatever, that sucks,
right.
but whatever. But when it's happening constantly over and over again,
yes,
there's an issue, and they're just
right.
guaranteed to make as much money as they want anytime they want. They get funded from the city for any kind of maintenance or growth projects that they do. That ends up being either a money pit or these natural gas plants that don't support they don't come through when you need them. So it's just this. They have all of the preferential treatment you could possibly imagine in the world, and they don't even do the basics of what they offered to do.
Not at all. And then they'll say last year they said it was a balloon, it was the trees. I'm like, come on.
Yeah, a balloon took out their entire energy grid. I forgot about that.
Took the whole grid out. It's like, come on now. And at some point we have to hold, and I laugh, but I'm annoyed because we don't hold these people
accountable. What else are you gonna do? You gotta laugh a little bit.
You gotta laugh at it because we're so numb to it. And that's the problem. We're numb. We shouldn't be numb. But that's what makes me so upset because we joke and we laugh it off. But what other choice do I got? I don't have no other option. You don't bring in competition, and you're not making it municipal. So what am I to do about it? But what really grinds my gears, what grinds my gears, honestly, is that they're in the pockets of energy, and we will never get change. And then not only that, this is my rant, sorry.
Go for it. Ran away.
Thank you. They sold
why you're here. That's why I wanted to talk to you. I love the rants.
Thank you. But they sold the natural gas parts to Delta, right? And that's because they didn't want to be responsible. So at one point, Bob and I actually talked about this too. So they had there was an initiative. They had to go to zero emissions, right, by a certain time. But since now I've sold my natural gas parts, I don't have to. I'm not responsible for it, so I can continue to have this, this dirty
exemption.
Energy. Yeah, exactly. So now, and then I also want people, if anyone's listening, which they are, but I also want people to recognize, don't get blinded by the circus of a race that we call right now this election, because the same city council people that are sitting and running for mayor all agreed to sell their natural gas parts to Delta overnight and didn't include us at all. So when and it's not throwing shade to anybody, but when you vote strategically, because the reason your light bill is going up and it's more now is because that person running for mayor said, yes, let's do this. They can afford more bills on top of what they're already getting, and if not, and then energy shuts your power off in the middle of the heat. They don't care. When it's freezing cold, they don't care. And it's like, who's regulating these people? But when you sit down and think about it, my government is. My government is allowing me to live in poverty. They're allowing me to be unhoused. They're allowing me to not be able to afford anything, And now, when you sit down and think of it like that, it's like, no, it's not me. I'm not making myself in poverty. I'm not, because you don't want to, on the federal level, you don't want to pay me a livable wage, right? On the local level, you're not regulating these companies, these for-profit companies, when you know this place is unaffordable. Right. So when you think about poverty, don't think about people. When you see unhoused people, and I call them unhoused neighbors, I don't say homeless, because you don't. I live in a house. I'm not housed. I have a person. You know. So our neighbors who don't have homes, that's not their fault. It's unaffordable.
Yeah. The cost of living. Yeah. The cost of living. They're essentially casualties of the cost of living crisis.
Yeah, because it goes hand in hand. Again, we have energy, we have the groceries prices that are now going up because of tariffs. So now and then, the minimum wage is still $7.25 since 2017.
Hasn't gone up. Hasn't gone up since
but
what? 2008 or 2005.
I think it's 2017.
Okay. It's been a long time.
Yeah, long time. So when you, and that's, oh my gosh, I don't go my rant. But when you think about that, it's like y'all are setting me up. Like y'all are legit setting me up. There's no way this is okay. But because we allow it, it happens. And then another thing goes down to education, because city council, city government, state government, national government, they make it hard to get access to this information. They make it so hard to get access to this, and then we don't know how to vote. So I'm happy that we have these small groups like what you're doing, these nonprofits like Vote, DSA, Jane's Place, Renters' Rights. All of these people, they're on their platforms, they're sharing and even making posters in yard signs on how to vote, because we didn't know. And then they do it strategically with these amendments. They make it hard to understand. And so you're not aware of how to vote, you know? So I'm happy that we have these platforms like you have right now to explain to voters on why you should vote strategically. Because if not, energy will continue to be energy. In 10 years, they're going to change their name and be somebody else, but it's still energy. You know, politicians are going to be politicians, still taking money from them. And we can't get change if we regulate these things and make it municipal, but we cannot get change if we continue to vote the same way. You hear me say this all the time. You have to dismantle the political machine, because if not, it's going to run the exact same. If you're wondering why, you know, New Orleans looked the same way it looked 8 years ago, that's because we're voting the same people in. Same policies, same, because politicians are looking to climb the social ladder, the political ladder. They're not looking to, you know, grow anything. And let's just be honest here. And when we talk about politicians, we say, oh, it's just politics. It should not be politics. It should be transparency and help govern people. That's why you got in office, was to govern and to help, you know. Remember why you got in office. But because we've been so let down and we've been so numb to this, we've given up. So it's time that we just take our city back, you know, and stop allowing these people in. You let people in who's a parent, who's a single mother, who knows what it's like to have to afford childcare because you got to go to work. Because guess what? It's not free. And then I have a 4-year-old or I have a 3-year-old who I now have to, on top of paying for an affordable rent, I now have to, there's no universal pre-K here. So now I have to go find childcare, right, to pay for this because it's so unaffordable. And you guys don't offer me, you know, universal pre-K. So now I have to work 10 times as hard to pay for this childcare. And now I have to pay my energy bill, pay my food, run the risk of getting hit about a black property because I can't see and I'm just inching out. I have a pothole here and I have to swerve and go in this other lane. We have cyclists who are being killed almost every day, every week, because they're failing us with infrastructure. Education system with the school to prison and pipeline system. They don't prioritize education. They don't prioritize parents. They don't prioritize children. They don't prioritize anybody but themselves. So if we just continue to vote the same way, it won't change, you know. But yeah, so just honestly regulate energy, get rid of them, make them municipal. Put all utilities in one company. Sewage and Water Board needs to go under municipal, which it technically is, but it needs to go with energy and Sewage and Water Board. Make them as one utility bill,
And that's payable to the city, so it's not for profit, and so that people can. It's actually for the people and not for the profits.
Exactly, and I love that you said that. It's for people before profit. People before profit. And once you start to think that in that manner, because everybody deserves to right for a livable wage, a safe environment, and equality of life. Everybody deserves that. And for when you take someone's rights away, their basic rights away, that's a problem. Because you're causing me to be this way. And I keep saying this, poverty is a result of government, not people. You know, so we have to vote differently if we want change in our city. It's possible. Baltimore did it. You know, it's so possible. We just have to vote differently, you know.
Yeah. You listen to Good Morning Comrade. This is WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. We're talking with Danielle Christmas, who is running for City Council, District E. And just wanted to kind of move on our discussion to her economic development plan. So tell me a little bit about it. What are your plans for moving forward with economic development in a way that is just and for the people again?
Yeah, so I love the topic too, because economic development, there's so many options for economic development. And when it comes to the lower ninth ward, there's so many black properties, so many, and the New Orleans East as well. So I'm looking to bring outside people in, to be honest. I'm outside and home people. So when I say outside people, outside developers, none who are in the back pockets of these council members, because let's talk about that also. Because when you look at the root of economic development and why it has not happened, we're looking at the root of corruption. So if it hasn't happened yet, then it's sometimes in the back pockets of the developers. So we look at Bayou Phoenix, right? Are you familiar with Bayou Phoenix?
For the benefit of our audience, please explain.
So Bayou Phoenix is supposed to be a proposed building. What are they doing? Like a mall or something like that. They're doing something. It's like an economic development, but it's a proposed project that Council Member Oliver Thomas is doing. Bayou Phoenix. It doesn't propose any economic development to the children, to our people. It doesn't. I didn't feel like it would help us. But the developer, he knows. It hasn't happened yet. Money. But he knows the developer. But granted, he's been in office for 4 years. Nothing has moved on this. Right? Same thing with my former councilwoman, Cindy Wynn, with the Lincoln Beach. That was started years ago. Nothing has moved since then. But when we talk about economic development, we have to look at and vet these people, because we need to vet them. Are you in a relationship to this person? If you have a relationship with this person, you cannot build this, because now it's an underhanded deal. Let's go to Jeff Landry and that $16.2 million project they had did for the encampment suite, right? Only good for 2 months. But the person who had built that encampment, and I call it a concentration camp, that's what it is, who built that encampment, they donated to his campaign.
Sure.
And he knows them.
You donate. It's like old time corruption. You donate to the campaign and you get the contract.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what happened. Developer got money pocketed to him, millions of dollars. He had an encampment for 2 months for Super Bowl. That was it. But you see how that worked? It's always a backhanded
locking
deal.
up poor people for being poor too.
We're going to talk about that too. You cannot criminalize people for unaffordability, but
in a place that is so like incredibly intentionally unaffordable.
And I love that you said this, intentionally unaffordable. I love that you said that, because it is. But yeah, so he got money out of that deal, and they're doing the same thing in the city council. There was a close friend of mine told me about this. There was a proposed development that was supposed to happen in the East. It did not happen. And it had a bunch of stuff. It had economic development for the children. It had classes. It was going to give vouchers to small businesses. It was going to work trading and teaching them skills, and it didn't happen. Did not happen. But guess who bought the building? Goodwill. Goodwill.
Goodwill.
So Goodwill purchased the building.
So it could be shops now.
Exactly. So, and then there was so many, and it was going to be a huge project. It was going to bring, economic growth and money to the community, jobs, and it was just going to make it so beautiful. And it was going to take up a bunch of acres. So the black properties next to Goodwill would have had economic development, small businesses and things like that, right? But they said no. Instead, they gave it to Goodwill. I don't know why, but that's a prime example of poverty is an option. Economic development is an option, because if that's not an issue. Economic development is not an issue in the place you want it to be. So why did you overlook the East to put that there, right? Because you don't care. There are so many black properties there, down here, and in the East. But my plan is to work with small businesses. So to get down to the nitty gritty, we have a $1.8 billion budget, right? So each city council member gets an amount of money that they can give to a small business. So I plan on creating a task force and creating a money that goes towards small businesses. I'm going to allow you to open up a small business, but you're going to get an incentive. But what I want you to do is, it's going to be trades involved with the schools. Allow these students to get in here and see what they like, economic development, financial literacy, teaching them something, trading. If it's a grass cutting company, you have a grass cutting company now. Even if it's mobile or it's a shop, you now have a business. But now you need to work with these students and teach them economic development, growth, financial literacy, right?
Skills.
Teaching them skills, exactly. Trading skills. So trades. So that was my plan to do that, because there's a food desert right now here in the lower 9. So there's no grocery store. There's one that just opened. Exactly.
You need to either go to Mid City or Chalmette if you want to go get go to the grocery store, or Arby, really.
Bingo. So you now have to go to Chalmette to shop at Walmart. Why is there not any here? Why? So now I have to go down here because you don't prioritize me. So what I plan on doing is creating small mom and pop shops, grocery stores. Because again, this goes back into the community. We're recycling money back in. If I have a child who's at the, and this also goes back to youth programs as well, because we all know children's mind isn't developed until they're 25, right? That frontal lobe isn't developed yet. And crime usually takes place between the age of 12 and 19. That's the bulk of the crime. So if we want to get kids off of the streets and stop them before they stray off the path, give them something to do, right? So if we're going to teach you hard work, financial literacy, trades, stuff like that, see what you like, right? So creating incentives for these small businesses and say, hey, you need to work with the schools and get kids involved. But if you don't want to work with the schools, allow a child to get a job, a 16-year-old or higher, right? Let them get a job. Now they're working.
It's important as well. I don't mean to interrupt you, but like jobs that like jobs that also like obviously like no disrespect to people that work in fast food or grocery stores or whatever, like those jobs be paid more. However, I think there is space in here also for opportunity for kids to learn how to be an electrician, how to be a plumber, how to be a carpenter, like and that's really a space where those are highly dense union jobs that have really good pay and good retirement, good benefits, and the things that would actually make life better for folks. And having a pipeline from these communities and these schools into these sort of like those aren't the only jobs obviously that are really good, but those are ones that are sort of traditionally traditionally like the trades and the skills that we're discussing here. Is that something that would really benefit a community?
I love that you said that because that is exactly what my platform is. That is exactly what it is. Trades, skills, working with businesses, working with schools, because everybody can't go to college. And I hate this rhetoric that we've now fallen to believe everybody has to go to college. Because at one point, college was free, right? College was free. So now, sure, I'll go if it's free. But college is not for everybody. So not to go off on my rant, because I'm going to get back to economic development in a second. But when I was in high school, I had this teacher. He was a great guy. He was a white dude, by the way. Like, shout out to this white dude who was teaching this black kid a bunch of eye-opening stuff. Like, this man gave me, and I was already well aware, but this man gave me a book on the background of how policing was started, right? He gave me Malcolm X books. He gave me so much stuff that I had not known, because there is a system in our school that they whitewash history. And this white teacher in my predominantly black school give me a book. He said, I believe in you. I trust you. Read this. And from that moment on, I was like, I always knew, but that moment on, I was like, he will ever hold a place in my heart. I do not remember his name, but he will hold a place in my heart, because teachers do touch people. And he touched me so well that it sticks with me. And I had learned something that I didn't know. Black history didn't teach me this. This white dude taught me this, right? And when he was my homeroom teacher, he wasn't even my teacher. He was my homeroom teacher, so I didn't have to take any class from him. But it just shows you in that short amount of time what we had talked about, and it was like 15 minutes before class started. It was deep enough to give me this book and teach me this stuff, right? And I love that. Huh?
Let me ask you, what school did you go to?
Warren Easton.
Oh my goodness.
What?
No, I'm just messing around. I went to I'm just kidding. I went to Chalmette High, so
yawn.
Y'all always had a really great band. Y'all had a really great football team. I have a lot of respect for Warren Easton.
See, now I like you again. Now,
and one of the guys I used to work with, actually, back in the restaurants, he was like, even though he was like in his 20s or something, he was still wearing his Warren Easton stuff.
Listen, man, I'm telling, I found my Warren
People
Easton
have their
jersey.
pride.
Bro, I found my Warren Easton jersey in my closet. I was like, bet, I'm wearing this. Mine just like, it's I couldn't fit it. I was like, I'm gonna wear this. But it was that teacher who just like, he taught me that, and if we give these kids an opportunity to meet someone that teaches them that, they can stray off a path. Because at one point I was going to go to jail at one point, because my dad wasn't around, and then my grandparents, they did what they could, but I always felt as if I was missing something, and teachers helped me, ground me, my aunt ground me, my grandmother ground me as well. But it wasn't until I became a teenager, when I started forming my own brain, I learned who I was, and it was because of that teacher. Right? So if we give these children the opportunity to meet somebody like that, no telling what they can do. And they can get off the path, to crime. Because there's nothing for them to do. And this goes back to my economic development. Give them something to do. And it don't always have to work, but it teaches you a trade, because college is not for everybody. And the quote I was saying was, I told him, I said, because we're talking about standardized testing. I'm not for standardized testing. I'm sorry. Because it doesn't, it's not for everybody. You know, people don't test well. So if you, and I use this quote often, if you test an elephant on how well he can climb a tree, what is he going to
Yeah,
get?
it's not gonna do so good.
He's going to fail. But if you test a tiger on how well they climb a tree, they're going to ace it. That's because we thrive in different areas. Everybody's different. So I'm making them a number. So when we start looking at kids, it's not a number instead, because what they look at them as, there's a reason why more juvenile detention centers are being built, more prisons are being built than schools, programming, and funding, because they're prioritizing jail. You know, they're prioritizing that because they think that that's what we're gonna do. If you look at what Jeff Landry said, I don't know if you heard it back in March. Remember that vote for on, vote no on all four? He was caught on mic saying, "Wow, there's he's not expecting a lot of voter turnout," and guess what happened?
He relies on that.
A huge voter turnout, right? But they're expecting us to fail, and that's no different with the children in economic development. So it goes hand in hand. All of this goes hand in hand. It's a revolving door. You know, teaching them trade, teaching them skills, small businesses, allowing them to learn financial literacy, entrepreneurship, how to manage money. It goes hand in hand. And again, it's money back into the community, because now it's recycling effect. Now I'm giving you money, I'm paying you, but you're spending it back in my store, right? And the people who live here are going to come to this store. It's
The
a
virtuous cycle as opposed to the vicious cycle that you mentioned earlier.
I love that. You should be a politician. I love it. But but that's exactly what it is. And it's a recycling effect. Money goes back into the community, and it creates a quality of life. Because now I have these businesses sitting here instead of blight properties. And again, we offer, what is it, a landscaping company? What are they going to do? Cut the blight properties. See what I'm saying? So what I say is hire city workers. I mean, everyday people, and make them city workers. All of this is possible. I promise you, it's all possible. We just have to pick the right people to do it, you know? So, yeah.
And again, city workers, that's I believe union work now too, because I'm not exactly sure the status of the contract with the city workers. That's been approved now, right?
I have no clue. So I haven't been watching that. I've been watching the nurses strike, to be honest. I've been watching that.
Oh, the nurses, yeah, they're really cool.
Yeah, I've been watching more so that. The city workers, I haven't heard too much rumble around that, to be honest. And it's probably on purpose, to be honest. But I haven't heard too much, rumble with that. But I'll definitely look into it.
Yeah, they were fighting for it for years. I know there was proposals. I wasn't exactly sure whether or not they had actually agreed to the contract and voted on it yet. But yeah, it's really really important, obviously, that those folks have their agreement with the city in stone and in black and white, because without a contract, it doesn't mean very much.
So sorry. Everybody's going on Do Not Disturb. Everybody's on Do Not Disturb.
Oh, we are joined. You're listening to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. We are joined by the extremely popular today, Danielle Christmas, who is running for.
Nobody cares about me. I don't know why they don't care about me today.
Danielle is running for City Council in New Orleans, District E. I did want to circle forward to I guess the quality of life is obviously sort of the filling potholes, get the streetlights working. We talked about that already. But I really do want to talk about who has shown support for the campaign, who's lined up behind you, who have you been working with, and how is that sort of going?
Yeah, I love this topic. So I had got involved through Run for Something, like I mentioned earlier, and Run for Something put me in touch with Bob Morrell, who had ran for District A years
Guest
ago.
on our show 2 weeks ago.
Love him. He's like my brother from another mother. But I got in touch with Bob, and when I talked to Bob, he kind of clarified a lot of stuff for me, because I didn't know what the heck I was doing. I'm like, I'm going to run for office. All I know is I'm going to run. I don't know how, but I'm going to do it. Right. So Bob set me down. We had a Zoom call. He was like, this is how you do it. Let me know if you need help with anything. And I mean, this dude, I would text him something, and he'd be like, within 2 minutes, to the point, like, you're overwhelming me. I'm going to respond back in like a day. Because he was so quick with it. And I was like, oh my
Need to cool off a little bit. Let's calm down.
Right. And I was like, I'm overstimulated. I can't respond to you. But he was just so quick with it because he had, I mean, he ran his numbers himself. He did everything himself, and it motivated me. But he was my biggest supporter, and he said, "Hey, come to DSA, right?" I'm like, mind you, before Bob, I had no clue what DSA was. So when I got to DSA meeting, they say, "Well, Danielle's a new member," or da da da. And when I walked in, man, it was a bunch of white people. I didn't see no black people. I was like, who the heck? How you gonna invite me here? I don't see none of my people here. How you gonna invite me here? So, but when we sat down, and I got rid of my ignorance also, because you think you can't really, we can be cool, we can be friends, but you can never really understand me, right? Because of our different walks of life and what you go through and what I go through, because there is a such thing as white privilege. But when we sat down and we talked about universal health care, reproductive rights, universal transit, universal education, the right to do whatever we want, and it's centered around for the people, right? And I had so much in common with them, and I love them ever since then. And I have now made forever friendships. Gabby Barrow, she's one of my biggest supporters. She ran for school board.
Love Gabby.
Yes, I love her so much. I don't know I can love such a small person, but I do.
A lot of love in that little lady, right?
It is so much love, and she called herself my campaign doula, right? So I call her So I call her my pro bono campaign doula because she's been amazing. Lauren Jewett, amazing.
Our old pal Lauren Jewett.
Yes, have you met Lauren? I love her.
I've known Lauren for years. She's been the guest on the show like 5 times.
I see. She is like, I love her so much because she taught me so much. She was been my biggest supporters. Jack from DSA, he's running Pastor Mann's campaign. I've met Devin Davis. He ran for Congress last year. He's over the voters Organized to Educate. He's one of the organizers. Well, have you heard of Vote?
Oh yeah, I'm very familiar.
Right. So you know who they are. Pretty much, they work with formerly incarcerated, and they help get them information and get them in office. And on the basis of just what my dad went through, I love Devin for that. But I met Nziki. I love her to death. Who else? It was so many people. I mean, so many people. And to this day, I ran this race, and I didn't know what to expect. And I found out, and I posted this, and I have no problem saying this again. Democrats tend to hide behind the party affiliation that they're for you, and they're not. Right? So they are just as stuck up as Republicans sometimes because they don't want change. They don't want change. They're not telling me, they're not saying, drag queens shut up at school. Republicans are, but they're to the point to where some rights are restricted and they don't want progressive change.
Yeah. And they'll also, like, very often when I'm sorry, like, I don't mean, like, I'm just agreeing with you here basically, but I would just put a little kind of a fine point on that. One of the things that keeps happening is, like, every time they lose an election because they don't stand for anything or anybody or anything like that, when they lose an election, it's like, you know what the problem is? We're trying to represent the people too much. We're trying too hard to actually bring forward things like Medicare for all, or people are complaining too loudly that, like, people are getting, like, brutalized by police or whatever. And that's the problem, not the fact that we don't offer anything up to anybody. It's ridiculous. And it's just this sort of, like, never ending, like, the answer to all of their questions is we're just not terrible enough.
Exactly. I'm the lesser evil of the two, pretty much.
Yeah.
And this is what it is, and this is why I said Democrats are different from democratic socialists. Socialists are more of the leftists, and when we hear this term leftist, people have made this what it's something it's not. But all this means is we're for progressive change. That is it. We're for universal healthcare, universal transit. We're for reproductive rights. We're for affordable housing, clean energy. We're for all of this. We're for the right to love anybody you want to love, right? We're for all of that.
For people over profit, people over hate.
Exactly. We one unified, right? And I said this before, if we're not all free, then none of us are free. Right? And that goes with anything. So Democrats, like I said, hide behind the party affiliation, and they say they're for you when they're not for you, right? So we have to get from behind that and vote progressive people in, And I had this woman, bless her heart, I was at the OPDEC endorsement. She was so sweet. And I'm not going to keep using race. I don't want to use race. But it just shocked me because this older white lady, and she was like, F them, you got this, right? And I didn't say the curse word, but she was like, F them, you got this. She was like, because the Democratic Party has decided who they wanted, right? And I'm being
Mhm.
completely candid. They want Jason Hughes in there. That's the reason why he's gotten all these endorsements. If you look at it, he's got major Democratic endorsements because they want him in office. They don't want progressive change. I'm not saying Jason won't be progressive because he has a good track record, but he's taking money from energy. So whenever we have a council member taking money from a utility company, I tend to rethink who you are, and
The
I can't
side eye,
trust you.
yeah.
Exactly, I can't trust you. So the Democratic Party want that particular candidate, and I've gotten so much support from people who are in the Democratic Party. A lot of people, a lot of older people too, and I was shocked about it with a lot of older people because sometimes older people don't want change, but they do. They want progressive change because they know the state that we're in. So I've gotten support from so many people who I would have never thought I've gotten support from, and it's just so humbling and it's amazing. I've gotten support from young people, older people, people who different walks of life than I have. And it has just been amazing. Run for something, lead locally, step up, vote, DSA, all these people in this realm. And I've gotten support from everyday residents, a lot of people in this realm. And I love it so much because it's a humbling effect because we all want the same thing at the end of the day. And I love that, so I got a lot of support. Mind you, I may not be who you want, what the Democratic Party wants. But I've gotten compliments to keep going. Because I've been told, don't worry about endorsements. Don't worry about it. If you don't get it,
Yeah.
you don't get it. But you just keep going.
I will put it like this in a certain way too. Like if somebody, and this might sound a little bit rude, but I don't know, if the Democratic establishment doesn't want somebody to be in office or whatever, that's a plus.
Right?
Like,
Because they didn't want Madani in office. They didn't want Madani in office.
Yeah.
So,
In New
and
York,
I
yeah.
love being underdogs. I love being underdog because I'm not who you want me to be. I've never been who anybody wanted me to be. I'm going to be authentically myself. And I've always been for basic human rights because I've always been for rights for, African Americans. Any religion, you be whatever religion you want to be. It does not matter. I've been rights for the LGBTQ plus community. Love who you want to love. Practice what you want to do. Because last time, like I said before, drag queens not shooting up schools, right? They're not doing
That's not anything to anybody. They're reading the children in libraries or something like that. Like they're not hurting nobody.
They ain't hurt nobody. They ain't hurt nobody. You banning these books teaching what the actual history of the United States was because you don't want the history being shown, right? I'm not going to go on my tangent, but it's stuff like that where I've always been who I've been authentically, and I've challenged. I said this on another forum. Like I was in fifth grade, and my history teacher was like, "Man discovered the world." I said, "Who's man?" I said, "Women did too, right?" He was like, "Human," right? He said, "Human, Danielle, human." I said, "Oh, I was just checking because we here too, right? We here too."
You got
So
them.
I'm like, no, but I've always been a leftist. I've always been, a progressive because again, if one is free and not all, we're not free. We're free until everybody's free. So it's been a huge humbling experience. I love it. I've made connections. I'm going to continue to go far. If I don't win this election, then that's okay. If I don't win, I'm going to run for probably state rep. I'm not quitting until I get in office to change legislation. And whatever case that may be, if I start a nonprofit or a coalition, I'm going to still speak up at forums. I'm going to still talk at support meetings. I'm going to still talk in front of city council. I'm still going to go on my strikes. I'm still going to go to a protest. That's always been me. It will continue to be me. So yeah.
There you go. Warrior for the cause, not just for this election, right?
Yes. Yes. Oh, I had my daughters at a protest on Monday. I was like, proud mom right now. Sure. First out of many protests.
You got look, that's one of those kid things you have, like the picket pictures for your kids when they're like little, and just like you can have that forever. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I was thinking it was we mentioned Gabby earlier. It was just like really cool when the nurses were out on strike a few months ago. It was on her Instagram, so I feel okay sharing this, but like it was a really adorable picture of her pushing like the baby stroller at the picket line. I'm just like, that is so cool.
Louis goes everywhere with her, and I love it. I love it because my girls go everywhere with me because they're good friends now, and I love it because it's like I need you to see yourself in this. Because I need you to see yourself in this light because this will be you one day, and I want you to know it's okay to protest inequality and protest, a fair wage. It's okay to do that because if we do, I'm creating progressive people,
There
and
you
I'm
go.
creating good humans. So if I can do that, good humans in office, right?
And you're giving them, giving your kids, the opportunity to experience things that not everybody does, or not, not everybody brings their children to picket lines to get involved with these kinds of things that are super important. I was at a I work as a union organizer now, and I was at a an action that we did, and this was a couple of years ago, but seeing like one of the workers' daughter essentially walking around, with a megaphone leading the chants. I'm just like, this is so cool. Like, this
My
is amazing.
daughter, I love that you're a union organizer, because I love unions. Because I say that this because although we can't increase wages on a local level, we can teach them how to unionize, and they can fight for their wages. So I'm all for that. But my daughters were at the protest on Monday I was talking about, and it was a chant, and they learned the chant, and they were chanting. I was like, I didn't teach them; they heard it and they repeated it. I was like, I am so proud of you.
Let's go. Let's go. Well, let's leave it there. Anything you want to say? Where can people find you? Where can people find information about your campaign? And how can people get information about what you're doing?
Yes, so Instagram is the best way to find me. That's what my biggest platform is. TikTok, I am quote unquote old, apparently, to my 60-year-old, so I'm not good with my TikTok. But
You and me both.
right, so Instagram is the best place to find me, and my website. So I have a form of that if you want to volunteer. It's Countdown. We're less than 2 weeks away from the election, so boots on the ground. We are canvassing. That's where you can find me. I just want to leave everybody with this: vote effectively. It doesn't have to be for me, but I just want you to look at a platform, and whatever you align with is how you vote. Not with with facial recognition, with name recognition, or who've signed you've seen the most. I want you to do your homework, because if we don't do our homework, we're going to be stuck how we were stuck 8 years ago, 20 years ago, 60 years ago, 100 years ago. No change. So just vote effectively.
As a former school teacher, I can get along with that message of do your homework.
Do your homework.
Well, thank you so much, Danielle Christmas, for joining us. Really do want to wish you good luck. And obviously, anyone who is listening, possibly from one of the other campaigns, if you want to join us on the show, you're welcome to do so as well. Just get in contact with WHIV. But yeah, really a pleasure talking with you.
Thank you. You as well.
And look forward to talking to you more in the future. And I wish you the best of luck.
Of course. Thank you.
Of course.
Bye.
Well, thank you for listening, everyone. This has been Good Morning Comrade. This is WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3.
Hi, what's up? I'm here, and my room's a mess. You wouldn't think it's a mess, but it is a big mess. I got drawers out the wazoo. I have a dog here. It's my life is falling apart, and I don't know how to put it back together. Anyway, welcome to Kristina's Corner. It is a very cloudy Tuesday, which I don't mind. I like a good cloudy day. Oh no, the sun's coming back. Anyway, what's up, guys? There's a lot to talk about. Liberals are big mad that leftists are protesting Kamala Harris's book tour because they don't want us to protest liberals and Democrats at all. But they keep asking, why are leftists protesting Trump or Netanyahu? Well, guess what, liberals? You want to go to brunch so bad, I get it. But guess what? Leftists are in DC right now protesting the meeting of Trump and Netanyahu. Spit on this and rotate. Anyway. Anyway, I'm feeling a little spicy today. I'm in a mood. Tomorrow they will be discussing at the state house in South Carolina about the total and complete abortion ban that gives rapists the power to sue their rape victims, not go to jail, mind you. They actually could get a more lenient punishment if they're able to prove that their victims got an abortion. Don't get me out of here. Yeah, that's one of the caveats to this new abortion ban. It also impacts IVF. It impacts places like the Palmetto State Abortion Fund, where my friends work, to help those get an abortion, providing travel, room, housing, the procedure itself, complete ban on abortion medication. You know, the whole shebang. It's not looking good. Also, there's anarchy in Portland, Oregon, and no one told me. You know why? Because it looks like a good time. What I mean? I don't know. I've been on the TikTok app for now until Oracle buys it, and then it becomes a pro-Israel wasteland. I'm seeing a lot of people having a party, doing Cupid shuffles and electric slides and hustle, and I'm over here thinking to myself, why is the Trump administration going? It's Portland's like the whitest place in the Pacific Northwest. Like, I don't get it. Like, I know Portland's like a hotbed for progressive activity, but it's also like the hotbed of like the Proud Boys and white supremacists, so I still very confused by that. I don't know. I'm very, very confused. But also Trump spoke to a bunch of troops today and basically said that cities were US cities like Portland and New York and DC are just good breeding grounds for war, which is very reassuring. Also, Lola, where are you, Lola? Are you here? Lola. You want to say hi? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Don't be camera shy. Come here. Don't be camera shy. Don't be camera shy. Look, it's a baby girl. Oh, Lola. I'm dog sitting till Friday, and she's mine. She's all mine till Friday. She's a little terrier Yorkie. Here you go. Want to get down? Gonna get down? What are we doing? You gonna get down? No? Yes? Get down? You gonna get down? You gonna get down? It's okay. Don't worry. You got this. Yay! Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. I just gotta say, let the dog say hi to y'all. So, yeah. So let's just, since we're gonna be discussing this, they're going to have discussions about this abortion ban tomorrow. Oh my God, tomorrow's October, which means it's going to be my birthday month. Yay! I'm going to be a year older on the 11th. I had to cancel my birthday party because A, no one's able to show up, and B, I don't even have money to do a party, so there's that. Anyway, let's go over the South Carolina abortion ban. That's even worse than the one we already have. So near total abortion ban proposed, 6 restrictions. South Carolina's weighing in new bill. So testimony on a bill that would ban nearly all abortions in South Carolina starts Wednesday. While the state already has a 6-week ban on abortions with some exceptions, lawmakers are considering a bill that would drastically change reproductive health care in South Carolina. A state Senate committee will hear arguments about the bill starting at 9:30 a.m. Wednesday, tomorrow. It's one of the first steps in a long process to pass the restrictions. Changes will likely be made to the bill if it continues through the lawmaking process at all. South Carolina faced litigation over its current 6-week ban. Governor Henry McMaster told reporters earlier this month that the state's current abortion ban was a good resting place. I know there could be more arguments, more debates, but I'm comfortable with where we have rested now, McMaster said September 4th. Some House lawmakers, spearheaded by State Rep. John McCravey, Republican of Greenwood, pushed for a total. Wait, is that where Letterhack lives? Anyway, pushed for a total abortion ban earlier this year, but it was not a priority for Republican lawmakers. I wonder, what's a priority for Republican lawmakers? Infrastructure? No. Education? No. I don't know. State Senator Richard Cash, of Republican of Anderson, is the sponsor of the bill. He said the bill is a logical next step from the state's current roughly 6-week ban. I know it's a very difficult issue. I'm sure that some people would rather not deal with it, Cash said. However, if you believe the life begins at conception and has an inalienability right to live, then I don't see how we cannot take it up. Kill me. If the bill were to be signed into law as currently written, here are 6 restrictions it could make on South Carolinians and their healthcare providers. Outlaws abortion even before 6 weeks. Most women don't know they're even pregnant the night after conception. Currently, physicians can legally provide abortions to patients when a fetal heartbeat is undetectable. That is generally estimated as a 6-week of pregnancy. It's a ban that many abortion advocates already consider to be restrictive and sometimes dangerous for patients. Anti-abortion lawmakers and advocates say bans protect life. The new bill would not allow physicians to administer an abortion before or after a fetal heartbeat is detected. This means South Carolina would have a nearly total ban on abortions. In 2024, over 97% of abortions were performed at 6 weeks or earlier, according to the Department of Public Health data, limiting most abortion ban exceptions. Pregnancy caused by rape or incest would not be a legal exception for the abortion ban under the new bill. Currently, patients can receive an abortion up to the 12th week of pregnancy in cases where the pregnancy was caused by rape or incest. Fewer than 5 abortions were provided in 2024 in these cases, according to data from the State Department of Public Health. Additionally, the bill would not allow for abortions in the case of a fatal fetal anomaly. Physicians could still administer an abortion if the life of the pregnant person is at risk. In 2024, only 10 abortions were provided due to a medical emergency, according to data from the State Department of Public Health. Charleston physician Kelsey Lulliger warned the bill could scare physicians away from providing abortions out of fear of legal repercussions, even when it would be legal. She says, as a fellow with Physicians for Reproductive Health and the American College for Obstetrics and Gynecology, the risk of criminalization is so scary that I cannot find anyone to assess me. She said, I would not be able to find any anesthesiologist or nurse or a hospital staff member to help participate in that care because the fear that a ban like this causes is devastating. Bans possession of abortion medications. It would also be illegal to manufacture, possess, or distribute abortifacients, defined as misoprostol. Oh my God, I cannot speak today. Mifepristone or misoprostol, or any other chemical or drug intended to cause an abortion when the intent is to use it for abortion. Other states, including Massachusetts and New York, allow their providers to prescribe abortion pills to people in states with bans like South Carolina without the fear of prosecution. Shield laws allow those providers to prescribe abortion pills to South Carolinians without legal consequence. A practice Republican attorneys generals are trying to crack down on. Research from the Society for Family Planning suggests 1 in 4 people nationally who have had an abortion by the end of last year received through telehealth, and half of all telehealth abortions were facilitated by Shield laws. Data from the organization predict that 3,890 abortions were facilitated through telehealth in South Carolina in 2024. That's a lot of abortions, y'all. Sparks concern for fertility treatments. Abortion advocates, including the ACLU and Planned Parenthood South Atlantic, have also warned that the proposed bill could impact fertility treatments. An unborn child is defined as a human being from conception to live birth. Some fertility treatments, like in vitro fertilization, typically involve physicians legally facilitating multiple fertilization of an egg outside the body under the bill's definitions. That can make fertility treatments legally risky or illegal. The cells created during IVF are called blastocysts, and they would be considered people under the law. Typically, multiple blastocysts are created, but only one will be implanted. She said that could create a problem over what to do with the remaining blastocysts and who's responsible for them. God, can you imagine all this happening during that Petri dish baby situation in the late 70s? Remember the Petri dish baby? A lot of people were like, oh my God, they're playing with God. And now it's like, oh, we are actually going to be playing with God as well. Open door for emergency contraceptive restrictions. A new definition for contraceptives created concerns that the bill could be used to restrict some birth control options in the future. The bill does not place any explicit restrictions on contraceptives. It defines a contraceptive as something that prevents conception, or in this bill, the fertilization of an ovum by a sperm. Conception is not a medical term and does not have one agreed upon definition. Good to know. Oliger said she's concerned that some contraceptives could be considered medication abortions in the future. For example, emergency contraceptives may be targeted if they are misconstructed to be abortion medications. She said Plan B is a common emergency contraceptive in the U.S., but it doesn't work for everyone. Just remember that. I think it's important to recognize that conception is not a medical term, and so any non-medical term in this bill can further be defined in a way that is not actually scientifically accurate, but can then ultimately be applied to ban certain medications, she said. The ACLU Planned Parenthood expressed similar concerns in new releases, but State Senator Rex Rice, Republican of Pickens, said he's willing to listen to concerns about the bill during Wednesday's hearing and make changes. Rice is a sponsor of the bill. Why are you even making this bill if there's going to be so many concerns? I mean, none of these sponsors are women. None of these sponsors are men, like are men who probably like don't know what it's like to be pregnant. Like, what the hell? The goal is to protect the unborn child, Rice says. We're not trying to take away the options of contraceptives. Oh yeah, you say that now, but we know what's happening. Even RFK Jr. is trying to put a stop to medical abortions with these pills. Aiding, traveling, providing information criminalized. This is where the Palmetto State Abortion Fund comes in. Providing information about how to obtain an abortion could be illegal under the new bill. Communicating anyway, including over the phone or internet, about self-administered abortions or referring someone to a provider would be a felony under the bill. That's right. You will serve more time in prison for the rapist who caused your pregnancy. It's also legal to help a minor travel to another state to receive an abortion. It is not uncommon for pregnant people to travel to other states with fewer abortion restrictions. The Guttmacher Institute, a progressive research group, estimated that about 8,540 South Carolina residents traveled out of state for care in 2024. In 2023, about 8,370 people traveled out of state. Violating many of the restrictions, including bans on abortion pills or spreading information to help someone have an abortion, could be a felony, carrying a penalty of up to 30 years in jail. More than the rapist who caused that pregnancy to happen. Prosecutors will also have to consider the abortion a homicide of a person who had been born alive. Whatever that means. Oh, Jesus Christ, guys. I mean, I think it's funny because I read the whole bill and they are leaving out the fact that the rapist can sue their victim for having an abortion. Like, I read the bill. That's the one little tidbit that all these news articles are, like, not highlighting, which to me is the biggest red flag of them all. But they're not. They're not. They're not. They're not. They don't care. They don't care. Because it kind of proves the point that the rapist is not going to get punished for said crime because there's not going to be any proof. You know how rape kits get, sit there for decades, never to be tested on. No way in hell that a lot of men even want to take paternity tests. So this is why I'm not even sexually active, because the women in my family are very fertile. My mom got pregnant on the pill because it was her week. So make that what you will. But I could lay my clothes next to a man's suit and I would get pregnant. That's how fertile the women in my family are. My sister and I are the only ones who have never had kids. Though I think my sister might have had a miscarriage at one point because she was on the DEPO shot. And, you know, when you're on the DEPO shot, things could get a little, you know, messy. But I just don't see the point in having kids. You know, there's no point in having kids. I mean, also too, I just find pregnant, like everyone's like, pregnancy is a beautiful thing. No, it's not. It's fucking disgusting and gross. And why should we subject ourselves to it? Like, I hear all the stories like, oh, you know, my ribs have been expanded. Oh, you can see, you know, you can literally see the little rugrat punching through your stomach. Like, ew, gross. I don't want any of that. Like, to all those who are like, I have kids. Awesome, cool. But you got to admit, pregnancy is probably the most disgusting thing ever imaginable. And so is childbirth. Like, I'm that type of person who's like, oh, kids. Cool. Pat on the head. Here's the thing, Don. A lot of doctors don't provide your tubes tied unless you've had kids. Like, if I were to go to a doctor and be like, I don't want to have kids, I want my tubes tied, he would say no. He would say no. Doctors are by law, apparently, are supposed to say to a woman of childbearing and fertility age, no. Unless you've had kids, you cannot get your tubes tied. Men can get vasectomies willy-nilly, but women can't get a hysterectomy or their tubes tied unless they're like my mother and had difficult pregnancies. Because a lot, also too, you can get your tubes unfrozen. Like, you can think, like, people like, no, you just can't pay for one. No, you can't. You can't. I'm following so many men on TikTok who are in the medical field who are like, we are so behind in women healthcare that it's ridiculous that we still have to do pap smears the way that we do them. Uncomfortable, painful, not fun. I don't even know why I need them. I'm not sexually active. I don't need a pap smear. I'm good. But no, you have to if you want to keep going to your local rural hospital every few years. Which reminds me, I'm going to have to get mine coming up. Oh, God. Hell yeah. That's what's up. But yeah, women are always told not to get... Okay, cool. A lot of women are told, don't get your tubes tied, don't get a hysterectomy, don't get any of that, because you might want to have kids. I do not want to have kids. I don't think my body, no matter how amazing the female body is, I don't want my body to go through that process. Your body is never the same after childbirth. Okay, I mean, you can't control your bladder, you can't control your bowel movements. A lot of people don't realize that pregnancy destroys the female body. Like, it's with irreversible damages, unless you get, some plastic surgery done down there to fix that. Other than that, there's really no way you could fix. You might get, a tummy tuck or a breast lift or whatever, but like trying to fix all your internal problems, you can't get those fixed. Like, I mean, my grandmother, my Uma, had 6 kids. And that to me sounds like a nightmare. And then another thing that doctors do is they do the honeymoon stitch. I don't know if you guys know this, but sometimes babies have big heads and they tear like a lot. My sister tore my mom. She had a big head. Some doctors, without the consent of the mother, when they stitch the woman back up, if the head tears, they will do an extra little stitch to make her a bit tighter down there. That it's painful. And a lot of doctors have gotten in trouble in the past for doing the honeymoon stitch. Look it up. It's gross. It's gross. Hey Lola, what's up? Her and my cats get along really well, by the way. They get along really well. Good for them. But yeah, you're learning new medical stuff. I'm sorry, it's gross. The things that we women go through, men, your body should be controlled, not ours. I'm just saying. Like, it's crazy. Like, it's just so crazy to me. That's always the men who come up with these asinine, draconian, medieval bills. When it's like, I think it's because a lot of men are like, it takes me 2 seconds of work to do a pregnancy. But, you know, it takes us 9 months to actually do the entire thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, I don't know. But this is what I say. A woman can only have one child a year, 9 months, right? That's it. But men can have, one dude can impregnate 1,000 women in a day. Yet their bodies are not the ones being controlled. That's what I don't understand. Make it make sense. You guys can have your seed fall in the belly of any woman multiple times during the day, multiple women, and your bodies don't get any restrictions, no control whatsoever. You know what the Bible says? It's better for your seed to fall into a belly of a whore than on the ground. And if I had my way, I would be monitoring men when they're putting it in a sock, is all I'm gonna say. Okay, I do not care. That is a potential life being wasted right there. Okay. And the fact that female politicians have tried coming up with bills like that, they don't even get to the assembly. It's crazy. Like, I don't care. I would be so authoritarian towards men's bodies. I would be like, you guys are going to have to be very restrictive of where your sperm goes. That's what they all say, though. That's what they all say. Oh, she's finally eating. Okay, but I hate to say this, but I feel like women had more rights between the late 70s to 90s than they did now. Because when Roe v. Wade was passed by a majority conservative Supreme Court, if I'm not mistaken, because it was a right to privacy issue, anti-abortion activism did not get much attention until the mid to late 80s. When we started seeing abortion clinics getting bombed, abortion providers getting assassinated. Remember Bill O'Reilly, Tiller the baby killer? That man talked about George Tiller for every chance he could. And then the moment George Tiller got assassinated by some crazed Bill O'Reilly viewer, Bill O'Reilly's like, I do not take responsibility for what happened. It's not me. I didn't do that, okay? I can't help. Like, shut the fuck up, Bill O'Reilly. Shut the fuck up. That's the thing about Republicans. They are like, oh, we are the party of personal responsibility, but you can't take responsibility for when your own does something terrible. Meanwhile, the left is always telling meanwhile, the left over here gets blamed for absolutely everything going on. And at the same time, Trump's like, the left doesn't even have any energy to fight. Okay, then stop attacking us. Stop gaslighting us. Stop scapegoating us. Stop blaming us for everything that's wrong when it's coming from inside the house. And it's a White House, mind you. Anyway. I don't get it. I don't get it. It would never cease to amaze me. Also, to the Saudis who did 9/11. Just to remind you guys, the Saudi Arabia was behind 9/11. Okay, we kept being called conspiracy theorists for saying that, but they found a few years ago they found evidence that says, oh, Saudi Arabia, helped, fund Al Qaeda in its mission to. Yes, we knew this. They bought WrestleMania and now they bought The Sims. I'm so mad. Is nothing? Can I not have anything anymore? The Sims. What's gonna happen to The Sims? I love that game. The fact that Jared Kushner and the crown the crown prince of Saudi Arabia who assassinated Jamal Khashoggi is buying Electric Arts for what? For what? But then again, I should start pirating The Sims now because a lot of people are like, that's what I do. And I'm like, shit, I should start doing that. Ooh, let me know where I could get it. Anyway, there is nothing sacred for the left or for, liberals anymore. All of our media, and I said this before, whether it's print, digital, social, all being bought out by technocratic Trump bootlickers at this point. Like, there's nothing that could be ours anymore. Yeah, I've also heard that there's some alternatives to The Sims that are coming out, like Paralives, and I'm like, I want to get in on that. Whatever that is. Also, too, I actually need a computer that can actually handle The Sims because my laptop can't handle it, and I need to get a new computer because y'all know I sold my old new computer for, money reasons. So help me find a new computer so I can game. I need a distraction. I have had nothing to distract myself from the horrors of this world. I mean, I should dust up my Nintendo Switch, but does it even work? I don't know. Anyway. Fuck my life. Sucks. Because I when I play The Sims, I get the script mods, I get the custom content that kind of slows down the game by like a lot. So my GPU is like cranking all this, like it's not fun. I feel bad. My laptop can't handle that because it's it's just not ill-equipped to handle what I do. I know, I want to check that out. I've heard a lot. I've looked at TikTokers making that, and it's like, damn, those people look really good. I like to make my Sims look as human as possible. When I used to play The Sims on my stream, when I could, oh my god, everyone's like, damn, you're so good at making Sims. I'm like, I could do this for hours. Also, guys, the Wicked Whims mod, the amount of parties, let's just say parties, I would throw for my Sims at their homes. Man, did a lot of Sims have a lot of kids as a result of those parties. It's so much fun. I want to play it so bad. Oh, damn it. I'm going to see if I can just wipe my laptop and start from scratch. Or I could just use my external hard drive and play it that way. Could I do it that way? I don't know. Oh my god, yo, anti-vaxxers, let me tell you guys something. Nothing ceases to amaze me by anti-vaxxers because I'm like, you are injecting your body with Ozempic, you have fillers all over your face, tattoos on your body, piercings on part of your body that shouldn't actually be pierced, and you want to try to educate us about vaccines. Okay, whatever you say. That's the funniest thing too. It's like you've injected your body with non-FDA approved chemicals and you out here not getting your kids vaccinated, but you're vaccinated. Well, it's different. No, it's not different. Vaccines have remained the same. Like my mom was debating my uncle on the phone about this. He's like, kids get like 56 vaccines at once. I'm like, they're not getting 56 needles injected. I'm like, some vaccines are combined into one. Oh my god. And my mom was calling my uncle. She's like, you say what I'm seeing is not real now, but what about the how do I know? How do you know what you're reading and what you believe is in reality? And he's like, I was like, ha. I was like, go mom. Like, I mean, it's true though. Why do conservatives think that everything that they read and see and hear is the right is in reality when it's not? Also, just a reminder, there are places in the world that have eradicated certain things like rabies, measles. Well, Samoa, not so much anymore because of RK. But there are places where you have to, if you want to travel to other parts of the world, you have to have the vaccines required to enter that country. I don't want to hear people bitching about immigrants coming over the border bringing diseases and illnesses when you're also against vaccines. Also, most of like those countries require vaccines. Just saying. Just saying. I'm just saying, okay? So I want to talk about what's going on in Portland, because that's happening. I don't know. I mean, why aren't there troops in Michigan where there was a shooting? Also, we've gotten to the point where we will have 10 mass shootings in one day. We don't even do thoughts and prayers anymore. We just go, oh, there's another mass shooting. Okay. Anyway, here's what Trump said. And it's driving me nuts. We've done it. We've done the thing. We have become numb to tragedies like this. Like, what's it going? I mean, fucking Jason Aldean has done more for Charlie Kirk than he did when it came to the mass shooting at his concert in Vegas, which is it not listed as the worst mass shooting in our country's history now? That happened like what, 2018? Like, do people forget? I think like 60 people died and like hundreds more were shot. Anyway, let's talk about Portland. So Trump says it's anarchy in Portland. Here's why locals say that's far from reality. Most people in Portland, Oregon don't mind if you think they're weird. In fact, it's practically a trademark. We do have a lot of weirdos here. Sarah Sayano, who has lived in the city off and on since 2010, says with a smile. But to hear President Trump tell it, Portland is the latest city taken over by terrorists and in desperate need of federal salvation, making its weirdness something else entirely. It's anarchy out there, Trump said last week in the Oval Office, days before announcing the federalization of 200 members of the Oregon National Guard for a period of 60 days. This is where your taxpayer dollars are going towards, by the way. The president is citing daily protests outside the city's immigration and customs enforcement facility to justify the delays of his troop collapse in a major city with a Democrat-led government. The radical left's reign of terror in Portland ends now, the White House said in a news release Tuesday, announcing the deployment of federal troops to the Pacific Northwest city. The Trump administration indicated it was sending in additional resources to crush violent radical left terrorism. I don't know if I'm allowed to show this video because of copyright, but I've seen TikToks of what's going on in Portland outside the ICE facility. People are doing the Cupid shuffle. People are doing the electric slide. People are doing the Macarena. People are doing the limbo. It's not what's like. It's a bunch of white folks with no rhythm having a good time. You know why? Because protests don't have to be about burning shit to the ground. Protests could be fun activities, community outreach, block parties. This is what we call the fun police. Let white folks try to be allies, okay? Well, Democrat politicians deny reality. It's obvious what's happening in Portland is a protest. It's premeditated anarchy. Oh my God. Premeditated anarchy that has scarred the city for years, leaving officers battered, citizens terrorized, and property defaced, the news release said. The anarchy described by the president is strongly disputed by locals who say they don't want or need federal help. It kind of feels like somebody's trying to rage bait you. Sano said, they're just trying to get that negative reaction. The state and the city government took their concerns a step further Sunday, filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration and calling the president's move unlawful and baseless. There is no insurrection, Oregon Governor Tina Kotek said Saturday. There is no threat to national security. There is no need for military troops in our major city. As they awaited federal judge's decision to whether to block the guard deployment and continue to emphasize their sanctuary city status, Portland officials remain at odds with Trump over their views that the city needs no additional federal presence. President Trump has directed all unnecessary troops to Portland, Oregon, Mayor Keith Wilson said Saturday. The number of necessary troops is 0. Protests have calmed since the summer. Getting an exact record of clashes between protesters and law enforcement is difficult because most of the standoff happened between the demonstrators and federal agents, with Portland police declining to get involved unless there is a safety threat to the general public. Portland Police Bureau logs show more than 100 calls made to the address of the ICE building this year. Listed reasons include disorder, unwanted person, and shots fired. Oh wow, look at this protest. Oh my god, we need 200 National Guards. Oh no. Oh my god, this is a fucking joke. The tension reached its peak during 1 week of June when half a dozen protesters were arrested for allegedly starting fires around the building, and more were accused of interfering with law enforcement. On June 14th, the protest organized in connection with the National No Kings movement turned violent as some demonstrators arrived at the ICE facility. Police declared a riot outside the building, the only time this year, and made 3 arrests. Ooh, wow. What a big ordeal. Portland police continue to monitor the area for the following week, resulting in 4 minor arrests, including one for... Girl, I'm in the middle of doing a show, okay? I can't be taking you out for a walk right now. Later that month, the building was closed for several days after the federal law enforcement force would remove protesters who refused to leave the federal property. The area outside the ICE facility has been calmer since the dramatic events of June, but the tan brick and stucco building in an industrial area has more layers of fencing. Its lower level windows have been blocked by plywood, and a concrete retaining wall is covered in anti-ICE graffiti. Anti-ICE? You mean abolish ICE? Just kidding. This is not the same CIA that took out JFK, is all I'm saying with all this it's on the bullet nonsense. Still, contrary to the president's deception of constant violent lawlessness, neighbors say most of the time there's little to see. I live within 1,000 feet of the ICE facility, LaShawna Shavers told CNN affiliate KPTV on Sunday. There are no fires, there's no lynching, there's no rioting, there's no looting, there's no attacks or assaults. Neighbors have repeatedly complained about the tear gas periodically being deployed against protesters. It wafts down the street in such a thick cloud that a nearby charter school was moved a mile away this month to get away from the gas. Oh wow. And some Portland residents say they're fed up with all of it. Protesters are making noise constantly, even when nobody for ICE is outside, David Smith told CNN affiliate KATU. So for hours they would be out here just disrupting the public here that lives here. Trump seems to describe 2020 scenes for his criticism of Portland. Yeah, 2020. Wow, it's been 5 years. This isn't the first time Trump has sent federal law enforcement to Portland to deal with protesters. More than 700 officers were deployed in 2020 to protect federal facilities downtown Portland as some protests turned violent following the murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis. Dozens of officers did not have sufficient training in handling crowd control, according to a report by the Department of Homeland Security Office of Inspector General. Those frequently violent protests in downtown Portland stretched on for more than 100 days and became a top target for conservative leaders who argued Democratic leaders in major cities were being too soft on criminals. At the time, Trump called the protesters anarchists and agitators, and his views of Portland today appears to be strongly influenced by the protests of 5 years ago. The new shops that are open, they just use plywood. They don't put store fronts because they know it's going to be burned down. What? Trump said last week, describing a scene that is neither the current state of downtown Portland nor the South Waterfront community where the ICE building sits. But residents say that the depiction of the heart of their city is behind the times. For him to start making these comments again, when I would say it's like more of a renaissance of downtown, it's just really ironic. Sino said, the president's years-old view of the city may be influenced by his own media habits. He first began floating the idea of a Portland deployment weeks ago, on the same day that Fox News, famously Trump's outlet choice, aired a story about the protest that mixed recent footage of standoffs of the ICE facility with older footage of the downtown rioting. Oh wow, look at the Fox News doing propaganda. I didn't know what was still going on. Trump used on September 5th. Oregon leaders warn community to avoid conflict. Local officials blamed the deployment in an attempt to provoke demonstrators to violence. And before Trump's announcement, they were already urging them to stay peaceful. The goal is to create an engagement that will lead to conflict, said Democratic Senator Jeff Merkley in a Friday night news conference. President Trump has one goal. His goal is to make Portland look like what he's been describing it as. Let's not grant him that wish. At least one prominent politician from Oregon is supporting the move. I've seen firsthand how lawlessness has transformed Portland from a beautiful place to live in a crime-ridden war zone. Thank you, President, for taking action to keep our ICE facilities protected and make America safe again, Secretary of Labor Lori Chavez DeRemer wrote in a post on Twitter. Chavez DeRemer, a Republican, is a former member of Congress who represented a district that includes a very small section of the city of Portland near the ICE building. The idea that federal agents can make a tense situation worse appears to be a concern shared by Portland police. Assistant Police Chief Craig Dobson said this summer federal agents have been, night after night, actually instigating and causing some of the ruckus that's occurring downtown. And the ICE is not following best practice. The Oregonian reported, oh my God. His testimony was part of a lawsuit filed against the city by local residents who argue the city has failed to punish demonstrators who violate noise ordinances and disturb the peace of the neighborhood. Following the announcement of the National Guard deployment, Kotek and Wilson were both part of a march against federal escalation Sunday, KATU reported. More than 100 people then gathered Sunday outside the ICE building, including counter-protesters, which police said led to fights among the crowd. Portland police made 2 arrests, their first at the local since midsummer, according to the city's lawsuit against the federal government. Rep. Maxine Dexter, Democrat, whose district includes most of Portland and who's also participated in March, said she hopes the demonstrators will avoid confrontation at the ICE building. Donald Trump is watching views of what's happening down there, she told KATU Sunday. I'd love it if we would keep that as quiet as possible. Leave flowers, walk by peacefully, but agitation down there is just going to backfire on us all. Oh my God, where were these people during the 50s and 60s? Jesus Christ. But with the Trump administration determined to make Portland its next test case on ramping up force, some residents wonder if keeping calm will make a difference. Now we're talking. I'm pissed that this is about to happen because it's ridiculous, Shaver said Monday, according to KTU. If the president actually had been out here and see what's really going on, maybe he would change his mind. CNN's whatever. Yeah, so I don't get it. So we're dealing with that. Portland's dealing with that. Which is great. What a time, am I right? If only Kamala had broken off away from Biden, we wouldn't be in this situation. It's so funny, though, that so many liberals are coddling and babying Kamala Harris because she's now a private citizen. I don't care. We can't protest Democrats when they're running for office. We can't protest Democrats while they're in office to do better. We can't protest Democrats when they're no longer in office. What do liberals want besides going back to brunch? Seriously, what do you guys want? Protesting Republicans does nothing, believe it or not. You know why? Because we know that Republicans don't give a shit and they're not going to do better. Democrats, we shouldn't have to beg for them to do better by us. We shouldn't have to beg them, protest them, disrupt them, to get them to do the right thing. That's why the left is so hard on Democrats. I don't know why liberals cannot comprehend this. This is not us helping Trump on the Republicans. We know protesting Trump, albeit we'll still do it, doesn't really do anything. It's not that we're afraid of Trump. We just know what to expect. He ain't going to change his mind. The Democrat Party shouldn't have to be told to do better. They should know better. Like, this is why I'm so pessimistic and cynical about the world, about everything. Because you got people hiding behind their identity to block away from criticism, calling leftists racist and whatever. It's like, no, you're not doing anything. You can't be blaming Kamala for being a black woman for why she lost. Okay, that is not the fault of leftists. Okay, if you want to blame people, blame the folks who don't vote at all. Okay, blame the folks. I had someone tell me that Hassan could have done more to help elect Kamala because he has influence. No, he does not. He averages about 50,000 views a day on Twitch. He told people to vote for Kamala. He even said that there was a difference between Trump and Kamala. I tell liberals this all the time. They don't want to believe me. I show them proof. They move the goalpost. It's not worth it. Anyway, but I will say this once again. It is up to the Democrat to earn the people's votes. And the reason why we have to infight is to make that point. I don't want a perfect candidate. Purity politics, I'm tired of people bitching about purity politics. We need a little bit of purity politics because look where we're going now. We got Ezra Klein wanting to run anti-abortion Democrats. We got Democratic think tanks pining for candidates who are Democrats, who don't talk about climate change, don't talk about race, don't talk about education, don't talk about healthcare. They just want to appeal to white working class voters with grievances. That is it. That's not going to help. There is a rich tapestry of young voters out there that we need to appeal to, that don't vote, that don't see the reason and purpose in voting. But now look where we are. We elected Trump again. You know why? Because it's all about vibes. See, if Kamala had kept that whole brat summer Republicans are weird shtick, we would have been fine. We would have been fine. We actually would have been fine had she kept, the coconut tree bullshit. Because people actually don't care about the issues. They see Trump and they're like, oh, he speaks his mind. He seems charismatic. But now he has never been more Brandonized. It's crazy. Have you seen Trump speak lately? That dude is slurring his speech. He is so slow. He doesn't have, are they not giving him a Sudafed? Because that's what keeps him going. Like, where's the Sudafed? Someone put an IV of Sudafed in him. It'll be fine. I don't know. But a lot of people say, Kristina, you have hope. No, I don't. I don't have hope. The fact that I'm going to be 32 in 2 weeks, I'm already bitter. I mean, I got bitter and jaded about the world during my second election, which was 2016. We shouldn't have to be so cynical and bitter and jaded. But I feel like as millennials, we are, because we've lived through so many life-altering events that haven't, and our material needs haven't been improved. They just keep getting worse. The average American has got to spend $5,000 more a year because of Trump's tariffs. I can't even get $50 if I could. You mean to tell me I'm gonna have to spend $5,000 more a year on groceries and bills? I don't even make that in a year. So yeah, if people wonder why I'm harder on liberals, it's because they should know better. But the fact of the matter is, they are pissed that they're not home at brunch, enjoying their lives. They hate the fact that they have to work, that they have to go out and protest, that they got to do action. That's what it comes down to. So I'm sorry if I'm going to be harder on you liberals and Democrats. Call me racist, call me class reductionist, call me that. I don't give a shit. Y'all just mad that you have to go back to work and fight for someone that you don't know. Because I'll tell you this. I've been posting on TikTok, and I've had so many people tell me, oh, you didn't vote for Kamala. Yes, I did. I voted for her. I voted for Hillary. I am a vote blue no matter who in the general election, but not anymore. I am actually going to purity test all the way to the general now. You can't stop me. I live in a red state. My vote does not even matter. And that's the thing. These people think I live in a privileged blue state when that's not true. My rights as a woman, as a bisexual woman, are being stripped from me. I live in South Carolina. It's not going to get better. It's not going to get better. It's not. And I have friends who have the money, the will, the means to move out of this shithole of a country and move to Denmark, move to Japan, move to places where they know that there won't be gun violence. They have healthcare. They have, they know that their taxes are going towards things that are worth paying for. We don't have that. We don't have that here. We don't. It's unfortunate. It's just sad that liberals got together to make sure Jimmy Kimmel kept his cushy late night time slot, then boycott for Palestine. Or even boycott Starbucks for their union busting. Like, how many times are we got to go through the same cycle? Like every time we got an insurgent progressive candidate that can nope, Democrats almost crushes it. And then we gotta vote for someone who wants to appeal to moderates, but every time we appeal to white moderates, it backfires on us and they still vote for the Republican. Sorry if I'm seeming very ranty today, but I feel like I am projecting my hatreds towards my life, towards ineffective liberals who really in the end don't give a shit about what's going on. They're out for themselves. They're all about, I got mine. You don't have yours. Fuck you. Whatever. Because we're seeing a lot of very, very progressive candidates that are not just Zohran Mamdani who are running for different seats, trying to unseat APAC candidates. Hell, Cori Bush is trying to get her seat back. We got to go and support her because there's no way in hell I can handle Wesley Bell being in Congress for one more year. Also, Eric Adams dropping out. Awesome, cool. I don't know why Andrew Cuomo thinks he's got this, but I don't know. We got to do a poly market bet with TYT and figure out if Zohran Mamdani's gonna win. Oh, what's the matter? Hold up. Someone's gonna have to potty after this. Anyway. But yeah, I'm just sick and tired of liberals pointing and blaming the left for doing the right thing, warning people how ineffective the Democrat Party is and how they cannot stoop up, they cannot go up against Trump. Look at Chuck Schumer. Look at Chuck Schumer and Jeffries. They're like, we know, I need glasses. Shit. Oh well. We know. They're like, we know that we think that Republicans are going to do the right thing. No, they're not, Schumer. No, they're not. Stop thinking that Republicans do the right thing. How many times do we have to do the Charlie Brown, Lucy football scenario time and time and time and time again? It's never going to change. Ugh. Man, I think I'm getting hungry. I could go on and on and on, but enough about me. I got my birthday coming up on the 11th. I guess I'm gonna live stream, get drunk to the point that I might die from alcohol poisoning. That should be exciting. Yeah, I'm excited for the big 3-2. Oh God, I'm getting older. I don't like it. Guys, help! I don't want to get old. Is there a way I can reverse the aging process? Go fund me for get a facelift. Hey, Liz Lohan can do it, so can I. Anyway, so tonight, movie night extravaganza. We are starting a day early. Our season of the witch month. We are doing Belt Book and Candle with Eileen Jones from Jacobin. That's right. That's right. We're talking about the Kim Novak classic, Belt Book and Candle. I'm excited we're doing that. We're doing Hocus Pocus. We're doing Vavitch. We're doing Weapons at the end of the month. I'm very, 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 very excited about that. Tonight at 8 p.m. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Letter Hack, there's no way in hell you're turning 51. You're turning 41. I said so. But yeah. I think this dog needs to go out for a walk. Anyway. So yeah, that's pretty much all I got. Sorry if I seem very, very angry, but my TikTok algorithm is full of liberals scolding leftists for whatever the hell, and it's driving me nuts. None of them talk about Zohran Mamdani either, which is very, very telling to me, I think. Very, very telling. They just rather scold leftists and not actually talk about the good progressive candidates that can actually, change the Democratic Party from within. But what do I know? They rather bitch at people like me who did the right thing. But just a reminder, guys, tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, we are going over Belt Book and Candle on Moon Night Extravaganza. I'm so excited. I'm the one who picked the theme for October this year because I was like, we got to get some feminine energy up in here. So what do I know? I'm the only female host on the show. Okay, Lola, chill out. All right. Anyway, guys, I'm going to head out now because I know Alex got my girl Lindsay on coming up. I'm excited. I'm excited to watch that. It's going to be great. Oh my gosh, she's barking. But yeah, I will see you guys at 8 o'clock Eastern. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions on this space. We're not going to waste any time, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, Miss Lindsay Boylan, who, thank you very much for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
Being one of the first big guests on this space. We are a leftist YouTube collective of various different creators talking about various different topics, but we all agree fascism bad at the very least. So I have a list of questions, but let's just begin with anyone who may not know who you are. Give them a little spiel on who you are and what you do.
Sure. Well, it's great to be here. Thank you so much for having me, Alex. This is great. And I'm honored. I am Lindsay Boylan. I've worked in and out of government most of my career. Most recently in government, I worked for the state. I was the Secretary for Economic Development and Housing. And half of that job was great because it was focused on job creation and housing. And then the other half of that job was terrible because it was working for Andrew Cuomo. Right. And ultimately, years after working for him, I came forward and spoke about what a lot of that work was really like, which was, unfortunately, a big part of that was being sexually harassed. I was the first woman to speak up. And I think I always knew I wanted to find ways to help make change. I don't know that I would have thought I would come forward in the way in the time that I did, but other women had reached out to me privately, at least one other woman at the time. And so I felt like I needed to, and it's kind of changed a lot of the trajectory of my approach to politics. I mean, this is my career. I love government and I believe in it, but certainly working for someone like that and fighting against him afterwards and the kind of larger establishment has certainly made me think really differently about how our system runs, how the Democratic Party runs. And so a lot of people may have known me over the last few years, really pushing back against a lot of the establishment that I think is a big part of the reason why we have the fascist world we have today. It didn't just happen with one party. And I've become, really deeply engaged in the mayor's race, making sure that Andrew Cuomo isn't mayor and making sure that Zoran Mamdani is mayor. And he's a great candidate. So it's been a pleasure to kind of get behind that. And so I spend all my time fighting for things that I care about. And a lot of that has ended up being around, trying to fight back against people who are harming the most vulnerable. And so I really like the work. And I don't know if I would have expected to be here, but I think it's probably what my parents would have wanted for me as lifelong Democrats, because they thought that being a Democrat was actually helping people and helping the most vulnerable people. And so I'm excited to be here. And I don't think there's a more important time to be fighting against all the entrenched power because it isn't just one party that enabled it.
Yeah. Yes, very much so. I had initial. I'm going to jump around here.
Yeah, no problem.
You, as Secretary of Economic Development, you talked about just now how it was very focused on housing and job creation, both of which are huge issues still, always have been, and are just getting worse under Trump.
Yes.
So how can provided we got fingers crossed and we're knocking wood about Zoran. I'm excited to vote for him again in November, and we're definitely going to do a live stream here like we did during the primary. But I as a common folk, how does a mayor create job opportunities so that companies are more willing to put out notices on places like Indeed and ZipRecruiter? How and so that's jobs, and then housing. How do we fight against giant corporations like Blackstone and related?
Yeah, well, I'll take the housing one first because I think it's probably the biggest issue for most New Yorkers. I think across the city, if various polls have said the number one issue people care about is housing, and I think that's because it's what's taking most of people's income when they are working. It's really hard to find housing in the city. It's impossible for a lot of people to stay here if you have kids. And so I'd say that's number one issue. And I think Zoran really spoke to people because he talked about first a rent freeze, which doesn't help everyone, right? It doesn't change the nature of the housing crisis we have because we need to build a lot more housing. But the rent freeze did speak to people's urgent concerns. There were many terrible things about the COVID pandemic and that we still feel today. But one of the worst was we made all these extraordinary protections to keep people in their homes and to keep people out of poverty and families. And then we just took them away. And then it plunged. We got a record number of, especially kids, out of poverty in this country with those protections. And then we got a record number of kids and families in poverty when we took those away. It was
one of the clearest examples of how government can help.
Yes.
And how taking it away will hurt.
Yeah. And I think, so it's a very difficult time. And I think you can't just do a rent freeze alone because that only affects a certain number of people. It also doesn't respond to the lack of affordable housing, period, and deeply affordable. So we need to build a lot more.
We see so many buildings, me and my wife, just around the city, of new luxury housing that looks empty.
Yes,
because they are building, but they're building for rich people's children from other states.
Yeah, and I think it's that is kind of the model that has been used over the last few decades. We do like 421A, which is there are all these incentive programs that ask developers to build market rate with a piece of affordable, but that just replicates the unequal, the uneven distribution of housing. And one of the ways that people talk about development is housing development is that if you do enough of it, it trickles down to the most affordable. But that's just not what we've seen. That's been counter to reality. We need to be in the business of some versions of social housing. Whether we're talking about NYCHA, which was built by the federal government, but then basically they walked away and said, now it's your job with the rental that you get to keep it up, which was never going to be enough when you're talking about people who are making the least, if an income at all. So we do need the federal government that way. We need the state government to pony up for additional improvements in NYCHA that make it actually livable, because it's not in many cases, and that's incredibly unfair to people. But we need a lot more building. And Zorna said he's going to focus on 200,000 more units, I think, in the city, which is an important thing to do. Part of that is making it easier to build. And there are, I think, 4 out of the 5 ballot proposals that you'll see when you vote in November, or if you vote early, the end of October, are all related to essentially making it easier to build more in the city. We hear these conversations around YIMBY or NIMBY, and certainly there are some projects that are not good for communities, but the scale at which we need a lot more and more affordable and deeply affordable means that we simply have to build a lot more. And so that's a necessity. So the combination of a lot of programs that will not only at the city and state level help make it affordable to build more affordable housing is one. Streamline some of the things that are holding back actually doing that, which is the ballot proposals, which I do think was a good thing that, if I can say something decent, that Eric Adams' administration did. I think those are good ballot proposals because it kind of takes out the NIMBY role of individual council members and makes it a much broader process through the land use thing, not to get too wonky. So we need to build a lot more. We need to make it easier to go through the approvals process. We do need to protect current residents of NYCHA. We need to build a new generation of Mitchell-Lama, which is affordable middle-class housing. That's really the only way to stay middle class in the city and grow up middle class is to be in some version of Mitchell-Lama, and they're not nearly enough for the city. And then, we need at the federal government, and maybe there's a role for the state to step in, an increase in vouchers, Section 8 vouchers. I mean, there's a years-long wait list to get those, and that basically makes it possible for people who can't afford to live in the city based on their income to bring that as part of payment. And so all of those things need to work together. This problem didn't come overnight. The assumptions were wrong in terms of who was going to build housing, the assumptions that some small piece of affordable was going to get past the problem. And then the assumptions are also wrong that we can get out of this problem without the federal government. But we have an antagonistic federal government right now. So we're going to have to do a lot at the state and city level to fill in the gap. And none of that has been we haven't seen enough of that. I do think one thing I can say that was good was on the whole, the move by the Adams administration. It was an independent council consortium that he put together to make these zoning proposals. And I do think that's important. So all those things are good. They all need to happen. I think this reliance on the quote unquote good nature and business acumen of the relateds of the world is really failed policy. At their bottom line is their bottom line. So they've, in my neighborhood with Chelsea, Elliott Fulton houses, they, went to this agreement to help basically rehab and update NYCHA in my community. And then they've come back and said basically the mechanics of how we were going to do this and what it was going to involve and what was going to take out or not doesn't work. So we have to change it. But that's always what happens. So I think I'm much more in favor writ large of the preservation trust model, where you're actually working hand in hand with the city as opposed to large scale developers who have not been proven to be on this side.
Like you said, it's about their bottom line. It's about their self-interest. I mean, Chuck Schumer the other day, different issue, but looking for the good-natured billionaires to come help and bail out the Democratic Party. You cannot rely on them.
No. And I mean,
you have to force their hand.
I think I have some really choice thoughts about a lot individually, but you don't have to think ill of them to think these are business people.
Yeah.
They are not in the social enterprise business. They are in the business of business. So the idea that they're going to go above and beyond and benefit, affordable, deeply affordable housing is just not there. And I also think part of the problem that people hear about and think about and talk about when they talk about housing is the issue of homelessness. So you're talking about housing, but you're also talking about the quality of life issue on your street. And our shelter system is not safe for most people. It's certainly not safe for families. A lot of the programs that we had put in place to get people into individual apartments have been dissipated, but those started being destroyed even under Cuomo's one of his first acts as governor was to destroy some of those programs that made it possible for families to get out of shelters and into homes. Now it's only gotten worse after COVID because the combination of financial crisis and COVID meant that the people who got bailed out and got helped out were these big corporations and not small contractors, small developers, small businesses, small people. They all folded and went under. And that is compounding the lack of affordability. It's compounding the problem at the marketplace where you would be seeing more affordable and individual ingenuity in housing. So all these things are problems, but I guarantee you, a man from another time, Andrew Cuomo, is not going to be solving any of them. Right. And we really do need someone who is, in my view on this issue, much more leftist. We need someone who's open to social housing. We need someone who's not against public housing, and everything that you hear, being bantered about is as if we're in opposition to the government role, the role that government really can and should play with affordable, deeply affordable, and public housing, in my view. So that's housing, and I think he's on the right track with all those things. I think his closest aide or advisor on the housing issue, Sia Weaver, she's been around the block for quite some time. I have a lot of respect for her and her skill on this issue. I think housing people are some of the smartest people. So.
I mean, those not biased, is it?
and now on the jobs piece, I think the biggest contributor to jobs and the business climate in the city, we still have the best, if I'm going to talk in business terms, because that's what they want to hear, we still have the best product in the country. We have the creativity, we have the talent here, we have the walkable life in the city. We need to keep working on those things to make sure that the creative young minds can come here, not just the playground for the wealthy. And that is what makes it. Mass transit, close access to culture and life and public parks and these things are the biggest asset New York City has.
And this, I agree, but this incentivizes businesses who are maybe already here, but are terrified of, tariffs or whatever Trump's going to do the next day. Maybe putting out there. We've heard a lot about ghost jobs. They'll put out an ad for a job, but they're really just hiring internally, or they don't go back to you. I'm always looking for work. I'm a freelance editor. I'm always looking for work. But it's noticeably this year, while interviews can happen still, and that's a good sign, the follow through has not been as common as it was in years past.
Well, and I'm hearing a lot about that, actually. I think it's my guess, and again, I'm not in your industry, but my guess is it's a combination of things. I think people really are afraid of where the economy is going, and so there's this kind of reluctance on that part. They don't know what this crazy man in DC is going to do next, and tariffs really are impacting a lot of things. And I think it was a completely unforced error. I don't really see how it's helped the U.S. at all, and he's creating these fake outcomes that appear to be helpful and advantageous to the United States, but they're really not, best I've seen. So I do think there's some fear in the economy, but I also think there was something like and it's not the exact same issue, but to talk about the broader issue of work, something like 300,000 Black women exited the workforce, and that wasn't just driven by federal jobs, but my fear about a lot of the dislocation in jobs is that it could be much more long-term. Not those numbers, but in the incoming AI, all of these, I thought when you said ghost job, you were talking about AI recruiters with AI resumes, and no one's actually interviewing a person on either side. I think the biggest fight for jobs we have is how are we protecting these jobs? I remember when I was at the state, the thing that we were just starting to talk about was, you know, in a gig economy, so to speak, and that was really before AI had really taken hold. How are we protecting people? At every level in the economy, it's become a gig economy.
Yeah,
and
very
and
much
that,
so. They love it. They don't have to pay
whether
any
you're
kind of
a
401k
writer,
or
whether you're
yeah.
a driver, whether you're in fashion, it is happening everywhere. And it means that very few people are having a good quality of life and very few protections in the workforce. So I think it is a complicated issue, but the most important thing right now has to be, how are we protecting people's way of life? I do think in a way that maybe it would be counterintuitive for me to say this as like the business person, because I was all about business and job creation. Unions have been some of our best protections there, especially in recent years as things like continue to move away from us. And I think they're a big part of the fight, but I'm most concerned about the gig economy, not just giving you fewer options of job opportunities, but eventually segueing into complete technological takeover. And I think the whole world is facing some of these workforce issues, but if there's any place that's well placed to respond to that, it's the place people want to live. Like we want to live here. I want to be able to go to Central Park. I want to be able to go to the Lower East Side and, you know, well, not now, but when I was in my like 20s and 30s, and go party with my friends. I want to be able to, increasing number of people are still working remote, regardless of what companies say. Do you want to do that in New York City, where you can have an amazing life and diversity in every possible facet? Or do you want to do that somewhere else? I mean, and some people choose different things, but this is still offering the best vantage point. I'm most concerned in terms of jobs. It's not a job. It's not a field. It's not a job if you cannot make enough money to live in it.
Right.
And far too many people, not just because the wages are low and arbitrarily low, especially given our, inflation and not increasing over time, but just the fact that if in a freelance or gig economy, you're not able to do enough work to make ends meet. So I think I've changed in terms of what my focus is on, and it's entirely on the workforce issues itself.
Yeah.
I don't want 20,000 jobs that are all jobs that require people to be on public assistance and never knowing. I mean, what is that? That is, that's the
Sam
biggest
Cedar
focus.
of the Majority Report makes this good analogy of if your basic needs cost $10 and every job is offering you $1, it doesn't matter if you get a job or not, because you still can't afford your basic needs.
No. And now it's not just by virtue, that reality is not just by virtue of artificially low wages, but also an economy that has transformed to gig and freelance work where you're not able to do enough, where that ultimately produces the same outcome.
Yeah.
And no protections and no, no guaranteed healthcare, all these things. So I think we are still better placed than anywhere in the country to be the place people want to work and still build their companies, because a lot of these big companies still want to be, people say, oh, all these billionaires are going to leave. I agree, Zoran. No, they're not. Maybe some of them will, but they liked Palm Beach more to begin with then.
Yeah.
People still want to be here. I think my most important stance on the economy and that piece right now is my deep concern. Like, you should not be freaked out about freelance work as a really talented person. And you are not in the minority here. That is the majority. And that is, I think, the biggest issue we have, if that makes sense.
It definitely does. And I wholeheartedly agree. I just want to flash back here to this was a speech you gave in 2021.
Oh, wow.
We're not going to watch the whole thing. This was the NBC coverage of it.
Yeah.
But this is where I had heard about you standing up to Cuomo before this. But I was just happened to be walking through the park with my photographer friend, and we saw you live, and I was so inspired. Just especially at that time, the pandemic gets memory hold a lot. First of all, it's still happening.
Yes, it is.
Second of all, Trump was coming out bi-weekly, irregularly with updates and telling people to inject bleach. And Andrew Cuomo was out there daily with updates, just repeating what scientists and doctors said. And he was at his national popularity. Yeah. And here you come after he's written a book, ready to go on tour to run for president. And here you come standing up saying he should be impeached. And it worked. It galvanized so many people who were sick and tired of Cuomo, sick and tired of him and Chris hanging out on CNN like it's their own personal podcast. And I just wanted to ask, what was the last straw that made you stand up against him? And did you have plans to protect yourself from retribution?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I just saw the clips of that and I vaguely remember it. I do remember it was such an odd moment because when you are a senior person working for a politician, you're the person making them look good. You're not usually the person who steps out. I had been lucky enough that I had been running for office. And I had done that once before. So I kind of knew how to be in front of the camera, but it was still a new thing for me, especially on that scale. The last straw was really finding out two things. So I had spoken privately. People say, what is it like to work for Andrew Cuomo, especially when he was this famous? And I would say, it's just like working for Donald Trump. They're the same person. And I would just kind of let that sit. And if people were curious, they would give me a look and I would give them a look back like, yeah. But I didn't say much more. Certainly my family knew, my friends knew privately, other colleagues knew that I was close with, who this man was. And I think a lot of people in the state knew who this man was. But I didn't intend to say it the way I did at the time that I did it all. I thought maybe I would be much older, he would be dead by then because he's significantly older than I, not some like death wish. But I was speaking critically on Twitter. I was like, worst job I've ever had was not working at Friendly's and, doing ice cream and waitress saying it was working for Andrew Cuomo. And that was when a young woman reached out to me and said that he had sexually harassed her privately. And I had not said that he sexually harassed me. So this was an admission to me privately that I had not shared publicly. So I knew she was telling the truth. I spoke with her. She's a lot younger than I am. And that made me feel like crap because she came after me. And the fact that I didn't stop it meant that these things happened to her. And I've always been someone who really feels, compelled to look out, particularly for younger women, younger people, more vulnerable people. And that made me feel terrible. I'm mulling over it. And then a few days later, his name is being floated for attorney general in Biden administration. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, this monster is still doing all these things. And now he would be the most senior law enforcement officer in the country, having jurisdiction over all women. And it was right after I saw that name floated, but I just started tweeting about what he did. And I did not have any protection. The retribution was swift. I had not prepared for it at all. I think most of these things that we reveal, we usually don't do it with the plan that would actually help us. It usually happens unplanned. And so,
what kind of, what was it?
What?
What kind of retribution was it?
I mean, he smeared me in all the top newspapers saying I was like difficult, hostile, bad woman. I don't even, I try not to feed into too many
he used the nasty woman thing?
All of it, yeah. His emissaries called my campaign staff and, tried to get them to quit and one did quit. And then the others told me about it, how they were being threatened. And then I had to hire an attorney just because it was like I was, the paparazzi were at my door. They were putting me on the cover of all the newspapers.
Right. Did they dox you? Like, I watch a lot of movies. I'm thinking like that cops knock on the door and they're like, hey.
Yeah, someone did, but we knew enough not to answer. They're like, hello, is Lindsay there? And it was like so creepy. It was definitely like Halloween poltergeist kind of stuff. And it is weird to be on the receiving end of that. And, we had to like take unfortunately, every single reporter had my cell phone number because I was senior administration. Right. So I'm getting all the calls. Everyone knows where I live because it's public information for campaigns. So they're all there. it was truly a terrible period in my life. And then I had to get an attorney just because, you know, I'm being threatened and all this kind of stuff, and smeared. And that is when I decided to put together this more formal piece that I did in a medium form.
Right.
I originally wanted to put it in a newspaper, but no one would run it because they were afraid to have me be out there by myself. So I really had to push. I had to put it together. I had to relive this stuff. I had to get an attorney, and then I had to like push the button again and kind of speak out again. And ultimately that was good because a few days later, Charlotte Bennett came forward publicly, and then other women came forward. And then there was the Attorney General's investigation. So that kind of is how things went. But I have, you know, I've now, unfortunately, I've become somewhat of an expert in this space. And I think it's a rare occasion that people are able to come forward about their own harm in a planned kind of safe way. It doesn't end up typically being safe. Now, a lot of people, a lot of women reach out to me to ask for advice. And so I hope that I can offer them some ideas that make them a little safer, but rarely is it like, you know, how I did the medium piece where I already had an attorney and I had all the information. It ends up coming out like, you know, like a secret. It's painful, and we're taught to not talk about it. So I think even for our own safety, and it wasn't safe. I mean, he basically tried to tarnish my reputation. And he still tries to do it. And yet we prevailed. And so I always think it's important to tell the story because, and again, I have tremendous privilege. So I always like to clarify that so that in the future, it doesn't require that in order to beat a bad guy. But, you know, he didn't win, and he didn't win in the primary, and he's not going to win again. It's so deliciously emasculating and humiliating for him.
It really is.
Especially that he truly doesn't know how to take no for an answer. He's just that kind of a jerk. You know, he can't hear no. And that is so gross. I think, you know, I think women know that kind of guy. And I think you know that kind of guy. You're like, ooh, that guy, I'm not friends with that kind of guy. He doesn't know how to take no for an answer. I don't want to hang out with him, you know? Gross.
No. Those kind of guys, you can spot them a mile away and you go, okay, how you, all right.
Gross.
All right. You know, and maybe, you know, tell some of the women around like, hey, don't, it's not going to be good. But we unfortunately are going to need that kind of expertise in dealing with retribution because of things like this. You got the photojournalists being attacked in the Federal Plaza for documenting ICE coming in. This is your blue sky about the judge standing up and saying, where was this judge?
In Massachusetts. So it's in Massachusetts. But of course I'll probably end up going to the Supreme Court is my guess. But you know, we use
you think
the tools
so?
and you know, I wonder, but I think this is a great victory. I mean, it's sad that this is a great victory. Wouldn't it be obvious to us that our basic First Amendment rights extending to non-citizens, that is what we should value in this country, probably more than anything else, is our First Amendment rights. The judge even
mentioned ICE's masks and said that we associate that with cowardly desperados and the despised Ku Klux Klan.
Yes. I mean, it was the best ruling that we could have had. It was very, and how sad. I mean, this guy missed in you know, in one case, Mahmoud Khalil missed the birth of his child, all for simply protesting a genocide. And he's, of course, as we know, been smeared like he was being anti-Semitic. I have not read a single thing anywhere. And that it's been so not easy, but it's been wonderful to kind of like especially focus on this issue and the rising also Islamophobia, because it's, to me, especially against Iran, the same smear tactics by the same guy and the same bad faith people. And frankly, it's more close to fascism than I think we would want to admit, because it's creating a truth. It's bullshit.
It's straight up fascism at this point.
Yes.
I mean, Trump today, Hegseth and Trump were speaking to the entire military brass, which is unheard of, bring them all together, and said the ones run by radical left Democrats were going to San Francisco, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, threatening to send the army in to these cities. So what can what can a mayor do against ICE, against the Army, against National Guard?
I think, I think in Chicago with the governor there and Gavin Newsom in California and some of the bigger cities, there's a lot that can be done. I mean, I think there's no city that is better placed to fight back against ICE than New York.
Can they? I mean, I agree.
Especially when you're
scary
aligned
to
with
see
the
them
governor.
walking around.
I think alignment with the governor of New York is key in this case. And I think there's a lot of tools to fight back. I think in spite of all of the billionaires who love Trump and Cuomo at the same time, there are so many people in civic life in this city that do not understand that Trump coming into with federal officers increasingly and taking away the authority of the city of New York is the heart of fascism. If it comes to New York, if it happens to New York, it can happen anywhere. And I think Zoran is very aware of that. And I think he is Trump's worst nightmare in the city. I had heard a statistic on the ICE piece of this, because there's federal troops. They're talking about in Maryland or in other places. But I had heard a statistic that something like half of all ICE arrests are in New York. And I was kind of shocked by that, because we see a lot of press. We're seeing a lot of this bad press. That woman who was just trying to, see her husband, and she was aggressively pushed to the ground. And I've heard he's been reinstated is the latest today. That guy, he should
he was
permanently.
2 days ago, he was put on leave and then
now he's back,
reinstated.
right?
Yeah, right away.
I mean, I think there's not been enough. There has not to say that we've had half maybe of all of the ICE arrests in New York across the country. I don't think there's been enough protests and enough press. Yeah. Now we've had some high profile politicians getting arrested, and I think we need more civil disobedience. And the hard part is I've, participated in so many moments of civil disobedience, and never in my career have I heard people say, don't come to this action if you're not a citizen. But I totally agree. And that is the climate that we've created. So it's not safe for everyone to protest. There's a lot of people that can't. And yet it makes it that much more important to protest in the city. And in
I've
the state.
seen Kat Abugazela, a friend of mine in Chicago, running for Congress. She's at that Broadview ICE facility every week.
Yes.
And the latest post I saw of hers about it was, if you're not legal, if you're not a citizen, don't come. Or if you're brown, don't come.
Isn't that sad? But it's true.
And she's using, she's Palestinian, but she's white, passing blonde. So she's using her privilege as a public figure, to be on the front of the car pushing back. And, we saw a video of her get thrown to the ground by an ICE agent. Mayors are getting arrested, like you said. And, hopefully Hochul's endorsement of Mandani is not just surface level, that she does coordinate with him. I think she's, I don't know what you can and can't say about Kathy Hochul, but I can say I think she's kind of a weather vane and will go where the popularity is lying. And I hope that lasts through policy as well.
I worked with her at State. I think she's a smart woman. I don't think she's going to be the first to stand courageously against anyone, but we don't need that. We have Zoran who's doing that. We have Zoran who's doing that, and we have a city that has courageously thus far chosen to stand behind him. She's not going to go against that moving tide once he becomes mayor. And as much as, I think Cuomo, when he was governor, was a really bad model of the relationship with mayor, because he lived to make de Blasio, he lived to make the mayor look bad. And really, there's a place in which if you make the city look, if you help the city's mayor do well, you end up doing better too. I mean, if New York City is perceived as a problem, how does that help the governor long term, really? Aside from, pretending like you're saving it when you're not, which is what Cuomo did during COVID. But I think she will. She supported him because she knew that that's where things were going, and I don't think it will be fake. I think she did a good job. A good model of what she can do and is capable of was her fight back against congestion pricing when that went into place. I think she was pretty strong on that. She knew that it was a make or break moment, and I do think she will be forced into several make or break moments vis-a-vis Trump with Zoran Mamdani as mayor. And there's no model in which she doesn't support him. So I think her fate is tied to supporting him once he becomes
well, that's
mayor.
good to know.
Yeah. So I don't think, do I think she's some great, I haven't spoken to her in person in a few years, but we did work together. Do I think she's some serious Mamdani fan? No. But I think she's smart enough and her people are smart enough to know that her fate is tied to his success at this point, particularly vis-a-vis Trump.
Yeah. Speaking of the Zoran race, Eric Adams, big news over the weekend, dropped out.
Yeah.
First of all, how much do you think he got paid and by who?
Oh my God.
But
it's so
really,
sick.
do you
It's like
think
these
that
people
this
are like
actually,
villains. They're
do
movie
you think
villains.
this actually helps Cuomo or Curtis?
No, I
'cause at
don't.
least, the vote would have been split 3 ways between Adams, Cuomo, and Curtis. But now it'll be only 2 ways. So
I don't think so. I mean,
help.
he was polling last I saw him. First, I actually don't put a lot of credence in most polling. There's a few pollsters and numbers people that I follow, but the vast majority I don't. I think it's mostly BS. But he was polling at I think 8 or 9%, and he was the sitting mayor of New York. I don't think it really helps Cuomo at all. I actually think some of his votes will go to Zoran. I am hearing that maybe he will endorse Cuomo, which doesn't surprise me. When Cuomo was trying to find his way back to power before he decided to challenge for mayor, his one community, his one kind of group that was really in regular communication with him were Adams people, so a lot of those folks, Frank Carone, I think, he's Cuomo now. Ingrid Lewis Martin was friendly with the Cuomo people. So they were already kind of enmeshed in terms of their support base. So he probably will endorse him. I don't think it will help that much. I think there's just too much ground movement and people power. Literally, I think the term is overused, but truly people power for Zoran. I've never seen this much canvassing, this much excitement.
Me neither. I saw someone walking down the street with a Jews for Zoran shirt. I've seen posters of him before the primary was coming. I've never seen anything like that living here my entire life.
I have never either. And I've been in this field and I've been canvassing when only dorks like me do it. I do the things and it's never been like this. So that's going to win the day. Now, I don't think it should make people sit pretty or feel comfortable. I'm going to go out and do the work. I'm going to go out on every show and remind people what a POS Cuomo is, how his abuse of women is his abuse of power. But I don't think it really helps him that much. He's also still going to be on the ballot. And you wouldn't believe how many people are confused by these things. You and I are aware, but a lot of people, do not want to live in politics and do not want to engage, and they may, if we're lucky, show up on election day and be like, wait, there's Eric Adams here, there's Curtis Sliwa, there's Jim All, there, whatever his name is, I've blocked it out now, but there are going to be all these people and there's going to be a lot of confusion, and I don't think Cuomo will be the unique beneficiary of that alone.
Good. I think a big moment for me in just watching your career and being aware of your existence was during that initial, impeach Cuomo thing. A lot of that was fueled by the nursing home crisis.
Yes.
And you did at least one interview with Janice Dean from Fox News about that, because I believe she had a relative who died in the nursing home. And that's a reached across the aisle moment. And we've heard a lot recently, especially from people like Ezra Klein, about how to reach across the aisle and how to win. And I'm, I think we can more agree with the way Zoran reached Trump voters by just asking, hey, what was the reason that you voted for Trump? And here's how I can produce policies that will actually achieve those goals that you were looking for.
Yes. Well, so, I will tell you, Janice Dean is a dear, dear friend. And I have worked with people of variety of political, backgrounds in the fight against Cuomo, and she's a very special person because she's like a sister to me. And I don't think it's that hard to talk to people when you understand where their trauma and where their grief is coming from. Like, I actually think one gift of having gone through this terrible experience is, even if I don't agree with someone, I will never again discount the role of their personal experiences, like, at least in trying to understand them. Their fear of the history of the fear of anti-Semitism and around the Holocaust. I think I don't have to agree with a prescribed set of policy stances on what is happening in the Middle East to absolutely take a moment to at least understand someone's trauma and their grief and multi-generational trauma, just as an example. I think Zoran is doing it really well in that way because he's talking about people's biggest fears. And I think that one of the biggest fears associated with city politics right now is that you literally can't afford to keep yourself housed, or you can't afford to stay here. And so that is the right way to do it. When I saw Ezra Klein, just to touch an example that's close to home for me, basically saying we need to reach around across the aisle and support pro-life candidates. That was the biggest FU to women that I can imagine. I am a single issue voter on women's right to reproductive choice, whatever that looks like for them. And I don't need to hear another middle-aged man tell me that I need to trade my human rights or those of my daughter or those of my sister or those of my mother in order to become more palatable for the other side. And I just think it's total BS. I think, what does he know about Arkansas or wherever he was saying?
What does he know about winning anything?
No, I think it's this. Do I think there are really good aspects to some of the takeaways from abundance in terms of building more housing and getting past red tape? Yes. But this abundance philosophy that we need to give up what he views and others view as the culture war. It's not culture war. It's my basic fucking human rights.
It's human rights.
No, we're not having a debate about that. I'm not going to debate about that. I'm not going to ask a Black person in this country to debate the history of the civil rights movement or some other aspect of their basic humanity. That is just not up for sale. And I did really like, and I haven't watched all of it, and I haven't read all of the commentary about it, but Ta-Nehisi Coates does a really good job at kind of slowing him down and saying, why is it the most vulnerable people that you are trading everything? Why are you telling them they have to give up?
Right.
And I thought that was a powerful moment. And he said, "You got me there." I mean, it was just such BS. I do think that we can have conversations with people about their pain points, and that sometimes ends up in areas that we're not going to agree on, but there's an opportunity that it doesn't, like on basically making ends meet for your family. That doesn't mean that I'm going to sit at a table with someone who thinks that my human rights are less than a man's. And that is that is essentially what we're being asked to do here. Yeah. And that's a no. It's a no.
Yeah, that's a no from me, dog.
Yeah.
I am half white, half Black, half Christian, half Jewish. So so many issues about
you got a lot of content with these days.
With what Ezra's prescribing, and even people like Neera Tanden or Gavin Newsom to an extent.
In there, I'm like,
I'm
like, of course.
Yes, of course. People whose only interest is very much like Veep. Just how do I get my bag? How do I get a higher profile? How do I get more power? And how do I hold on to it? And if I have to kowtow to fascists, if I have to, because they're very similar to CEOs and mega corporations, where it's about the bottom line for them. At least they're amoral. Immoral is like, it's about the bottom line for me specifically, and screw everybody else. At least a business will slap rainbow stickers on something if they think people want that.
They're also not pretending to be holier than thou in some cases. Like, at least here, I mean, Ezra seems to be saying that he's making the moral argument. Yeah. And that I find so disingenuous. I mean,
if we throw them under the bus now, then we can win, and then we'll eventually get around to it. Just like when Obama signed in Roe v. Wade into Congress, right? That happened.
It's literally just, it's so, and this isn't happening in a vacuum. He's saying to throw women and Black people and immigrants under the bus in this country at the same time. That is exactly who the Trump administration is focused on.
Yeah.
So he's asking all of us to stab ourselves. And I like, no, I'm not voting for you. I'm not voting for whoever is behind you or whoever you're essentially teeing up to promote. That's a no, Nira.
Yeah.
You should be done.
Yeah.
Like, that's your time.
You should have been done several years ago.
We did this, and look where it's led us. Look where appeasement of our basic humanity has led us.
And I think interviews like that one with Ta-Nehisi Coates, or when Richie Torres was on with Adam Friedland.
Oh, that was
and they're just kind of like, what about like humanity? What's right or wrong? Don't you feel anything? And they come off, Ezra and Richie, so cold and calculated and
I mean,
robotic.
Adam Friedland, that was how he just kind of gives him a moment to be like, well, don't you look what's happening? And it's so powerful. And you can see they both kind of shut down, because if they didn't, they might be forced to really look at themselves. It's almost robotic.
Yeah.
It's sad.
Yeah. And they don't want to. And it's,
no,
and
of
it's
course
kind
you
of
don't
terrifying.
want to.
It's kind of terrifying. I do want to ask, and I'm sure you've been asked many times before, but would you ever consider running for any kind of office again?
I think I will. Yeah, I will someday. I think right now my one office that I'm focused on is making sure Zoran gets elected.
Yeah.
I will again because, one, I don't want to let these experiences, alter my dreams, which a lot of people think politics is shit, but I actually believe in it. And I think that there's a lane for people who really care, and it's deeply meaningful. So I will someday, probably sooner rather than later. But right now it's, I especially want to be able to be as genuinely, singularly focused on something that I think is helping everyone. So like, if I were like, I'm going to be doing this right now, I think it's really hard for me to come across as someone like who says, we got to elect Zoran. This is the best thing for our city.
Yeah.
So I will do that, but I don't want it to get
strategically.
In the way. I don't want to do that because I just, not like I had anything in mind, but I will. But right now I need people to know that the thing that is best for everyone is making sure that Andrew Cuomo is not elected from there.
It's Zoran's wedding and you don't want to show up wearing white. I understand.
Yeah. Yeah.
And speaking of him, let us get a reaction to, he just skeeted this out on Blue Sky. His campaign.
Oh, I saw a piece of it. I could barely watch it. Let's see it.
It's 30 seconds. So let's check this out, folks.
I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live.
New York votes for change.
A stunning upset. Queens Assemblyman Mamdani
struck a chord with a campaign centered on the high cost of living.
New Yorkers have stood up for a city they can afford.
We'll freeze the rent, make buses fast and free, and deliver universal childcare. We're going to make this city one working people can love.
Paid for by Zoran for NYC.
I love it.
He's so good at this.
He's so good at it.
He really is. Every question he's asked in any interview, he brings it back to how to help people of New York.
And that's leading with empathy, but it's not weakness. I mean, he just ran circles around the entire Democratic establishment. So just because he's not doing it while being a jerk doesn't mean he's not strong.
Yeah.
It's it was wonderful, and it was exactly what people need to hear. It was showing people that he is about their concerns, and every kind of New Yorker can get behind someone who's talking about how hard it is to live in this city. And it's exciting. There was a few clips from the night that he won the primary, and I had not planned to go. I find election night to be very stressful in general.
I can imagine.
My career. And I was at home, I was with my daughter, and then I really started to see the numbers, and I knew he was going to win. And so I got out of my pajamas and I went there, and it was exciting to be in that room. And I think that it comes across in that video. And then what is Andrew Cuomo going to do? I'm going to save this city from utter darkness.
I'll show you what
that
Andrew
going to
Cuomo's gonna
inspire?
do.
What are you going to do with that, Grim Reaper? You know, Halloween man who comes up every few years and with like a horror thriller to come try to kill me again. You know?
You are the Laurie Strode to his Michael Myers. Absolutely.
God, it just never ends. I literally sometimes on Instagram I put that Halloween song, you know, like Michael.
Yeah,
It just like really never ends.
That's the only thing I can play on the piano. Fun fact.
Oh, really? That's pretty talented.
This is what Andrew Cuomo was doing. Now I can't play the sound from this because it's copyrighted music, but I will.
He
play...
would not endorse Andrew Cuomo in any way.
Right. So this is my tweet over it.
I'm so pissed.
One, these people look like they were handed a sign and told what to say because they are not enthusiastic at all. Two, Cardi B, they use a Cardi B song, and she would absolutely not endorse Cuomo if she even knows like what's going on in this race. She would absolutely be behind Zoran. She's endorsed
she's a
Bernie
burner. She's a burner. Come on.
And three, the music again. I encourage everyone watching to watch this campaign ad that Cuomo put out. The music is so loud you can't even hear what the people are saying.
Man, there's that butthole logo. Look at
He
his
does not
logo.
have a good editor like me. There,
He doesn't like. I know these people. I know who's working for him. Some of them I worked with at State. They are not particularly talented people, and they're certainly not inspired. I mean, they're operating off of fear and retribution. So I think that's a great example of how these things have never produced good long-term outcomes or creativity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I co-host the show tomorrow with Dieter McBusiness of American Wasp. He is someone who grew up in Massachusetts, rich, and you know, his family knew a lot of high-profile Republicans and whatnot. Went to Vanderbilt and everything, and he talks about how the right has a lack of creativity, and it's because they don't question things. They don't.
Yes.
They're not curious about the world and learning, and they don't want to be perpetual learners like a lot of lefties do. It's just It's just a kind of a weird dichotomy that I never was able to really nail down. It is, despite seeing the Daily Wire's efforts in making movies and TV
I know.
shows.
It's so like what is it? I guess the closest thing I've seen to something like that is, what is it, the Sacramento Bee or whatever they call it? That
Oh yeah, the Babylon Bee.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Babylon Bee. I'm like,
Where
the
they tried to
Sacramento
do
Bee's
the
gonna come
Onion.
sue me for Babylon Bee. They're just like, you look at, you're like, that's not even funny. That's not even a funny thing. That wasn't funny.
But speaking of Cardi B, have you heard the new album?
I love it. I actually bought tickets to the show. I'm a super fan. I love, and actually I feel like, given this work I've been engaged in over the last primary and now, it's like Dead is for me. Petty and Pretty, Take It Outside or Outside. Like these are anthems of mine right now.
I mean, Bodega Batty really speaks to the culture of New York.
Yes,
it's like
it does.
1 minute, but it's really it gets you hyped.
Every song on there, like Outside was not one of my first favorites, and then she talked about it in an interview, and I'm like, wait a second, I need to go back and it is so good. It just goes to show you, like, there's some incredible creativity that can come from really difficult periods in your life. Like, she's talked about it, right? And this certainly came from a place of incredible hardship, and it's so badass. I love it. I don't always do this. I usually only buy tickets to concerts that I'm taking my daughter to. I'm going with a girlfriend. I was like, are you coming with me? And like, how much are you willing to spend? And I was literally on the pre-sale line when the tickets opened.
Where is she? Madison Square Garden?
Actually, so I'm originally from California. The ones at Madison Square were really expensive, and they're on my daughter's spring break. So I'm gonna visit my nieces in California. There's one in Palm Springs. So
nice.
But I immediately did it, and I was so excited. You know, that's another thing. I love that he's talking about the ticketing stuff. That is such BS. It is.
Oh my God! The head of Ticketmaster the other day saying, "Oh, there's room to increase prices."
Oh my gosh! Well, that's the thing we didn't get into, and I should have talked about it in the business piece, because the other aspect, kind of like housing, has all these drivers that relate to private sector interests. Well, where we are in this country with jobs and with everything has to do with monopoly power. And I went to the anti-monopoly conference this fall. I'm a big fan of Lena Khan and everything that folks are doing to really hold like, there's I read somewhere on Twitter, someone made a joke, but it's kind of true. Our country's basically like 5 companies in a trench coat.
Yeah.
And I mean, we can be glib and joke about Ticketmaster, Live Nation, all that, but at the end of the day, these having a few companies run everything, like a company like Amazon, what even is it anymore? It's like the green blob that is in everything. There are a lot of problems that are being created by having a very small number of people run everything and own everything.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that! What's that?
Mr. Poon wanted his name is Rune, R-U-N-E. He wanted a little camera spot.
I love it. My dog is hiding over there. You can't really, you can see her. Oh, she's right.
Oh, he just ran off.
Oh, there's mine. She's my little Boston Terrier.
Oh, there
I
she
got
is.
her right when a few months after I came forward, I got it for my daughter,
Mhm.
which I did.
Yeah.
I was door knocking for my campaign, and I wanted something that would make her happy and kind of lift her spirits with all the craziness going on for our family. And of course, the dog is right next to me, like all the time. You know, she's like my emotional support dog. So I'm a big fan whenever I see a small furry person out there.
Yeah, he'll be on the couch, and sometimes he'll get the zoomies and he'll run back and forth.
I love it. I love it.
Quick plug. My reaction to the Cardi B album is on my channel, folks. You can find it down below on YouTube. But
which is your favorite song?
I like Hello because it's my wife's favorite song. When she started moving to it, I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna definitely hit that one to the playlist. But I really like, I mean, I of course I loved where she dead Magnet, where she's coming out hard against, you know, all these people who've been talking stuff about her. But I do really like the middle section. There's at least 3 songs that are all about Offset. She gets really vulnerable in what happened in the relationship, what she thinks she did wrong, how she really feels about, like, I'll always love you, I wish you luck, it has to be the end, you know. And that was a side of her I've never seen before.
And what's going on too? Like I thought. That was
my God, Lizzo came with the 4 non-blondes cover. Loved it.
I loved it too. It was there was that part. There was so much of her in it, and I just loved it.
Yeah,
but I will look at your full reaction. Your plug. You gotta finish with your plug.
I have many reviews and reactions on my channel. That is mostly what I talk about is like video games, movies, TV, music. But through a lens of someone who's a leftist, because if you get me started on it, we'll go for another hour, and we have just over 7 minutes to talk.
I know. I was not a leftist. I didn't like come out being one, and it just everything in my life. We all kept being like, what the hell is this?
Me neither.
How is this? What is going on?
Yeah, I came to it late, and it just, you know, I wear this Green Lantern hat, one, because I'm a big Green Lantern fan, but because I also heard about the Green Lantern theory of politics, where they say you can't wave a magic ring and have everything work. So as a comic book fan, I have to clarify, Green Lantern does not use magic. It is willpower. Willpower is the thing that gives him his powers. And that you can do anything with willpower. So that is why I reframe the Green Lantern theory of politics and take it back.
I actually like that. You're taking it back.
Yes. And reframing it as it's willpower. With will, there's a way.
Yes.
And that is Green Lantern. As we end here, I want to thank you for coming on. I also want to invite you to come on anytime you feel like it.
I would love that. This has been very fun, and it's nice to meet a friend in person. Well, not in person, but you know.
Yeah. I mean, we can. I'm here too. I'm local. But last question, because I do talk about movies, TV.
Yeah.
Is there any TV or movies that you've watched recently that you think are really, really good?
Andor. I mean,
yes.
Andor. It's like honestly, it's everything to me. I know that sounds so dorky, but I love Andor, and I'll listen to it.
Review
I'll
on
watch,
my channel.
Marva's like her stone like speech. I think about that a lot and what it means in my political life. I think about the great, speech that what is her name gives at like the Senate.
Mon Mothma.
Yes, Mon Mothma. It's like these moments, and then of course Andor himself. Like I literally bawled when it was over, and it was just like the best. And for me, I'm a huge Star Wars fan, and I grew up watching it. And then when I saw Rogue One, it just took it to another level for me because it didn't require someone to be like a king or a lost prince or something in order to be hugely important in shaping the world. And so that became my favorite Star Wars. And then so Andor became my favorite of all time. So there's other things I've liked, but Andor is just like, there's nothing like it, right?
I can't stop talking about
I
Andor.
Can't either. I'm like, you don't understand.
Yeah. I mean, again, 4-part series on my channel about because the drops were coming out with 3 episodes each. The one, I mean, first of all, the arc where she said, you know, the Imperial officer comes to sexually assault her. She names it.
Yes.
She names it on Disney.
Yes.
And they named the genocide on Disney.
I felt that. I felt that. All of those things. They didn't lighten it in any way. It was very, in some ways, gruesome, but it didn't make it any less hopeful as a result. And so I really appreciated that because we're in those kinds of times, unfortunately.
Yeah. It was, I mean, it was a blueprint for how to fight against what we're living through right now.
I feel it a lot. I mean, in my like super dweeb phase, I like put on the music sometimes when I'm going to deal with something like all this Cuomo bullshit, and it feels good. It feels helpful.
Yeah,
that's what art is, right?
We have friends everywhere. We have friends everywhere.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's what I mean. Like, you know, even going to the coalition building.
Yes.
We have friends everywhere. You just have to talk to them, find out what their needs are, find out how we can address those, and you can build that bigger tent that Ezra Klein keeps talking about
just
without throwing anybody out of
that
it.
No one wants to be in.
Right.
Like a cool
I think
tent.
the people saying that, I don't remember which New York politician said it. Tom Suozzi said, like, we need to get people like Zoran out of the Democratic Party.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
like, no,
Tom Suozzi.
you go start your own.
Yeah,
party.
no. Why don't
You
just
go
be
start your party
Republican,
with
Tom?
Nicole
We all know you're
Wallace and
Republican.
Crystal. Yeah. I mean, with Bill Kristol, and I mean, don't get me started on the
Jay
former
Jacobs,
Republicans.
our party chair. He can't support our party nominee in the city of New York. Fine. Go out to stay in Long Island, do your own thing, and give up the New York
start
Democratic
the
Party.
third way party.
This is where it's going. Yes.
Yeah. We're gonna take up. We're gonna Andor the Democratic Party and take it over and have Mon Mothma lead the
I
rebellion.
am on board.
Thank you so much, Lindsay,
Alex.
for
It
joining
was
us
fun.
here.
And thank you all for listening. I appreciate it. It was very fun.
Please follow Lindsay on all social medias. She is a great read, especially if you live in New York, but you should anyways, because you are really a great voting guide. Like when I was going to vote for the primary, I was like, well, who else? I know I'm voting for Zoran, but who else? And that dream thing that you guys came up with, so perfect. So perfect. Again,
well, I'm so glad you invited me. Thank you. And you're a great guy. And I appreciate knowing you, being a friend. And when we'll meet in person sometime soon, now that we've done the video.
Yeah. And if you feel so inclined to hop on, we're getting a private message from producer Nick. Carlos is on the way, so we got a little extra time.
Okay.
But with that extra time, I think we should talk a little bit more about not to bring it down again, but like that generals meeting was pretty spooky.
Oh my God.
The way that, Pete Hegseth was talking about, we got to be aggressive, essentially be aggressive. And,
well, my dad's a Marine. I grew up in a Marines family. So like my dad has actually served. And I remember when he was appointed, like no one that my dad knows in his generation respects Pete Hegseth. And his path to that job, no one respects it.
Well,
and I'm not suggesting that like I'm some huge military buff and expert, but respect is an incredibly important aspect to getting people to do things they don't want to do, which is what exactly happens in defense of this country in the military. And so he's that letter his mom wrote him, talking about his women, all of the things they're going back on, all the advances they've made. He's a sycophant and he's a stupid one.
Yeah.
It's so
I think
dangerous.
that's the most frustrating part for me is like I still can't get over as a lifelong New Yorker, as someone who grew up watching Little Rascals and Home Alone, and I asked my dad, "Who's that guy?" And he's like, "Oh, it's funny because he's like a rich dick, and it would make sense for him to be, you know, in the Plaza Hotel in Home Alone or the rich villain's father in Little Rascals." And so that's how I knew him. And you know, from The Apprentice to Comedy Central roast, he's just been a guy who floats around and does radio shows, shows up on The View, whatever. The fact that he's the president blew my mind in 2016 and still has not ceased to. And then with everybody else, Pete Hegseth was on air once on Fox talking about how he doesn't wash his hands coming out of the bathroom, and now he's in charge of the army.
He's
Brian,
just
you know.
ew, that is so gross. And also, guys, like you see them, you're like, that's probably another kind of guy. You're like, he doesn't wash his hands.
Yeah,
It's like
I mean,
such a sign.
Judge Jeanine Pirro being a U.S. attorney, he's just literally picking people from Fox. It's the laziest
honestly, they're
fascist
liars.
takeover.
They're liars. I mean, even like, okay, I don't agree with any of them. But the big thing Pam Bondi was going to do was release the Epstein files. And lo and behold, look at how she's bungled that intentionally for probably obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
You know, these people are like, I don't even want to denigrate used car salesmen because there's probably really good ones. Like I'm trying to give them a better term, like
snake
just
oil.
complete liars, like
Snake oil
and
salesman.
bads. Yeah, snakes. As the almost former mayor said, they're snakes and liars.
I gotta ask this to you because you know you were in government. If this is, you know, what a lot of people suspect is like a loyalty test.
Yeah.
Do you think they will, like rank and file, even these generals would disobey orders if
I
they
think
are
at
like
some point
asked to invade New York?
I think at some point, if I don't know that it'll look like that. I think at some point, if Trump continues on what he's doing, which is to just challenge every norm, there will be moments where some will stand up. Not all, but I doubt it will come from our politicians on the Republican side.
No.
I think it will probably come from, I don't know if it's, bureaucrats, military members. Like, I don't know what it's going to look like, but I think our elected Republicans, for the most part, have shown themselves to be completely cowardly. I think many privately I've heard think he's, you know, unhinged and an autocrat and wrong and evil and a liar, but they won't say it publicly. And so I have lost all faith in their basic American integrity. But I haven't in, like, you know, the bureaucracy, as many people as they've fired, there's still so many people whose job it is to make the escalators work. And I don't think it's going to be an escalator, you know, that stops that, but there will be things like that. If he continues to go, I do have faith that people will stand up.
I think
probably
you're right.
not who you expect, though. It's never who you expect who rises to the occasion.
I mean, going back to Andor, you know, there was that whole scene of trying to get Mon Mothma out of the Capitol.
Yes.
And there was the two like hallway monitors, basically, who the Imperial was trying to like stop the speech, and they were like, "Oh, you have to go up to the third floor to do that," and that was just a small act. There's the bellhop on the
who said you have friends everywhere. I mean, that was that moment on that
when he said he said
good luck or have
it's
faith.
a hope it was the thing that Jyn Erso said in Rogue One.
Yes, you're right
because Cassian tells
built on hope. Rebellion
yes,
built on hope.
thank you. You beat me to it. You beat me as a Star Wars fan.
Yes.
True Star Wars
I told you Rogue One was my favorite, and then
Yes.
Andor was even more my favorite. But it's not going to be who you expect. And even in my experience, like if someone had told me, like, you know, I remember when Cuomo was going to run for mayor, and I was like, oh my God, I'm alone again. I'm alone out here, and I have to do this, and I have to defend my family, and I have to defend myself, and I have to fight back for who I perceive as monstrous leading my city with, especially for women. I have to do it. And I felt like no one that I expected, my governor, my senator, no one was saying or doing anything. All these civic leaders who told him to resign, no one did anything. And then this guy Zoran comes out of nowhere
Yeah.
And then all of these people that I didn't know from DSA come out of nowhere and help me, and then Dream, the people behind like the slogan and everything, all of these different people came from the places I least expected it. And it was just kind of like that. And I think we have to let go of the grief that comes when the people we expect. Like, I thought Kirsten Gillibrand, big defender of women and survivors, wouldn't it just be kind of common sense for her to say, no, he shouldn't be mayor? No. Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, all these
cares
people.
more about that APAC money than
Yeah, and it's never who you expect. And I think a lot of our life experiences, the longer we go, it's never who you expect who stands up alongside you, but it's actually usually exactly who you need. And so I find that very hopeful. And I think kind of a fight back against fascism, it's going to be the same way.
I think you're right. I think a lot of people are, like you said, you felt alone.
Yeah.
But what am I going to do? I have to protect my family. I have to protect my community.
To do it.
And people are watching, the National Guard march through Washington, D.C., ICE walk through neighborhoods, and they're looking to their neighbors like, what are we going to do when ICE shows up on our cul-de-sac? We have to contact each other. We have to exchange information. Yes. We have to build community. And I mean, Princess Leia said it best. The tighter you squeeze, the more star systems will slip through your fingers.
Yes.
The iron grip of fascism really tries hard to crush, and it's not even the first year is done yet, and they're already talking about invading cities with the fucking army.
Well, even that, I think from Andor again, one of the stars is, what is it? Not Merrick. The guy who died. Yes.
Nemec. Yes. His manifesto
voice is the star of the film or the series, because it's talking about exactly what you're saying. Like, and
it's unnatural.
Cannot hold.
He says it's unnatural. Fascism is unnatural.
Yes.
And we have it. That's why it takes so much effort for them to change minds and be like, no, culture should be this. You should think gay people are weird and black people should go away. You should. And it takes effort, so much effort, because it goes against our natural instincts. Just be like, I'm in a room with gay people and black people. We all seem cool. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just.
Thank you so much again.
Thank you. I had a wonderful time. We'll do this again. And I'm actually glad we got back to Andor again, because I feel like we needed to end there.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
For everyone watching, A Difficult Truth is up next. Carlos, take it away with some current events, please.
Thank you, guys.
Bye, folks.
So caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and how we can survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, with the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult to cruise through.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome day. That was quite the amazing interview, and everyone just give a round of applause there. Thank you so much to both of you for the amazing conversation. I mean, I wanted it to keep going. Oh my goodness, I wanted it to keep going. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you. Folks, it's about just a little 15 after top of the hour. As always, folks, do all the things. Thank you for your support. Make sure you do the like, share, subscribe, comment. Spread the word, folks. We are here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. We have live content, syndicated content, all kinds of stuff. There is something for everyone here. So spread the word, folks. All right, folks, let me make sure we get our stuff ready. Johnny Too Late, Etchbox, Alessandra, Jake, Rich P, just saying hello to everybody in chat. John Ross. Matt, if you're there. A great interview. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. Good stuff. Good stuff, Alex. Another round of applause. All right, folks, let's get some stuff ready here. As most of you probably know, there has been a very bizarre meeting that was supposed to happen today that turned into some kind of political rally / threat. And I think it's probably a good point to talk about it. I believe PEPAGANDA earlier, kicking off this space, was talking about the invasion in Chicago. There are probably going to be more cities. Portland being next, probably. But this is all kind of tying into what happened today. And we've got a couple minute highlights to show and start things off before we kind of segue into the main topic here. Just weird, bizarre stuff. Bizarre stuff.
Into a room so silent before. This is very... Don't laugh. You're not allowed to do that. You know what? Just have a good time. And if you want to applaud, you applaud. And if you want to do anything you want, you can do anything you want.
Fantastic.
And if you don't like what I'm saying, you can leave the room.
A very stable genius.
Of course, there goes your rank. There goes your future. But you just feel nice and...
That's a threat, by the way. That's like, why would you threaten your highest level of command? The highest level of command here, threaten to take away their jobs if they don't do X or Y. Yeah, we have all three stooges in one president. Yeah, and unfortunately, like, it's we live in like this bizarre fascism where they are clowns, and it is a circus. But unfortunately, they all have flamethrowers and are just kind of setting everything on fire. So that's kind of the problem.
Okay, because we're all on the same team. I was told that, sir. You won't hear
Sir.
You won't hear a murmur in the room. I said we got to loosen these guys up a little bit. I'm very careful, you know, when I walk downstairs, like I'm on stairs, like these stairs. I walk very slowly. Nobody has to set a record. Just try not to fall, because it doesn't work out well. You walk nice and easy. You don't have to set any record. Be cool. We're the hottest country in the world right now. The absolute hottest country in the world. There's nobody even close.
Right.
Putin said that to me. But I announced that, based on his
Well, I mean, if Putin told you.
mention of nuclear, and it was really a stupid person that works for him mentioned the word nuclear, I moved a submarine or two, I won't say about the two, over to
Oh man, so I get it now. I get it. It makes total sense. So it's not Putin, right? Putin's not the problem. It's someone under him. Got it.
the
Understood.
coast of Russia, just to be careful, because we can't let people throw around that word. I call it the N-word. There are two N-words, and you can't use either of them.
What?
Actually, I love my signature. I really do. Everyone loves my signature. We should use some of these dangerous cities as training grounds for our military, National Guard. But military.
Okay, there we go. That's the important quote right here. Between all the clownery, between all the clownery and obvious rambling and incoherence, we start to realize what the goal is here.
We should use some of these dangerous cities as training grounds for our military, National Guard, but military, because we're going into Chicago very soon. That's
So basically, the threat is the purpose besides besides the anti-woke stuff, is to tell the generals, all the high-ranking people, that the enemy, the people that you are now need to be concerned about is American citizens. Trump is really losing it almost bad as Biden, or maybe worse. Yep. He wants to train the military on cities, right? Because the problem, the threat is from within. Farmer Barb, welcome.
big city with an incompetent governor, stupid governor, stupid. Only in recent decades did politicians somehow come to believe that our job is to police the far reaches of Kenya and Somalia, while America is under invasion from within.
There's no invasion from within. But what invasion from within? By whom? Don't worry. He'll tell us exactly who he's talking about. Can we trust any signature is really Trump's if it doesn't include a lewd drawing of a girl? True!
Under invasion from within. No different than a foreign enemy, but more difficult in many ways because they don't wear uniforms. In Venezuela, you've seen the boats going. We can't find any more boats there. They're carrying drugs, massive. Every boat kills about 25,000 people. That's
amazing.
What they have. Fentanyl,
25,000.
a lot of other drugs. And we take them out.
There's like, he's literally just making up like stuff. Like, I have no idea what he's talking about.
And we've taken out 4. So General Kane says, sir, there are no boats out there. Not even fishing boats. They don't want to go fishing. I don't blame them. There'll be no fishing today. But it's amazing what strength will do.
Phenomenal stuff. I think that there's this is kind of like the other part. We have a mad president. Yep.
The ones that are run by the radical left Democrats, what they've done to San Francisco, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles.
The radical left Democrats, like Gavin Newsom. When I think radical left, I think Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom, the Antifa's greatest warrior, Gavin Newsom. Phenomenal.
They're very unsafe places, and we're going to straighten them out one by one. And this is going to be a major part for some of the people in this room. That's a war too. It's a war from within.
Yep. So that's kind of like giving away what the next phase probably may include.
Controlling the physical territory of our border is essential to national security.
So another way of putting it is controlling the areas that didn't vote for you are a concern for national security because these are the people that are against me. That's what they mean. They mean they want to go after areas that don't support him. Bruise Dragon, what they've done to those cities is make them the greatest in the world. Maybe radical needs to make a comeback as slang for cool, make it worthless, political vernacular. Yep. Well, I mean, you know, the thing is like with fascism, everything is turned on its head. Like words and reality are just warped, right? In reality, they are the radicals. They are the radicals. The people that want folks to have universal health care, the people that want folks to be fed, the people that want folks to make sure that they have housing and food and healthcare and education, those are not radical. Those are just human beings that are empathetic. That should be like the normal baseline for people. That is the normal baseline of wanting people to make of making sure that people have these things. That is a fact, Carlos. The window has been moved so far to the right. Yes, 100%. 100%. And again, it's a fascist tactic to constantly twist and warp the meaning of words for their gain. Hegseth rails against woke, lays out standards in speech to top generals and admirals because, yeah. I can't imagine that the Pentagon is very happy right now with what's happening here. I just can't imagine. In a speech Tuesday morning before an auditorium packed with several hundred of the nation's most seasoned military commanders, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth called for an end to woke culture in the military, unclear what that is, and railed against a litany of complaints such as diversity and probes into hazing. The era of politically correct, oversensitive, don't hurt anyone feeling leadership ends right now. Yes, because when I think of the military, I think this. At the gathering of the Marine Corps base in Quantico, Virginia, a secure site an hour south of the nation's capital. Hegseth called for no more division, distraction, or gender delusions in an extraordinary blunt speech on the importance of warrior ethos, a term he used to describe the spirit that makes combat units effective. What that is unclear. Quote, we must be prepared, he said, we're either ready to win or we're not. Keep in mind, the context of this is preparing for domestic deployments. Getting or attempting to sell the idea to these top commanders, the idea of domestic deployment. That's the whole context. We literally heard Trump talk about how this is about the war from within. Hegseth, who, this is irrelevant, issued a new directive that will raise physical standards for everyone in uniform to male level, toughening grooming standards, so much so to make sure that it filters out mostly black men and non-Christian faith. Lift restrictions on rules of engagement, do away with racial quotas, and end restrictions on hazing for boot camp recruits. He demanded no more fat generals, saying all service members need to meet fitness tests and grooming standards, no more beardos, the era of unacceptable appearance is over. Simply put, if you do not meet, has he seen J.D. Vance? Has he seen J.D. Vance? I'm confused. Anyways, simply put, if you do not meet the male level physical standard for combat positions, you cannot pass a PT test or don't want to shave and look professional, it's time for a new position or a new profession. He said he's overhauling the DoD's Inspector General Office that is investigating him for creating a culture of walking on eggshells, that he said has been weaponized, putting complainers, ideologues, and poor performers in the driver's seat. Foolish and reckless political leaders set the wrong compass heading, and we lost our way. We became the woke department, but not anymore. Oh, I'm so glad that, you know, when I think woke, I think the military. The more you know. 163,000 veterans of the U.S. military are trans. The bravest people in the world. Look up fierce in the dictionary. They are there. Hegseth's rationale has been straightforward, contending it's hard to change a culture with people who benefited from that previous culture. This sounds, yeah, it sounds a bit, this sounds a bit fashy, man. Anyways, Brown never pushed quotas for promotion within the military, which relies on merit-based system that Hegseth claims wrongfully punished too many people for, quote, toxic leadership. Brown and others pushed the idea of recruiting from a broader section of America so the military would look like more like the nation it serves. Yeah, we're a diverse country. The secretary added that the department is clearing the way for leaders to be leaders. You might say we are ending the war on warriors, Hegseth said, who now goes by the title of Secretary of War. Which he can say that all he wants, but I don't think that's how that works. He told his audience that if all the new standards he has unveiled makes them heart sink, then they should resign. He's talking again to the most high-ranking people in our military. That's who he's talking to. Imagine being forced. Like, these are career generals and officers that have been in the military for God knows how long. Through, I imagine, through several administrations, some of them, especially the high-ranking ones, and have been pulled from their very important positions across the world, traveled probably thousands of miles in a short notice, just to hear this guy talk about DEI and the warrior ethos. I can't imagine that these people are very happy with this guy. And that's a good thing. Hegseth pressed hard as part of the broader rebranding ordered by Trump, the importance of enforcing combat standards that keep troops, quote, lethal. Trump followed Hegseth with his own speech, saying that as president, he would have their backs, and he's committed to making the military stronger, tougher, faster, and fiercer, and more powerful than it has been before. Keep in mind, we're the largest military on the planet. I mean, we're literally on all areas of the planet. The president argued the military's job is not only to protect the U.S. from threats abroad, but what he also repeatedly referred to as a domestic enemy in American cities. We'll get to that. I told Pete we should use some of these dangerous cities as training grounds for our military National Guard. We're under invasion from within. So again, the context is also, just to keep in mind, all of this is under this pretense that Trump put, that we are now facing an enemy from within. And that all of these, top leaders need to be comfortable with the idea that we are no longer talking about foreign adversaries like China or Russia or whoever, but perhaps the adversaries that are within, like people who are opposed to fascism. Or another way of calling them is anti-fascist. For the majority of speech, Trump talked about several other topics, including his claims that he has ended more foreign conflicts than previous presidents. Unclear. I mean, like, can you imagine being in this room? Look, this guy's even sleeping. Trump also took shots at his predecessor, former President Biden, and his handling of the United States troops from Afghanistan, calling it was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. The president also took credit for the rise of military enlistments and adding what he claimed were unfair promotions and standards. Do we even have increasing enlistments? I thought we were having like a cratering of enlistments. Literally impossible to invade from within. It's like 1,000% reduction in med. It's like 1,000% reduction in med prices. Right. But to fascists, again, words mean nothing. Reality means nothing. So yeah. We went through political correct where you have to have people who are totally unfit to be doing what you're doing. Now it's all based on merit. So this is another way of saying like, oh, some people of color were promoted. So therefore, like, this was politically correct. And some of you, as he looks at his generals, may have just been in your position because of who you are. Like, for example, this black person or any other person of color. I mean, he's just literally pissing off the entire, like, upper echelon of military leadership. Like, that is disrespectful. He is telling the people that are sitting in front of him that some of you who rose in military enlistments, i.e. promoted to, like, perhaps general status, not based on merit, but because of, I don't know, whatever, political correctness. That's who he's talking to, those people, and saying that perhaps some of you may not have even deserved to even be here. Phenomenal stuff. I mean, personally, I think this is good. This is good because I can't imagine that the upper leadership of the military is very happy after this. Last week, general and flag officers at the 1-star level and above were told to fly to Quantico from their duty stations with just several days of notice and no hint as to what the meeting might be about. Yeah. This has to be like an emote or a meme. This has to be a meme format right here. Feel free to screenshot this and make memes out of this. I feel like this is meme worthy. Snakes ABA, welcome. Loyalty conference. Possibly, yes. The event comes as the government is careening towards a potential shutdown that could force some 2 million troops to work without pay if a spending bill doesn't pass Congress by midnight Wednesday, which presumably it seems like it's not going to happen. Most military personnel are on track to be paid October 1st, officials said Monday, but after that, troops would be at the mercy of negotiations on Capitol Hill. According to the contingency plan posted by the Pentagon, all active duty troops would be required to keep working. The plan says contracts to move forward too, but under increased scrutiny with priority efforts given to efforts to secure the southern border, because, you know, that's what, obviously, that's what's important. And building of the Golden Dome, as well as the operation in the Middle East and shipbuilding. Cool. The audacity of a Fox drunkenly literally lecturing generals about the warrior mindset is astounding. Yeah, like I said, I can't imagine. I can't imagine that all of those high-level and high-ranking generals from 1 star and above are sitting there going, "This is fine." You know, I can't imagine that. That this is how they have a positive feeling. After that, like, again, imagine being like put out of very, far and important positions abroad, on a short day notice. Some of them even having to, like, for lack of a better term, ride share their way over here. I mean, I can't imagine that all of these folks are happy. There have been speculation that commanders traveling from around the world to hear Trump and Hexeth speak on Tuesday could get stuck away from their assigned work locations if the government shuts down that night. But according to government guidance, personnel must return home as soon as possible if a shutdown occurs while on work travel. Fantastic. So who is this enemy from within? What are we talking about? Well, if I remember correctly, I believe it was last week that Trump designated, or I guess on paper, made an executive order designating Antifa, whatever, as a domestic terrorist organization. Obviously, legally, there is no such thing. You can't do that. There's no like designation of domestic terrorism groups. Like that's not a thing. But nonetheless, here we are. Next up, Janine Pirro with advice for America's NASCAR drivers. That is too funny. I got something for that. By the authority vested in me as the President by the Constitution and laws of the United States of America, I hereby direct the following. Domestic terrorism and organized political violence, heinous assassinations, and other acts of political violence in the United States have dramatically increased in the recent years. By whom? By whom? I wonder. By whom? Even in the aftermath of the horrifying assassination of Charlie Kirk, again, just to be clear, we don't know the exact motive. All we can do is speculate based on the evidence that we have, but we don't know. Some individuals who adhere to the alleged shooter's ideology embraced and cheered this evil murder. Unclear. What he's talking about. While actively encouraging more political violence. This was preceded by the 2024 assassination of a senior healthcare executive, a 2022 assassination attempt against the Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh, 2 separate assassination attempts against my own life. Jesus Christ, this guy's like the senator. This attempt on my life has left me scarred. Emily French, welcome. In less than 3 months took place during the 2024 presidential election cycle. Riots in LA and Portland reflect more than 1,000% increase in attacks on U.S. immigration and enforcement officers since January 2025 compared to the same period last year. I wonder what happened. Just yesterday, a shooting targeted an ICE facility in Dallas resulted in multiple casualties. Multiple casualties. That's fascinating. Who were the casualties, I wonder? Nah, it doesn't matter. Separate anti-police and criminal justice riots have left many people dead, unclear, and injured and inflicted over $2 billion in property damage nationwide. Interesting. You will note, of course, that none of this mentions the political assassination of the Democratic state lawmaker, the family, and the dog. Notice how none of that mentioned the assassination of the Democratic state legislature. If I'm correct, I think it was Melissa Hortman. Not a single mention of that. The political violence is not a series of isolated incidents and does not emerge organically. Fascinating. Instead, it's a culmination of sophisticated, organized campaigns of targeted intimidation, radicalization threats and violence designated to silence opposing speech, limited political activity, change or direct policy outcomes, and preventing the function of a democratic society. This rule has been undefeated. Every accusation is just a confession. Like, if you just saw this in a vacuum, and didn't see that this was actually coming from the White House, you could say that this is just how the Trump administration is acting right now. You see how fascist language tends to warp reality and tend to say, like, no, you, all the time. Like, for example, if you call a fascist, they'll go, no, you, the left are the real fascists, right? Or they'll play word games, right? The enemy is both incredibly sophisticated, organized, well armed, super Antifa super soldiers, but also there are these blue-haired, soft snowflakes. Right? A new law enforcement strategy that investigates all participants in these criminal and terrorist conspiracies. I see no example of terrorism conspiracies being referenced here. I have no idea what he's talking about, other than turning the apparatus of the state against the left. This is what this is about. A new law enforcement strategy that investigates all participants in these criminal and terrorist conspiracies, including the organized structure, network, entities, organizations, funding sources, and predicate actions behind them, is required. These campaigns often begin by isolating and dehumanizing specific targets to justify murder or other violent actions against them. Like how perhaps the right singles out maybe trans people and dehumanizes trans people to then justify violence against them. Kind of like that, huh? They do so through a variety of fora, including anonymous chat forums, like, say, I don't know, 4chan? In-person meetings. Social media, and even educational institutions. These campaigns then escalate to organized doxing, like libs of TikTok. In-person meetings, like, the Proud Boys. Social media, like Twitter. The right doesn't do education, so we can't really do that. Where the private or identifying information of their targets, such as home addresses, phone numbers, and other personal information, is exposed to the public with the explicit intent of encouraging others to harass, intimidate, or violently assault them. Like libs of TikTok. As in case of several ICE agents in LA are being doxxed, the goal of these campaigns can be to obstruct the operations of the federal government. The operations being kidnapping people off the streets. That is the operations that are being disrupted. These campaigns are coordinated and perpetrated by, and again, I have not seen this to be like a widespread phenomenon. This is if this is happening, it's happening on a very low and probably localized sense. The idea that this justifies an entire federal crackdown is wild. These campaigns are coordinated and perpetrated by actors who have developed a comprehensive strategy to achieve a specific policy goal through radicalization and violent intimidation, like the far right. There are common recurrent motivations and indicia uniting this pattern of violent and terroristic activities under the umbrella of self-described anti-fascism. So remember, folks, anti-fascism is bad. So yeah, all of this presumed stuff that's happening, it's all bad, and it's all being done under the flag of anti-fascism. Sounds like a Stephen Miller missive. Yep. They're well trained if they are getting doxxed. They'd be okay. These movements portray foundational American principles, support for law enforcement. That is not a foundational American principle. And border control, again, this is completely made up. You know what a foundational American principle is supposed to be? And again, just we're using these kind of loosely, but you know what a foundational American principle is supposed to be? Freedom of speech. You know what a foundational American principle was? Free-flowing immigration. Liberty, the pursuit of happiness. These movements portray foundational American principles for supporting law enforcement and border control as fascist because they are, right? Like this is not a see how they twist things. They're trying to say that supporting law enforcement, supporting law enforcement and border control is an American principle, and if you're against this, then that makes you the bad guys, right? Because labeling these correctly as fascistic and fascist, it's a lie. They say that that's a lie. As fascists to justify and encourage acts of violent revolution. These anti-fascist lies become the organizing rallying cry used by domestic terrorists to wage a violent assault against democratic institutions, constitutional rights, and the fundamental American liberties. Common threads animating this violent conduct include anti-Americanism, I don't know what that is, anti-capitalism, okay, anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration, race, and gender, meaning that we don't want brown people to be put in concentration camps, meaning that we want all races to be treated equal. We're anti-white supremacy, and of course gender, meaning that we want people to be seen as people, regardless of how you identify, gender-wise or sexuality-wise. So that's the radical stuff that he's describing. And hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. That's not... the traditional American view is supposed to be freedom from religion. It's supposed to be freedom. Hans, welcome. As described in the order of September 22nd, designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, the groups and entities that perpetuate this extremism has created a movement that embraces and elevates violence to achieve policy outcomes, including justifying additional assassinations. For example, Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin engraved the bullets used in the murder with so-called anti-fascist rhetoric. But no, this person is not Antifa. We don't know that. We just don't know that. So basically, they're pinning... he's trying to pin the murder of Charlie Kirk on the radical left and saying that this is why we need to crack down and designate Antifa, i.e. anti-fascist movements, as the baddies. Chat, real quick. What would you call a government that is explicitly cracking down on anti-fascism? What would you call a government that is moving at breakneck speed to crack down on dissent and specifically naming anti-fascism as a problem? That's right. You would say that's a fascist government. Yeah, anti-fascist. The National Joint Terrorism Task Force and its local offices collectively shall coordinate and supervise a comprehensive national strategy to investigate, prosecute, and disrupt entities and individuals engaged in acts of political violence and intimidation designed to suppress lawful political activity or obstruct the rule of law. The strategy shall include the investigatory and prosecutorial measures set forth in this section: political violence, terrorism, conspiracy against rights, or the violent deprivation of any citizen's rights. So, yeah, I mean, they're going to really try to crack down on dissent, or at least project the power that they want to do this. So they're going to be actively more monitoring the left. This is pretty bad, I would say. Followed up by this. President Trump deploys the federal resources to crush violent radical left terrorism in Portland. The radical left's terror in Portland ends now with President Trump mobilizing federal resources to stop Antifa-led hellfire in its tracks. While Democrat politicians deny reality, it's obvious what's happening in Portland is in protest. It's premeditated anarchy that has scarred the city for years, leaving officers battered, citizens terrorized, and property defaced. Since June, early Antifa militants. Now there's militants. I wasn't aware of this. Have laid siege to the ice field in South Portland. These lunatics have violently breached the facility by using a stop sign as a battering ram, hurled explosives and other projectiles, burned an American flag. Oh no! Repeatedly assaulted, attacked, and injured officers with pepper spray, rocks, bricks, and trash. Doxed officers, berated neighbors, and even rolled out a guillotine. Anyways, so he's threatening to move about hundreds of troops. I think 200, right? Is what I last read. To go in here. He has gathered all the military, like the one for Mike Pence. Yeah, but that doesn't count, right? Like we don't want to talk about that one. Like, you know, we want to focus on all these scary stuff that happened here. Including a Bernie Sanders voter was beaten by Antifa militants for carrying an American flag. That, I mean, like, does anyone really believe? Does anyone really believe that? Oh, look, the famous milkshake stuff was back. Or at least all stuff that can make sound scary. Yeah. Look, the milkshake stuff right here. Portland Antifa terrorists were arrested after assaulting right-wing demonstrators. The Nazis. The Nazis. They were literally talking about probably Proud Boys and Patriot Front that were active during those times. Right-wing demonstrators. Like, I love this, right? Antifa terrorists, right? Versus right-wing demonstrators. And then when you look at the right-wing demonstrators, it's just a bunch of Nazis and fascists. Like, I guarantee you, if I look this up, it's literally just like Proud Boys and Oath Keepers or Patriot Front type people. They're mad because Portland brought the leaf blowers. Yep, against the tear gas. Oh, from the the Washington Times, I'm sorry. Reliable reporting, the right opinion. Yeah. Fantastic sources we got here. Journalist Andy No. Okay, yeah. Now we're looking at what we're working with here. I wish I could get a picture of who the right-wing protesters were. Oh, yeah, look, there it is. What did I tell you, chat? What did I tell you, chat? These are the right-wing protesters that they're talking about. So what happened here is that a bunch of fascists decided to come out, and a bunch of people who didn't want fascists in their city came out, and there was more anti-fascist people than fascists. That's the big mad that's the thing that they're taking issue with and being big mad about. That's the source. That's the source that the president of the United States is using, by the way. The Washington, what is it? The Washington Times, whose literal slogan is reliable reporting, the right opinion. by the way, this is an assertion. There was never any proof of any of this. This is an assertion that he just made up, by the way. That literally is just made up. Nobody ended up proving any of this. In fact, you can even read the article. Even this garbage article, if you just read it, you would see that they don't assert that. They say reports of individuals. This was never proven, obviously, because it didn't happen. This never happened. There was never any proven case of this. They were just saying that reports happened, and that the Portland police ended up saying that if you do find anyone that please report it. So no, this is nonsense. This didn't happen, obviously. So trash got thrown and people got mad. Again, how do I know that this is Antifa? How do I know that this is Antifa? Are they trying to give them tips? I genuinely don't know how. They're saying that a bunch of like mass counter protesters started throwing garbage at them, and that's it. That's what happened. This has nothing to do with Antifa. Isn't an organization. See, that's what this is all. This is what makes all of this very dangerous. The point is, folks, they're probably going to get ready to do some even further crackdowns with all of this, military stuff happening. Folks, please be safe. Please exercise common sense and protect each other. Okay? Because dark times are coming. Believe it or not, it can get worse. It can get worse. That being said, it's just about 8 o'clock, so I got to get out of here. Thank you all for being here. Please, folks, please stay safe, practice common sense, protect each other, and stay safe. Andy Ngo is the one that got smacked with a milkshake years ago during a George Floyd protest. I guess he assumes everyone is armed with milkshakes. Yeah, it was a milkshake, bro. Come on. Come on. Again, thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. Movie Night Extravaganza is up next. So stay tuned, folks. Thank you all. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. Until next Tuesday, 7 p.m. Again, do all the stuff. Like, share, comment, subscribe. As always, folks, please stay safe. Take care of each other. I love you all. I hope to see you guys in the next one, Tuesday, 7 p.m. See ya.
anybody else but Merle. Of course, I'd be scared stiff. For one thing, she has such wonderful taste. Clothes, books, everything.
This month, for our spooky October, Movie Night Extravaganza is covering witches from now until Halloween. Starting tonight with the 1958 Jimmy Stewart and Kim Novak film, where Kim Novak plays an enchanting woman who tricks Jimmy Stewart into pining after her. No, not Vertigo, Bell Book and Candle, directed by Richard Quine. An actor turned director and frequent collaborator of Blake Edwards, whose 1954 film noir Pushover had launched Kim Novak's career.
He bought me my clothes and my car, and a lease on a decent place to live in. Things I've never had in my whole life.
If you'd known where his dough came from, would you still have taken it?
Money isn't dirty, just people.
Based on the play Bell Book and Candle by John Van Druten, which had starred Rex Harrison and Lily Palmer on Broadway in 1950. Bell Book and Candle is the last time Jimmy Stewart would star as a romantic lead, and also starred Ernie Kovacs and Jack Lemmon, frequent collaborators of the director Richard Quine, as well as Elsa Lanchester as Aunt Queenie, the wife of Charles Lawton, and Hermione Gingold. The script was written by Daniel Teradash, who was the one who convinced David O. Selznick to purchase the play's rights. Selznick hoped to cast his wife, Jennifer Jones, as Jillian, the role that ended up going to Kim Novak. Teradash hoped to get Rex Harrison and Lily Palmer to reprise their roles from Broadway, but Harry Cohn of Columbia ended up casting Kim Novak, who was momentarily off filming Vertigo. Another version, pitched by Teradash, would have had Cary Grant and Grace Kelly and been directed by Alexander McKendrick, who was fresh off of directing Sweet Smell of Success in 1957. At the time of filming, Jimmy Stewart was 50, and Kim Novak was 25, a leading man on his way out and a starlet on top of her game. Jimmy Stewart would, of course, keep putting out huge films like Anatomy of a Murder next year, but his time as a romantic lead was over, and his time in westerns like The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance, Two Rode Together, and How the West Was Won was coming up next.
I've known her ever since she was a kid. And then, of course, she went to school, and I sort of lost track of her.
In Bell Book and Candle, Jimmy Stewart plays a publisher named Shep Henderson, who moves into an apartment building that, unbeknownst to him, is populated by witches, including Jillian Holroyd and her Aunt Queenie. When Jillian finds out that Shep's fiance is her college rival, Merle Kitteridge, she decides to enchant Shep to steal him from Merle using her Siamese cat, Pie. At the same time, she's enchanted Sidney Redlich, the author of Magic in Mexico, to pitch his new book to her publisher boyfriend, and to her annoyance, her brother Nicky, played by Jack Lemmon, decides to help Redlich write his new book.
Yeah, that's just an amazing coincidence. Why, only the other night, Gillian was asking me if I'd like to meet Mr. Redlich. He was right in this room with him. Remember?
Toast. Ring the bell, close the book, quench the candle.
Exposing too many of their secrets to his new friend to get out of being broke. This sets up a dilemma. Should she tell Shep about herself and risk their new relationship? One she begins to fear is actually a relationship born of love, meaning she could lose her powers, to cut the Gordian knot of deceit that she has created.
What on earth are you doing with Pie Wacket?
Somebody gave him my address.
Well, I didn't, and if you
Well, he's your cat, isn't he?
No, he's not my cat.
Listen, I don't care whether you put him outside my window or had him fly up there. It doesn't matter. I thought I made myself clear on that.
Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I'm obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are two more places to follow along with us. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. We are live right now on This Space. If you aren't following them, join This Space TV on YouTube. Link below. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of PROTONIC Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Kristina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at this space, hosting Kristina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Kristina. Eileen Jones is a film critic for Jacobin, the host of the Film Suck podcast, patreon.com/filmsuck, and the author of Film Suck USA. I, of course, am your host and a warlock. A male witch is called a warlock. Forrest Miller. You know what it says on love potions? Shake well, but don't tell.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Highly queer-coded Jack Lemmon as a warlock.
That is best. That's one of my favorite performances he ever gives. I wish he'd done more.
I know, it's great.
Wonderful demonic glitter he gets in his eyes. Wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely. Eileen, it's great to have you back.
I'm so glad to be here. Thank you.
Thanks for coming on. We're, of course, as I mentioned, we're doing a month of witches, and I specifically pushed for, well, between this one and I Married a Witch, which is arguably the superior movie, but
yeah,
I think it makes sense because a lot of times when people think of modern witches, they think of the television show Bewitched.
Yep.
Which the creator shamelessly ripped this off of to do. and freely admitted it, you know, and different copyright law between those two. But I think this is a really fascinating movie, and coming at it from a cinematic perspective, the fact that Jimmy Stewart and Kim Novak also did Vertigo the same year is insane.
It's like we might as well cast these two together. You know, they got the good chemistry. She's got the hypnotic eyes. It works.
Isn't it amazing that it works? That Jimmy Stewart, who's getting on, would work with Kim Novak. It's a mystery, but they totally do.
Twice in the same year.
So nice. They did it twice in the same year.
They talked about Cary Grant and Grace Kelly as one pairing for a version of this, and then they talked about obviously like Rex Harrison and Lily Palmer, who did the actual play, which was seen by Kim Novak before she went to Hollywood when she was still just like a young girl and like a model or whatever, and she actually got a Siamese cat and named it Pie Wicket. And had her pet Siamese cat before ever going into Hollywood at all. So that was like her pet that she would bring around with her everywhere.
Oh,
well, because it was a book first and like a Broadway show, right? So it was already a known commodity, as much as it sort of like lost the time.
A massive Broadway show, like one of the ones that everyone would have seen, in the moment. But then they ended up closing it within I think a year and a half or something. I read because they took it to West End. And they toured it around places because it's Rex Harrison. He wants to go back to England.
And also too, he didn't have to do much singing in this or do his weird talk singing.
Right, exactly. Which was strangely been referenced quite a bit already in this last month. But the no, I think, and that's one of the reasons why we're starting off with it, right? Because we're talking about witches in popular culture and starting off with modernity, and this is the first time it's really depicted that you get some semblance of the witch's perspective other than just a evildoer that loves doing evil style depiction, or have it within some overutilized framework where it's just a sidebar. So I think that's notable as well. You see that they have interactions with each other. It's like I don't know what the Bechdel test for witches would be, but it passes. And I think all that works really well, and it's good Lord, it looks amazing too.
Gorgeous.
And this is one of the last films we've given him a shout out on the show of the great cinematographer James Wong Howe. Yeah, James Wong Howe. And God, it looks amazing. Like the look of this is just fantastic. And also, I think it's one of those things that even if people say forget some of the details of the story, what they don't forget is just how astoundingly amazing and cinematic Kim Novak looks.
Oh my God.
It's just like,
shout out to the clothing designer Jean-Louis. I want every goddamn outfit in this movie. I would love to have lived my life, except that horrifying yellow thing she winds up at the end.
Oh, that's the only when she's a human finally. It's like, oh come on,
Don't
you
watch
give her.
the ending is my rule for this movie.
It's like a reverse glow up, all Breakfast Club.
Awful. Yeah.
I would consider that a glow up.
But I think it's stunning. Like it's one of those things that people call back to on this. And again, even if they're like, oh yeah, I think I remember that movie. Like I saw this movie kind of early on, like kind of on the younger side, and my dad's like, oh, you should see her in Vertigo. I'm like, oh, I don't even know what that is. It's like, oh, Hitchcock. It's like, oh, like that horror movie you saw, Psycho? Which not really, but it made an impression on me, like prepubescent. But certainly, it was. I think it works, and in a way that I was thinking about Roger Moore recently, like friend of the show Mike Scott, who has the Bottled and Bond podcast, talked about how in A View to a Kill, he was like, look, I got to stop doing this. Like I'm hooking up with girls that are like young up to my granddaughter. Like he had the self-awareness, unlike some other people that play James Bond, to notice that.
Mm-hmm.
And it is kind of like Jimmy Stewart, the age. I'm not making it ageist scores, but it is like, all right, it's kind of pushing the line here, man.
Well, Cary Grant desperately sought out the role that Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah.
Which wouldn't have helped the age thing, but
it's like they're both kind of old too. It's like, okay.
Well, and that's interesting because I think there's a certain amount of debonair charm that you get from Cary Grant that I do like Jimmy Stewart. Oh, I do like Jimmy Stewart, but I don't know generationally if some of his charm as an actor romantically has kind of gotten over in the same way. Like I think.
Yeah, this was his last role as a romantic lead.
Yeah,
right. Which it go out on top, right? It's like one of the better ones.
Good. It depended on the actors. If you see, there's a great Ziegfeld Girl melodrama, and he and Lana Turner, when he's still just an up and comer in a supporting role, they have terrific love scenes. A lot depends on the actress. I was shocked to read that he didn't think he and Donna Reed had chemistry in It's a Wonderful Life. And they had
really
phenomenal chemistry. I mean, that telephone scene is shockingly good. Like, really sexy.
That's
he had her fired off a later film and replaced by June Allison, who, if you know who that is, you're going like, what?
Yeah, didn't she replace she's like replaced Judy Garland in like a film or two or something like that.
Yeah.
She's like, okay, we can't get June Allison.
Yeah, I'm not sure he always knew his best what he was best at, but depending on the actress, he could be really great, oddly effective in these kind of parts.
And I should say I am a Jimmy Stewart fan, at least of the acting. I don't want to get into necessarily like his totality as a human being, but it works. It works very well here, and like he, the shucks of it all, like absolutely. Even though it's, I mean, look, it's not Anatomy of a Murder level Jimmy Stewart, but like, he's not a bumpkin necessarily, but he is like there's a certain amount of cluelessness involved that is endemic to the time that I think.
Well, it's crazy that like Anatomy of a Murder was like the next year after this. Right. So I mean, I think we talked about like the run he was on at one point where it was like it was like Vertigo and then this and then Anatomy of a Murder. Like I guess he was all over the place, but Anatomy of a Murder was the first movie that he made where he's like, or maybe not the first movie he made, but it's the first after this like. Like, all right, well, we're cutting you off from being a romantic lead in any of these movies from now on. So it's like, you're not going to get the girl in the end, which is good because it would have been sleazy as fuck. If,
I'll say.
Like, oh, now that I got you off, got your husband off. But I mean, he's still flirting with her. So he's like, but there's not really like a romantic, there isn't really any romantic lead in fucking, Anatomy of a Murder.
Yeah,
but
right.
It's like, so he was kind of on that run. And then he's like, so he was still getting quality roles, like still getting.
He also felt Jimmy Stewart felt very miscast as well, so it makes you wonder.
In this film,
in Bell Book and Candle, you think?
Yeah, that's what he said. He was very much. He thought he was miscast, and I'm like, he doesn't really think that highly of himself, or
it's got to be. But I mean, it's also one of those things. It was like a script that was in a It's like a script that was like, kind of floating around because it was a play. And then they tried casting with all these different people. So I could also see him being like, well, I'm not Rex Harrison. I'm not Cary Grant.
Why would you compare yourself to Rex Harrison of all? Come on now. You're a little bit better than that.
Like, when it's a well-known play, right? Like you automatically compare whoever you are to like.
And you're right. It makes a lot more sense if you're going to pivot from Rex Harrison to Cary Grant than Rex Harrison to James.
Yeah.
That's true.
Also,
can I just add that there's a problem with his character, which is that frankly he's not nearly good enough for her, and it's sort of very Bewitched like. They kind of keep that the guy is kind of awful, really.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's not like I mean, he's not like a dime or anything. He's not like a, glowing personality necessarily. He's fine. He's just it's just a dude. He's just a dude.
He's just a dude, and he gets very queer. All of that. There's that wonderful scene where, he proposes marriage. She unexpectedly and on impulse accepts, and she says she will change. She'll become better, and all this stuff. And he says, "I won't have it. I want you exactly as you are." And that if you could end it there somehow, it would be a perfect romance. But of course, he finds out she's a witch, and from then on, he's awful and reveals that he's awful. So her being stuck with him in the end in that horrible yellow dress, and he likes her better than in black or leopard print.
I know.
You really got to get the.
We are not built the same, friend.
You got to get the Holy Grail court in there, where it's like, how do you know she's a witch? And then he's like,
oh yes, yeah.
Well, and that's one of the things that. So I firmly believe this is a wonderful movie, and this is I advocate for it all the time, and I think this is actually a good example of an unorthodox romantic comedy in a lot of ways. But it does feel like the ending is just sort of like, all right. I mean,
you have to. You can see you have to have it.
It's got to be that way, I guess.
It's unusually bitter, and I think that speaks to how sublime she especially is, how sublime I think the movie is, and how especially she is up to that point. That it actually is wrenching that you have to lose her as a witch and her whole way of life.
Yeah,
so
and she doesn't really get any. She doesn't get any say in it, right? Like she falls in love, and like it's not like they don't ask like. Or it's not like she's like, all right, well, I guess she does say she renounced, but then she's still able to perform magic after she renounces or claims to renounce, and then she falls in love. It's not really her choice. Like I feel like her choice would have possibly been to stay a witch, and like she'd find another Jimmy Stewart out there somewhere.
I mean, at least keep the apartment, But
they give her a lot of depth in that she's just a discontented witch, virtually because. She's like too good. She's too good a witch. She's not only too good for humans. She's too good for her fellow witches. They're charming, but she's the one with the real power, and she's the one who's the most beautiful, and the only one with any depth or complexity.
She's stuck with literally like the hackiest witch.
Absolutely.
That literally puts your name out there to be like, oh, I'm a mail order sorceress or whatever.
Yes, Madame Laplace. That's her rival. Exactly.
That's her rival, and that's the person that when he comes around and he's like, well, when Redlich comes around and he's like, oh, I want to see like the top witch. It's her, it's the hack.
Head bitch. Head witch in charge.
Yeah, I love the line, by the way, where he goes, she's a witch, and then his ex-girlfriend goes, I think you don't know how to spell.
Couldn't say those words back in the day, so we're still in a code.
Go ahead.
Also, that her cat is actually her cat in real life.
I love that so much. So top tier cat acting in this picture, top tier. Like I
had a Siamese cat for like 11 years named Zoe, and Siamese cats are wonderful. They're like the dog. They're next to the savannah, which are like very wild, but like Siamese cats are like the dog of like the cat breeds because they're very vocal, very friendly, very you can really depend on them for emotional support. And when I first saw this movie many years ago, I remember my Zoe was like jumping at the TV screen because she was like, wow, it's a cat that looks like me.
Siamese representation.
Yes. They're great.
Trying to meet up with a friend, like,
hey.
Hey, what's up?
Also, too, with the Siamese cats are known for having they kind of bred a lot of it out, but like the cross-eyed look, they're known for having like cross-eyed, and so I'm not really sure many Siamese cats still hold that trait because of, crossbreeding and whatnot. Same like with pugs and their breeding issues. But phenomenal.
What happens when you breed any animal, right? When you try to get it, like a perfected, over time, because it ends up getting kind of like inbred, which is sad. But like, I don't know, like I think Siamese cats are beautiful.
See, my mom did not want Zoe because she grew up watching Lady and the Tramp. So her Siamese cat representation was she's like, they're mean. I'm like, no, they're not.
They're mean.
It wasn't as bad as Jaws, but it definitely didn't do the Siamese breed any favors. For sure.
Your mom's like, they're mean. I saw it in that documentary.
Oh yeah, Lady and the Tramp.
And they really like sharing spaghetti with the dog for some reason.
Yeah. Who knew? Harkening back to not denigrating species or subspecies of animals. Clever script. There's some great lines, some clever wordplay here. I'm always a big fan of that. That always goes a long way. Definitely not some things that are you don't pick up on when you see when you're younger. It's like, oh, okay, no, I get what they're going for that. And I think it's something where I could see it totally playing in like a theatrical run as well. Like it'd being something like where, okay, that's you get a crowd. People are going to be like, especially at that time. Because you got to think about this is what, 58, right? So the movie's 58, plays earlier. So we're not even talking about, when you get into the 60s, I'm sure it would seem quaint by comparison, other than, the iconic and Academy Award nominated, I believe, production design and costume design. But why it plays and why ultimately I think we're talking about it now is that there's some great lines, like even just like the general Jimmy Stewart of it all, the hasn't this cat got anything better to do? Couldn't you give him something to read? Great. That's good. It's like a tossed off line, but it's like it's utilizing his natural sort of like flustered presence in such a way to set things that these days it'd be like 3 paragraphs of exposition where it's like completely unnecessary. It's like, all right. Yeah, we don't need the full backlog of like how the cat does the thing, right?
So I didn't know this, but it made a lot of sense when I found out that Richard Quine, the director, who obviously he got his start as an actor first. He was in like a lot of early TV shows. He was in a lot of early movies, like small time parts, and then he got into this crazy creative partnership with Blake Edwards that stopped right before Blake Edwards started doing the Pink Panther. But pretty much all of these actors are like frequent. Like throughout his filmography, all these actors appear again and again. I mean, besides like Jimmy Stewart's the odd man out, like he actually is in this because Kim Novak he found, for their noir film they made together, which they had that scene that that I played the intro. I think Pushover. They had that scene where it's like money isn't dirty, people are, or whatever. So that scene is like the first movie she was ever in, pretty much. And then Jack Lemmon and Ernie Kovacs are in pretty much all of his movies. And he would go on collaborating pretty much with Kim Novak once he found her. Like that was kind of his muse, I guess. Like they would keep doing movies. Like she stars in a lot of his movies, and then Ernie Kovacs and Jack Lemmon are like background characters in a lot of his movies. And a lot of them are like, most of them are comedies because he's like a comedy guy pretty much. But he was one of the biggest directors at Columbia by this point, which was kind of crazy because it was like, he had come up as an actor. So it's like, I don't think that happens that often. And it was like this accident where he wanted to make this movie. He was really pushing. He was like a well-paid actor. He wanted to make this one movie and they just couldn't find a director. And finally, I don't remember if it was Selznick or if it was like I can't remember who it was at Columbia that said this, but like finally one of the smaller producers was like, well, what would you just want to direct or something, like kind of sarcastically? Like,
yeah.
Like what?
He was trying so hard to like get this movie made, and he was like, I'll give it a shot. And then the guy was like, oh, I was kind of kidding, but it ended up working for him, and he got into like this long career and this long relationship with like Blake Edwards, which has always been like one of the best comedy minds of this time period, kind of.
Well, and he kept at it. I mean, like what was like Prisoner Zenda was like one of his last films, right? Yeah. So obviously he took to it, but it's so fascinating. Like it kind of blew my mind earlier because we got to talking about Sweet Smell of Success, And like, if you think about that director swap up, it's like,
oh, no, can't even imagine.
What? And I love Sweet Seal of Success. I mean, listen back to our episode on it. You can hear me opining about it for like 2 hours straight. But I was like, that's a different. Everything is different.
That's what Richard Quine's first movie role and first big stage role and movie role. My sister Eileen. That was his. Oh yeah.
Fantastic.
Love it. Well, with Jack Lemmon, a lot of people regard this as like one of his best roles, but he didn't really
care for it. I love it, man.
I love.
He's great.
I love when actors downplay. Like Adam, I'm like, no, you were great. It's like when Cillian Murphy talks about Red Eye. I'm like, dude, you were great in it. Stop it. Stop.
Well, it's not okay. So, but critically,
it's one of his most well-known roles.
Yeah, it's not like The Apartment or like Some Like It Hot or something. Which is and then with Jack Lemmon, who's had such a long career, then you have people that are naturally going to invoke like, oh my god, he's so good in Glengarry Glen Ross, which he is, right? So you think about it with someone that's been in so many movies and put out so many performances. It's easy to be like, oh, that's dismissible. That's just a supporting role. That's a little bit of nothing, but it does really tie the movie together. And honestly, the Kovacs is great in this too. Like he's great. Like just that rumpled, just kind of what do you mean?
His line delivery,
gadfly.
I mean, Marlon Brando gets all this credit for muttered, turning aside, throwing away lines. Kovacs doesn't throw out. He's always hunting for the barber shop, and he'll be like muttering just a little bit off the not too much. Muttering all the time on his own preoccupations with drinks and haircuts.
Like all of his dialogue needs a good ironing, it's all rumpled.
I love the cinematography in this movie because also, I don't know if you noticed this, but Ken Novak's hair was like a lavender blonde. Yes. They gave it a little tint.
They put a rinse in her hair for this.
Yeah. Like shimmery lights, like
I ended up renting it because it's on Tubi, but the Tubi version they really they fucked up the quality.
It's really downscaled, and I didn't want to watch like 40 minutes of ads.
Oh yeah, that's.
Oh, see, I for some reason I wasn't getting. Yeah, I had my ad blocker, so I was only getting ads in the beginning, but the quality thing was really like throwing me off because I was like,
no, the quality is garbage. So,
I can tell that like the scene where they're in like the scene where they're in the dive bar at the Zodiac, right? Mm-hmm. And they have the guy dance. He's like, he does that French dance. I can't even do it justice. But he's singing the French song, and then you have Jack Lemmon playing the bongos behind him, which I love it. Like playing the tom toms or whatever is like his gig because he can't use his magic. He hasn't figured out how to use his magic powers to get rich. So he's just like a tom tom player. He can teach himself how to be like the best drummer. But not even like a real like a bongo drummer. You know what I mean? Like But
and that's
beautifully filmed.
Well, and it's really exactly
a portrait of like mid 20th century Bohemia in New York City maintains, I think, a kind of appeal. I mean, was a really sophisticated, world the way it's represented, and of course, it's very clearly being portrayed as a queer hangout. The witch world, and you see that picked up very much in Bewitched, and Bewitched is very well known for not only starring many, gay, lesbian, etc. cast members, but letting them play them in that way. It's supposed to be all about this alternate lifestyle that, frankly, for me, again, the appeal of the movie is it is better. It's way better.
Yeah, why would you give it up?
America.
Yeah.
And so, of course, you want to go to that bar, the Zodiac Club. It looks delightful. It's a wonderful dive. You have to go downstairs. You have to, there's a deliberately campy, phony guy in a turban to greet you and ask what your sign is.
Yeah, that location was also used for Some Like It Hot.
Oh, really?
Oh, was it really? Okay.
Yeah,
that doesn't surprise me. But there's the thing where I really love the shimmering kind of green, like green and blue, when the guy's singing in French and he's dancing. They really did get a famous French actor to do that. And then I love that it feels like the sea. It feels like you're watching someone underwater. And then the woman says, "Oh, this song is about how a guy, the guy was like bewitched pretty much and ended up having to spend the rest of his life or the next 10 years of his life, punished by being chained up underwater. And he hated being underwater because he hates the water." And like she's telling that story to like the people, and Jimmy starts kind of listening to this over the top. It's the hacky woman that's like he was like he hated the water, And so he's telling like I don't know like two very queer coded I recognize that actor, but I can't remember who it is.
Yeah, and I like that interaction is great too, because when you think about these, in music we call it the winner's history of rock and roll. Like the people that are telling the stories are usually tend to be like the grandiose gadflies that really are not like the pure genius talents of their field anyway, but they're the ones that get it written down. And it's so funny because if you think about that in terms of counterculture, like witchcraft sort of being a subtext for counterculturalism and these ideals later embraced in the 60s and kind of getting it through as the pill wrapped with some cheese wrapped around it, which in this case would be like the glorious nature of the wonderful romantic comedy of it all, works really well. And it's and everything has to be taken in context, of course, but it works really well for other reasons later on. And it's interesting to see that it was honored with like Academy Award nominations for the technicals, as it should, but like went nowhere anything else. And then you got to remember, Vertigo, like one of Hitchcock's most ultimately, I would say one of his best films, and I'm a huge fan. And it's like, oh no, starring the same people, right? Oh yeah, this is a crazy year.
I have a sad story to tell, because not to talk about the cat again, but there was multiple cats who played
19
cats. But one in particular, poor Houdini, was an untrained cat who was very photogenic though. They used Houdini for close-ups, but according to those on set, Houdini had to do a few of his own stunts, which the cat was not trained to do. So unfortunately, they had to chase him and scare him. He was so traumatized by the end of the filming that he was afraid of humans. And I'm like, I know.
Houdini.
Well, there's the whole thing where they're chasing the Pi through like the and then Pi has to not knock that much stuff down, which is another crazy part of it. There's so much like all the African and like Asian art that she has in her store. It's like and so he has to like jump through the thing, and it's like that has to be like a trained cat, but I guess not. Like I don't know. Like,
and they I mean obviously have cats who could be trained to do their own stunts and be photogenic, but like it's kind of sad that it's like, okay, we got this one cat for this scene, one cat for that scene. This cat is very affectionate. We can know back because it's her own cat, but this cat we actually traumatized to the point that it hates humans.
That's why that's why there's rules about this stuff now.
Before the dog does the dog die is animal abuse on set.
Don't let's not talk about the rats Herzog used in his Nosferatu, right?
I love that he's all over Instagram now. I love that. He's so
Werner Herzog,
yeah.
Werner Herzog, come on the show.
I'm trying to look up the Academy Awards this year.
Well, that's I got it.
All right.
So talking about the like what was happening around this time, right? Like this is something where context is everything. We like talking about things are going on. It lost to the original Geeky. So another romantic comedy.
I mean Gigi.
I never. Okay.
Thank heaven for little girls. That is. I don't know why people don't think that song's inappropriate, but
the whole movie is about.
Yeah,
it's amazing they got away with it. It's about the training of a courtesan.
Right. Oh, right. Yeah, that's right.
By by her great aunt and grandmother. They are training her in the field, and it's 1959. I mean, inappropriate to say the least. It's all about men leching at. They're completely naked.
I'm surprised that film was not like one of those. This aged poorly. Like no one talks about it because it won big at the Academy Awards.
That was my next sentence. It beat it in costume design too, which is
a very sophisticated film, and people focus on this one thing, and you're like, it's absolutely of a piece. Just move on a little further in the film and you'll watch the same elderly Maurice Chevalier leching after the 17-year-old now trained courtesan saying to the young man who's going to keep her, oh, she'll amuse you for months because she's so young.
So that also won That also won Best Picture and Best Direction. And this is also the same year as Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, Defiant Ones. Like it was a pretty strong year, but that was the.
And you're seeing the rating system really start to unravel before it fully unravels in the late 50s. They're starting to get pretty daring.
Ironically, same amount of Oscar nominations for this as Vertigo, because Vertigo lost to South Pacific, by the way.
Oh,
and also got a nod for art direction. So it was art direction versus Bell Book and Candle.
God.
Yeah, I like talking about like the Corazon thing, and also actually like Charles Law, like like Spartacus is just 2 years after this, and like Spartacus has probably like some of the like at least most explicit like courtesan and also like male sex boy kind of scenes with like those scenes like with the Tony Curtis scenes or whatever, like some of the most I think explicit that I've seen in a movie from that time. And you think about like Psycho coming out that same year too, and Hitchcock using that to try to like just put the last nail in the coffin of the studio system's code.
Yeah. Yep. It's amazing how it really represented the times. In America, they were a change, to say the least.
Well, it's funny we invoked Selznick, obviously, too, right? Yeah. And we talk about Hitchcock, like one of his first actual directing nominations was for Rebecca, which is great, but it's far more of a Selznick vehicle than it is the Hitchcock movie, and the way that we think of him as an auteur and whatnot.
Yep.
So there is that weird transitionary period where it's kind of like stuff in between where you get kind of, all right, let's throw this against the wall and see if it sticks. But again, important to remember this Bell Book and Candle, like it was already known. It was a known commodity. It was popular.
Yeah, back then a lot of films were adapted from from stage shows because that's kind of something easy to adapt. Instead of coming up with something like very very like original.
It's crazy that Selznick was still up and kicking it for like because
he did Gone with the Wind, right?
Well, he did Gone with the Wind, and the famous story is that he was popping Dexies like candy.
So,
like I don't know. In 65, he's 63 years old. He has actually it says online like several heart attacks by that point. And it's like his entire film career, but especially Gone with the Wind, like most famously, that's why the entire thing kept unraveling. And such a long movie.
Wizard of Oz,
he was just popping fucking speed to stay awake, like the government issued kind of speed that they give to like soldiers. Like he was popping that essentially the entire time to stay up, because this movie they're like, this can't be made, like this is too technically difficult for this time period. He was like, no, I can do it. I can be the producer behind this, and he's throwing more and more money at it and throwing more and more speed.
And they're changing directors because wasn't he also like attached to the Wizard of Oz for like a day or two?
He was one of the people in there. We talked about it on the actual episode. Important to note, he won with Gone with the Wind, ostensibly for Victor Fleming, but it was best production. It wasn't called Best Picture at the time, right? Yeah. But he wins again for Rebecca next year, which is crazy to me because Rebecca is such a different kind of movie than Gone with the Wind.
So good,
and, it's fantastic, but they what they both have in common is like this great use of like color. But and location and production design, but they could not be more different. But that's his like big the Selznick International, right? Because he leaves MGM in like 35, and so he has that run of being like, it's the first Star is Born, First Prisoner of Zenda, Tom Sawyer, right? And then like this is all like near the end of that. So then that gets into like the Vanguard years, and there's Spellbound. He does Spellbound with Hitchcock. There's like Duel in the Sun. There's a bunch of things after there. Like he stays in the game, and he keeps like kind of finding what he does all that stuff with Carol Reed, including Third Man. Doesn't he do Third Man? I think.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't. Was it Selznick that?
I'll get my top fact checker.
Yeah, well, all right. So he's one of the. He's one of the.
It's produced by Carol Reed. How do I know that, by the way? Alexander Korda and David Selznick. Nailed it.
Yeah. There was some kind. Now that I'm thinking about it, there was some kind of. I remember there was some kind of deal worked out where they wouldn't let Carol Reed do it unless there was like actual like hefty weight behind him. Which I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I was just reading I'm reading a book on Douglas MacArthur and like his role after the war and like in the Korean War. And one of the movies that they showed, while Europe's being like rebuilt pretty much, they actually showed Douglas MacArthur and his son. One of the few films that like they talked about seeing was Third Man, and they were in Japan at the time, like, and they were watching pretty much a movie about the rebuilding of Vienna because they couldn't be in Europe. So essentially, like, they were watching it as if it was like, oh, this is what must be happening over there. It's like, I don't know if that's
like newsreel.
Yeah.
Newsreel with Dutch angles. No, but I think it's notable, and it's notable for the again, his character as a human I can't necessarily speak to, but all the different types of things he got involved. That wasn't like necessarily the one thing. What was notable is that the producer was very hands-on to the point that like some of the things were credited to the director. It's like he didn't let me do anything.
Yeah.
and that was pretty common.
Well, similar to like the George Lucas thing when we were just talking about where George Lucas was like, oh, I'm not gonna let anybody do anything on Return of the Jedi. Like, I'm gonna be back
Well,
here.
you know, another thing too that probably helped David O. Selznick's career was being married to Louis B. Mayer's daughter for a while there too. Giving that little push. It's kind of like how it's kind of like how Norma Shearer being married to Irving Thalberg helped her out in the MGMJs back in the 30s. So there was a lot of connections, a lot of nepotism. But also too, David O. Selznick is one of the greats.
But like back then, I mean, you know this obviously, but like back then they didn't have the same any kind of stigma attached to it. I mean, I'm sure there was in the sense of like if you're
screwing the boss. That's how you get in all these roles.
Like, I'm sure there was I'm sure individual actors and stuff would be like, oh, they're just getting that role because they're screwing the boss. In fact, I mean,
Crawford said that about Nora Shearer back in the day. She's like,
I mean, Citizen Kane literally has that as like one of the big plots in it, right? He's always trying to get his But there's the so David O. Selznick tries to make this movie thinking he's going to cast Jennifer Jones.
Which he was always thinking he was going to cast Jennifer.
Because he was married to her.
Yes. He was obsessed with her, famously obsessed.
But that's the Clouseau thing. Funny, I just rewatched Wages of Fear, but Diabolique, Wages of Fear, like Henry Clouseau was always casting. Like Wages of Fear is the most dudes rock movie that ever dudes rocked in that time period. But there's one woman. And it's his wife, and she's great, but it's just hilarious. It's like, oh yeah, there's like one speaking female role, and it's your wife, huh? Okay, and she's a good actress.
Can I please get a role in this movie? And it's like, write a dame in there.
Like it's not like a Rebecca Pigeon level thing necessarily, but Vera Clouseau is awesome, especially in Diabolique, which is more of a lead / supporting rather than like, oh yeah, there's chicks here. But. It is always funny when directors want to cast. I mean, look at the dark period of Tim Burton. You know, how often did he cast Helena Bonham Carter in these incredibly mid movies that we've all tried to forget?
We watched. You know what? We watched Sweeney Todd on my stream the other night. People loved it. They're like, "This is how you adapt a stage show." I'm like, "Yeah, you take all the elements from the stage production and just switch route." But also, we watched Dark Shadows. We were like, "Oh God!"
But stage show, Bell Book and Candle.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I imagine we mentioned Crowbar and Sweeney Todd when we were talking about Bell Book and Candle, but
how did it do? I should look up the Tony Awards because I'm assuming the Tony Awards were a thing back then. I wonder how well it did as a stage show on Broadway.
I mean, I'm like, it was at the very least, it was very popular.
Yeah, because even back then, a lot of shows didn't run for so long. Like a lot of people assume, like people think of Cats or Chorus Line or just actual musicals, but there are some stage shows that have run for a long time. If not, they move off Broadway or they do a tour. Because I'm surprised they've never thought to revive Bell Book.
Yeah, I don't see anything about awards. They did. So it ran for it opened at the Ethel Barrymore Theater on November 14th, 1950, and it ran for 233 performances, closing on June 2nd, 1951. And then it moved over. It moved out to a U.S. national tour, obviously, which is what would happen back then. Like you would open it up in New York City and then move it outwards. And then they opened it up in London, which that's when they I guess they also had they had it directed by Rex Harrison was also directing the stage show. As well as acting in it.
He would we say he's grown accustomed to directing?
No.
I would not in fact say that. I was enheartened. I'm just going to change the topic completely. Kim Novak's still alive, and there's a cool documentary about her.
Yes,
and I wish we could have seen it.
I know.
Classic
Unfortunately, my
nursery
friends
rhyme.
who are executive producers, Todd Hughes and P. David Ebersol, they're going to be. There's a meeting that I'm not sure if they had yet. Todd told me there's a meeting coming up, and we're going to decide what the release, what the deal is going to be. I guess or try.
Kim Novak, come on, movie night extravaganza.
I know.
Well,
Ahead of the curve. As per
Unfortunately,
usual.
they didn't even know themselves yet. You know.
They're
Right.
apparently Sydney Sweeney is going to be
But
playing
it's great
her.
to have her back in the news. And
Yeah, well,
at that age, and she's still
her-
riding her horses and living on her ranch and painting. And
Good for her. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
talk
there's
about a
gonna be-
smart move, man.
There's a movie about because her and Sammy Davis Jr. had a thing, which
It's coming out. It's new.
Yeah, with
Woman
Sydney
Domingos.
Sweeney playing. Kim
Scandalous.
Novak.
That was the famous thing where JFK wouldn't let Sammy Davis Jr. I think perform because he had been.
Yeah, it's narrow casted to that time
Hypocrites.
period, right? Eileen, didn't you just write something on this? Like
Yes,
recently?
I wrote a long piece on
Yeah.
on Kim Novak and the appeal of Kim Novak, and I mentioned.
I mean, the appeal.
It's her eyes.
You can look right at her. You can see the appeal. Of
Your favorite actress, Sydney Sweeney, being cast.
There was someone
Yeah,
on my
but
feed who said she's a dumb airhead blonde, and that's what she exudes. Why does anyone like her? I
Yeah.
very quickly unfriended that person. I was so.
You know, it's so
wow.
weird though.
That is a weird take on Kim Novak.
Like,
Yeah.
and also, I mean, if anything, that's Sydney Sweeney. But like, she doesn't look like Kim. She got the poor white girl eyes, is what we all say about Sydney Sweeney. I'm like, she doesn't have like that captive.
Oh, she's not even beautiful. She's got a smushy face and a big bust, and who cares? I mean, I couldn't
know.
believe the casting. Shocking.
Yeah, I'm like, there's probably other, I don't know
There's
who,
gotta
but
be.
like I'm just surprised that this affair would be such a big, thing to make a biopic over, I guess. I mean, why not?
I mean,
What
I guess-
about when she's older and she's still kicking it? I mean, but that's part of the
At
documentary.
the same time, I also wonder how much like the Kennedys kind of centered that because she was rumored to be having an affair with RFK. Not Kim Novak. Come over here, RFK.
Yeah.
She's the hot one.
I hate that we have
Well,
to qualify that.
You know, there's, obviously there's a fascination because in the 50s it wasn't allowed, so it was going to wreck their careers if
Yeah.
it came out. You know, and the story that it's part of the story I wrote that supposedly Harry Cohn, the head of Columbia, in trying to handle this thing and having a mob hit, Sammy Davis Jr. is threatened with a mob hit that they're at least going to break his legs or they're going to do something to him if he doesn't give up Kim Novak. He has to enter into an arranged marriage to kill the story that's coming out in Confidential magazine. So they set him up with someone he's dated before. She's black. She's a single mom. She takes $25,000 to agree to stay in the marriage for a year. Obviously, it's a loveless marriage. He goes to his deathbed saying, Kim Novak was the love of my life.
They always said Sammy Davis Jr. He had a thing for white women,
Yeah,
So
he went to
that-
marry to Maze. What's her name? Mai Zetterling. She's another.
My
Zetterling's awesome. I've actually gone through kind of a deep dive in her stuff recently. But-
I love watching that episode of Sammy Davis Jr. on All in the Family.
Yeah. But anyway, so I think that's why it's an oddly. It has a lot of tendrils through the Hollywood system,
The greatest love story never told, in a way.
Yeah, exactly.
There's like that famous quote that's like, you never want to be the first, the first black anything really. But like his relationship, to the Rat Pack where they're kind of, I mean, obviously they're all friends with him, but there's still like that distance there where it's like, there still is some kind of like a racial dynamic, even though they like bring him on stage. Like they made him the butt of pretty much every single joke on stage. So there's like that feeling where it's like, when someone does like break barriers like that, it's like always like kind of a tragic story. And it's like really sad that that's like the story of American history.
Yeah.
Now, Conan, who back to like the
real quick, I
award-
gotta shout out The Girls, which is the My Zetterling movie that I was thinking about. It's basically a retelling of Lysistrata. It's one of her first directorial debuts, and I just don't know when we're gonna mention her again on this show anytime soon. So I just figured I want to throw it out there because it really blew me away when I saw it last year. Okay, Kristina.
Was Kim Novak nominated for an Oscar for this?
No.
Or was she doing because of Vertigo?
I might have closed the page. Why don't we get to those super chats and I'll go look.
I don't know.
that are stacking up.
I don't think it would have been Bell Book and Candle. But
yeah, it would have been Vertigo if anything. Let me see.
I look up, I look down. Oops, wrong film.
Okay. No. Wow. Susan Hayward. I Want to Live. Best Actress.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Powerhouse, man. That's a great.
All right.
Okay.
Elizabeth Taylor also got a nom for Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. No Kim Novak for Vertigo or for Bell Book and
I
Candle.
don't think she got a tremendous amount of respect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spencer Tracy got nominated for Old Man in the Sea that year.
There's
But,
a
Oh, I
Spartacus,
remember
You'll
reading
Feed Me
that.
Grapes reference. There's Roy Cohn and Senator McCarthy Blacklist days.
Yeah.
I forgot how young Roy Cohn was back then, and you know.
It's kind of So Defiant Ones actually got 9 nominations this year, and I think so. It won for best cinematography, which this was not up for, and written for the screen, non-adapted screenplay.
Yeah. Well, also too, I feel like even back then, like certain horror, they were still not really into giving like suspense and thrillers and horrors, unless they were like a noir type of feel to them, would do well at the Academy Awards.
Mostly not romantic comedy either. So
yeah.
Well, it's funny. So being Gigi, the other big winner there, because Defiant Ones is that's Poitier and Tony Curtis.
Yeah,
That's like one of the
Stanley Kramer,
prisoners.
and it's very prestige. Yeah.
Yep. They're on the run together, and it's solving racism.
Yeah.
Also, like Green Book.
Yeah, it's the proto Green Book, except for this movie's good.
Thank God. Yeah.
Oh God, PTSD.
But it's interesting to see what gets over and what doesn't, and what kind of stands the test of time, because I feel like there is first of all, Vertigo, like some of Hitchcock's work just kind of hit at the wrong time, and some hit right time, and like it's lauded as a classic even now. Rope's gotten a reappraisal that like people are like all about Rope now, as well you should. It's incredible filmmaking. I feel like Vertigo, its star has only been on the ascent the past 20 years. Like it shows up on all these sight and sound polls and stuff now, again, as well it should. And I feel like for a long time, Bell Book and Candle was just kind of seen as like just whatever, that's just disposable. This is a bit of fun. Who cares?
It's Bewitched, but would you think that but with how popular Bewitched became, because I mean we all would Bell Book and Candle be given like a retrospective like, oh, maybe we overlooked this,
right? And that's kind of what I was driving at. I mean, certainly Saul Sachs didn't feel that way. That's why he totally stole the idea and made millions of dollars on it. And I like Bewitched. Bewitched is very charming. Don't get me wrong.
Uncle Arthur, like, come on now.
But then, so this goes back to the conversation from earlier about the Indian. Like, one of the reasons why Bewitched works is because, like, she does still have her powers, right? And it's like, oh yeah, what? Don't do, And then there's I Dream of Jeannie too, which is exactly the same thing, but just like, oh, we need another magical shit broad. What are we gonna do?
That was the advantage of serial TV. If she doesn't use her powers or somehow loses it, then there's no show.
There's no show.
That alone
It's just a married couple.
But why? Yeah, but like it's like with the ending Bell Book, it's like, why though? Like I get it, but like it's almost like it's like maybe I'm looking into it, but it's like almost being shameful of being a woman, like having powers, having some type of
It was the 50s.
Well, and think of what it represents. She's got total the implication is very strong. She's got total sexual freedom. The whole way she lives, you can tell. The louche love lives that they've had. They've got power, they've got control. She's highly educated. She's traveled. They don't even get into the issue of age. Are they ageless? We don't know. But there's so much power accrued to being a witch in relationship to the usual kind of way a woman in love would be portrayed, or a woman in having sex would be portrayed. That I think the threat of it has to be put down, even in something as light as this. I think, and
this is coming, McCarthyism, and with Arthur Miller's The Crucible, which talks about the Salem witch trials and all that. So like it's nowadays people would do like thesis on like something like this and find like all the little connections and like womanhood and sexuality and the McCarthyism. Like if this had been like an actual like novel, I know my senior year of high school, my English teacher, I did Pride and Prejudice, but like she printed us out like a giant manuscript for each of us that had like so many different perspectives on the books that we were doing. And so like I had like a feminist perspective, a more political perspective, or this and that and the other thing. So I feel like with Bell Book and Candle, there's more to look into now. That there's so many different ways to interpret it.
Yeah,
but the sheer power, imbalance is so huge that's what, of course, powers the humor of Bewitched. It's there's no way Darren can live with knowing, but at the same time, he always needs her and
always needs her to do stuff for. Yeah, and like constantly.
And they replaced Darren, and no one cared.
Yeah, nobody cares about Darren. Darren's like, yeah, it's.
But
it's
so you can
perfect
deal
in
by
that.
that standard. She can't be allowed to. If you watch a Married a Witch, she can't be allowed to have her powers in the end either.
Same, absolutely.
So
you know how many times Angelique Bouchard had to give up her powers for love on Dark Shadows?
Oh, really?
A few times.
I bet a few times, exactly.
Yeah, and
isn't love the greatest power of all?
Well, that's interesting that you say that, because the movie is trying, probably the play as well, is trying to deal with something about love that I actually like, which is a kind of inherent power and danger of love.
Yeah.
So when in the end he says, "Who's to say what's love, what's witchcraft?" They're both so overwhelming and powerful, and I'm glad that's there, because so much of like commentary about love or ways of representing love now in movies, so like. It's important to have it be wholesome and like, good for you. Like, like a balanced diet. I can't stand it.
Not to quote Bruno Mars, but girl, you're amazing just the way you are. Like, come on. Why does the woman have to
do that in a
change?
Jimmy Stewart voice. Girl, you're amazing.
This is why I prefer Grease 2 over Grease 1. You know why? Because the guy has to change.
Okay, all right.
We're getting all over the place.
Once Grease is invoked, it's time for a full reset. But I do agree. The ending does stop this from being elevated art, and I think it hurts it with a modern sensibility because, again, it's a wrong message. The messages he had to change. It's a Little Mermaid message, right? And give up everything of what she was.
He doesn't even want her to change. He's like,
he's not interested. It's just
think of what she has to give up. It's not only her personal style and clothing. So then she's got that awful dress on. All of that wonderful sexualized mask art from
even the shop's different. You're right.
Asia, from all that speaks her education, her travel, her sexual sophistication. That's all got to go too. So
it looks like a Bed Bath and Beyond now.
Yes,
like what are we doing?
That's what's in the
silly.
Not to make a similar joke to Adam Sandler, but that's what's in the Beyond section of the Bed Bath and Beyond is all those masks.
Well, Bed Bath and Beyond is usually.
I thought you were gonna say Kim Novak, and then I was gonna go start shopping at Bed Bath and Beyond.
Speak of in the back of usually the Bed Bath and Beyond and Spencer's are next to each other at the mall. So, at least at my mall.
All right.
Can we read these super chats so we can get on with our lives?
We read them.
Oh, did we? Okay. I thought there was more.
We read them.
Oh, we read them already.
Oh, I know. I do like I feel like there's like this crazy moment here where it's like it's between like the absolute, I mean, culturally, just in general, right? Like between the absolute freedom of like the new Hollywood period, which would be like, in the next decade, at least by the end of it, and the old, like the classic Hollywood. Like it's pretty fitting. This is like the last Jimmy Stewart romantic lead before he literally rides his horse off into the west. Like,
I think that makes it more. I think that makes it. There's something interesting about that, right? There's something very interesting about that, and it again, I maybe didn't underline the point enough, but I do feel like if you're making a list of unorthodox or interesting romantic comedies, this has got to be on it.
Yeah,
because it's got all of the hallmarks of what you consider those genre or that pastiche genres, and it's unique. They did try to. They were going to remake it with Alicia Keys, right? And I was like,
that was like, what?
Abort!
No, you know who can do like the Zoe Kravitz could though. I think
I could see that.
She's got.
I mean,
I don't really like unless they did something different with it. I don't really.
Yeah, like change the ending. I don't know.
I hate for Zoe Kravitz to catch flack on a classic film that she has no part of. I don't really think it very highly of her acting, frankly. But shots fired.
What I was thinking about.
I can't wait for her to surprise me pleasantly at some point in the future.
That's what Zoe was. My cat was named after.
I did like her in that movie Dope, where she's like the strange kind of older like kind of junkie-ish character that he like is trying to date or whatever in that movie. I don't know. I like that movie, but I like that this is like the beatnik period too, right? Like her life as like a bohemian is like kind of really in this moment. I mean, I don't even know how much people in like that bohemian moment like really thought about it as like a cohesive movement. I mean, I don't know.
Well, that's Bob Denver was Dobie Gillis was like around this same time. Like that's where which is the most hilarious, McDonald's version of like the beatnik culture you ever could possibly see. But like it was something that was, oh, hey, we can tell these kinds of stories, and they're like, oh, we can just set it around beatniks because nobody knows what that is. But they have these hallmarks of visual and auditory shorthand, which is great and hilarious. But that's like 58. I think Dobie Gillis is like 59, something along those lines. Which is, by the way, featuring Bob Denver.
Another movie. I mean, we did a classic movie episode where I got totally trounced on it, but we talked about Man with the Golden Arm, and that's like, I think that's like the second role Kim Novak played. But that's like another one. I mean, this is the time period where you could make Frank Sinatra like a junkie, and people would be like, all right,
exactly.
He's still trying to be a serious actor. Then he can still trying.
That one was great, Eileen. The guest in no way, shape, or form ever wanted to talk about the movie in question, and he got on Forrest for trying to maintain order on the show.
Oh no! Really? That's hilarious.
He said. Let's see. I was talking about. Oh God! What he said? That was the waterboarding episode too, right? Yeah. He should be waterboarded. Because I was like, he should be imprisoned. And we're talking about what the why can't I think of the reporter's name? Whatever. Anyway, crazy episode. Early episode of this show. Okay.
Waterboarding that one.
And he was talking trash about anyway, it doesn't matter. This, you know what? Go back in the archives and listen to it. It was pretty funny. That's the only reason to listen to it. It was a guy from Real People. That's what.
It was John Barber.
John Barber. That's right.
And he had known Frank Sinatra, so he invited him on to talk about Man with the Golden Arm.
Did not want to talk about.
And he talked about Frank Sinatra, but he mostly wanted to just kind of say whatever the fuck he wanted. So, and he was like what? He was like 90. So he was he was really not having it. We had him on for like 2 hours.
I remember now. So he was talking trash about Dan Rather, and then I was like, well, he's got some show on Access where he's interviewing people. I was like, and it was like, he should be put in prison. I was like, well, he's on base. He's on basic cable. Yeah. That's practically the same thing. Off the cuff. Felt really good about that. And then he goes, he should be waterboarded. I'm like, okay.
So he
all right.
What did Dan Rather do?
I don't know. He was really mad.
So he had this whole thing. I remember this now. It's out of my mind. So he had this whole thing where Jim Garrison, the guy who was the JFK guy, right? That was in Oliver Stone's JFK, like that movie's about him, like so that guy had died and had left his papers, like they were really good friends. So he left his whole collection of like Kennedy papers pretty much to John Barber. Like they were very close at that time because he was he's pretty big at NBC, and he ended up getting kicked out of NBC for like even daring to suggest they should look into the JFK assassination. So he had this big bone to pick because Dan Rather at one point had like ambushed Jim Garrison and like put one of the nails in the coffin that ended up with his like early death. Pretty much.
Okay, that's pretty big actually.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And with that context, it makes sense. But the fact that he was trying to bully you for maintaining order in the show was hilarious.
Well, no, not that.
Don't watch it.
It's episode 64, Man with the Golden Arm, Michael and John Barber.
It's a pretty incredible sequence, but and then at one point he was like, he kept trying to direct it to the movie and he got yelled at for it. I was like, dude, what do you think we're doing here? Like, come on, man. But the man's in his 90s. He gives exactly 0 Fs.
He eventually was like, oh, I gotta feed the cats, and then he like got off the computer.
Yeah. It's great.
I will say one thing. A lot of people are like, hey, Kristina, why is your thing Kim Novak's plastic surgeon? Well, when she made a rare appearance at the 2014 Academy Awards, people were like, what happened to her face? And then she's like, oh, I had fat injections that I thought would look good, better than a facelift, and now I regret it. Now look at her.
It's such a bummer.
She
beautiful.
She also had like I was watching a clip of her that I could pull up. Like I did pull up, like I saved the clip. She's talking shit about people talk. So I guess she at the time, this was like 2010. But at the time, she had like, I don't know if it was Facebook or whatever it was, but like people have been talking shit online. So she goes into this whole thing about cyberbullying, and she's like, "We got to get back at these people. They can't control us." Well, I guess they won, but like, so she's talking about it. She was talking about how she's had like pretty bad like mental health struggles in like the decades since
That's
her
horrible.
Like, her stardom. Okay. And so like I think it's the combination of those things made it so that she made a lot of like way less appearances.
Mm-hmm. And she's Kim fucking Novak. I mean, look.
Yeah, I mean,
a weird amount of those appearances have been screenings of this movie, though.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Kim Novak, come on, movie night extravaganza.
Yeah, please, by all means.
There's like
Jeez.
one
We love you.
Famous one for Turner Classic Movies that she did in like 2010. That's the one where she goes off on people that talk shit online. And then there was like another one that she did in like
I believe her exact quote is talk shit, get shot.
There was another one that was like 2013 or 14 where she goes into like really in depth and a bunch of stuff with this where she screened it with the people, and then she's talking about how she thinks that Jimmy Stewart's watching them watch the movie from heaven. She's like, oh, I think Jimmy Stewart's looking down on us watching this movie, and it's
Maybe
like,
appreciate it more.
But it's also like, damn, I hope Jimmy Stewart's looking at something better than like people. He's like, what
people watching a movie?
I ain't on the cinema today. I gotta go down here and check.
Bell, book, and candle.
I like the idea though.
One of the great roles I've ever done.
I like It's a Wonderful Life, but he's trapped in like this purgatory where every time one of his movies comes on, he's stuck watching it.
He has to watch. He did a lot of movies too.
You see like this like fat American family all sitting around watching It's a Wonderful Life, and he's like, oh. He's like, well, what is this? And they're like all wearing like Trump gear and stuff. He's like make America great again. When did America stop being great?
Oh man. There we go. Jimmy Stewart, everybody. R.I.P. to a legend. By the way, I have this loaded up. So here's Kim. This is one of the great. Look at one of the great eyebrows in cinema.
Gold, man.
I mean,
they're slow. Yeah. They're like, like you can skeet on those eyebrows.
Yeah. And she pulls it all off. Boy, howdy, does she? Yeah. And again, it's crazy to think about, and like if the sensibility of it, not the ending, but the sensibility overall feels more 60s and 50s.
Oh yeah, it seems very much, and it seems like exactly right for her because she seems like she didn't wear underwear famously at a time when everybody wore way too much underwear. I mean, full bras and all that stuff. She wouldn't wear bras.
Free the coon around barefoot.
I don't know how Jimmy Stewart put out. He's like whoa.
Sammy Davis Jr. probably like that.
Kind of shit. So in Vertigo as Judy, she doesn't have a bra. You can tell.
Oh golly. Oh
yeah, exactly. But when she wanted to paint and she was just this very bohemian type. So I love those scenes in her live workspace where all she's got is that semi-sheer curtain, that pale blue curtain, and then she lives back there, and she's just like so fat. That is the most fabulous live workspace anyone ever.
Dude, there's everything about this movie is like, well, I don't know how you're pulling this off, but let's assume witchcraft. But it's an incredible space.
Yeah, her eyes are, perfect. I mean, she's got very hypnotic eyes. Like, it's just very few. I mean, if you think about like the Hitchcock blondes were kind of notorious for like having a very, besides being blonde, but they all had very similar, almost looked like bone structure in a way. They all had like a look to them that was like, yeah, these are like the Hitchcock blondes or whatever.
They're all very classy, Grace Kelly, Tippi Hedren look the most alike.
Yeah. I can't believe she's still alive. Tippy's still alive too.
No, what is she? 99?
Yeah.
100? I don't know what she is.
Yeah, I forgot she's Melanie Griffin's mom.
If she watched the movie Splitsville, she got to see her granddaughter actually act in a good movie. And be good. Hey everybody, let her up.
I don't know anyone else that could have.
I was rooting for
like this face and fucking Jimmy Stewart. Like he is not prepared for like this world that he's in. I feel like in this movie in some ways. Like, he gets bewitched and he's like, I'm on this. How did I get up here? And she's like, and he doesn't even question it. She's like, you wanted to go run out in the stone. He's like, oh yeah, sure, yeah. Like,
Forrest, you actually reminded me when on rewatch for this. The conversation with Merle where she's like, are you jilting me? It's like, well, that's a heavy word. Let's just say we're uncoupling. Is that the first usage of uncoupling?
Uncoupling,
yeah,
in a movie? Because I was like, wow. And this on the day that what's her name? God damn it, I can't.
Nicole Kidman.
Nicole Kidman, yeah, and then the country dude who who looks like he was created by AI. That guy. Yeah. They uncoupled.
For a rape. Moving on from Nicole Kidman. No wonder. I had a feeling they were like not gonna work out because she's always going to the movies by herself.
She's locked in that hell dimension at AMC.
My thing that I was imagining, because I remembered you saying
takes
that,
up a lot of time.
and then I was imagining that as soon as they broke up, they opened the gate and she gets to run out of the AMC hell dimension. She's like, I'm free. I'm never gonna see a movie again.
And she's never, and she can barely move her face too. It works out perfectly.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate. But I do wonder, is that the first usage of the word uncoupling in a movie? Because it's like this is like the late 50s. Like, wow.
Yeah.
I never thought about that.
What is it? Conscious uncoupling? That's
conscious uncoupling?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot something.
It was
it
was Coldplay and it was Coldplay. Chris Martin and I'm just gonna call him Coldplay and Gwyneth Paltrow.
Yeah,
I like the idea that like the modern Jimmy Stewart. He's like, oh, call us the United States and China because we've got to do some conscious uncoupling. Also, I love my favorite line in this. My favorite line is when she's trying to explain the witch thing. Like she's trying to explain it and he doesn't believe her. And he's like, whoa, have you been accused of some un-American activities?
He says very American, early American.
Yeah, early American. I love that. That line's great.
There's the other line that stuck out to me because I knew about this, I guess. When he's talking about, he goes on this whole kind of weird rant where he's talking about the Kinsey report, which was the first
that's right. That's a good line.
The first Kinsey report is about like homosexuality. The second one is about the bombshell in the Kinsey report is that like women can come too, like pretty much like that was that report.
And then many men were having gay relationships.
Yeah. That was the first one, and then the second one was like women's sexuality. It was like a decade later. So I looked this up, and then I think that's the one he's referencing that sold as much as it did. He's like, everyone's buying the Kinsey report. I was surprised.
Fun fact about
trying to
me:
be the publisher of that. Like,
when I took psychology my junior year in high school, we all had to do a report on a psychologist. People were doing Freud or Erickson, but guess who I picked, guys?
Kinsey.
Wow. Yes, I did. My teacher was like, "Whoa, you like a challenge?" I'm like, "Yeah, I do. I'm not gonna do Freud. I can't do cocaine and think about my father. Like, what's going on here? Come on now."
The modern one has to be like the modern version has to be like he wants to be the publisher that gets like the Da Vinci Code, right? Like that has to.
Yeah.
Was it Liam Neeson that played Kinsey? Like that biopic? Like
I didn't see
so
it
long ago.
Yeah, that's actually a really good one.
I remember like Laura Linney's. I remember being okay.
Yeah,
I remember being,
it's just so surprised, like, wow, women, and also too, I guess they also learned that women can fake it. Like,
he's like, I'm psychologist Frank.
Oh, what do you mean? We're gonna launch a full investigation.
he's like, I'm psychologist. I'm psychologist Frank Kinsey.
I think it was before all those movies. It was like 2000. It was like early 2000.
2004, one of the best years in film.
I just really like the idea of he's like doing surgery on someone's brain. I know he's not a brain, but he like pulls something random out and he's like, I've never seen this before. And it's just a naked gun.
I don't know who you are, but I'll find you and I'll make you come.
You know the phone talking to Jimmy Stewart. Jimmy's like, I don't think I like that. I've never tried it before. Oh God! Oh Doc, I think I just did.
So Bell Book and Candle is a movie starring Jimmy Stewart and Kim Novak.
Bell Hooks and Candle.
God damn it.
One thing we could say is that I really like about it. You can watch it in the fall as your pre-Halloween viewing, and then you can watch it as a Christmas movie.
I forgot about the Christmas of it all.
Take that, Nightmare Before Christmas, which is a Halloween movie, not a Christmas movie. That's a fact.
Can we stay on the topic of this movie, please?
Yeah, for like a quarter second, maybe. Like, I beg of you.
It's a Halloween movie, and it's a Christmas. Well, it's not. It's mostly a Christmas movie, I guess, but it's definitely a movie that you want to watch on Halloween because it feels very thematically perfect for it.
Yeah. Well, and it's witches too, right? Again, that's why we're talking about it right now because we're in a month of these movies. But it's I think it holds up better than people remember.
Yeah.
For a lot of, if they remember it. And again, it's also right. Despite the ending somehow is not as important as the path to getting there. I feel like, and the developments of the character, which are rich, and one of the reasons I wanted this to be on the docket is because it is the first time that you kind of see things from the witch's perspective. Like they have a coven, they hang out, they talk amongst themselves. You know, they interact with each other. You know, one of them is a little extra. Yeah. You know, that's Jack Lemmon, by the way. And you know, it shows that side of things that isn't just evildoers doing evil. It's like, no, this is like an alt society thing, which again is shorthand for counterculture at the time. And using the whole beatnik thing, the beatnik club is like, well, this is naturally where they would gravitate towards.
Well, and it is nice too how modern it is, because you know, I Married a Witch locates itself in what most people associate Salem, witch trials, Puritans, and all that jazz, and then comes up to modern times, and this is just as modern. Witches are the most modern people that exist. Everyone else is kind of old-fashioned compared.
Shout out to witches though, because they clock vampires immediately by saying, "Do not put welcome mats on your front door."
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. They said that. They warned people. That. Yeah, I was looking it up when I was doing research for Sinners, and I was like, really?
It's witches that do me. Witches, you know. But no, I like that this kind of builds like it does a nice amount of world building. Like before that's like you know, before that's like assumed as like a thing for assumed as a thing for movies. But like no, I like that like it's a very bohemian world, but it also feels like there's like these very loose rules. So it's not like, I mean, because obviously a TV show would go like, can't tell people they're a witch, and then like the TV show version, like of any of the stuff is like somebody finds out somehow, right? And in this, it's like there's actually there's no rule binding them to not telling people. It's just like it's a bad idea. So of course it's Jack Lemmon that's like, I'm gonna tell the first guy the first guy that comes around, like I'm gonna tell that guy that I'm a warlock.
In regards to recent events, witches are now more popular than ever, and people
hopefully these movie episodes will be more popular than ever.
Yeah, especially considering with recent events involving witches on Etsy. But you know, by the way, I'm still looking for that specific Etsy witch. You know, but
I found her on Etsy. She was a witch. I don't know. I like the. I mean, this does kind of feel very sitcom-y. Like I like the dynamic where it's, you know, like there's this weird like older dynamic that I don't think gets replicated in movies enough with like comedies, where there's like the little gang. So they're leaving the Zodiac, and it's like you know, it's like the aunt and Jack Lemmon. And you know, and Kim Novak, and they're kind of like this little squad or whatever. Like, and each of them kind of has their own thing going on, and they're just like they're in communication, but like Jack Lemmon's too busy trying to turn out streetlights, which not a great power. Like you can just
he's got very minor powers.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna turn this couple's horn on so the second cock block this dude. Yeah, great.
Drunk. I like the Ernie Kovacs character, but he's just too drunk to get it.
Yeah,
at all. And then he's like, all right. And he turns it off, and then he's like, wow, you turned it off.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because the Ernie Kovacs character, and we gave him a shout out earlier on the show, but like he works so well, not just as the straight man to like these antics, but also is like he's trying to capitalize on. Well, I know all the best witches. They're close personal friends of mine. Like he's really, just very boastful about it, and it's like hilarious when he's unloading all this to an actual warlock. It's like, oh yeah, really? Okay, it's all that stuff is very.
I can tell in a
funny.
second if you're a witch. I can tell immediately.
Yeah.
A room full of witches. It's very nice.
So great. And like I said, his thought balloons need ironing. Everything it's so perfectly works because it doesn't require the Jimmy Stewart character to have to do that himself. So you get someone else entering that world, and then like the whole subplot of like, oh, okay, well, they write this book and that's going to expose them, so you can't let that get out in the world, so we'll cast this book, because it's basically like, here's how to do witchcraft, here's how to do a witchcraft, everybody, the book.
They even have that on Amazon that you can buy.
Sure. I mean, times have changed, right?
I like that the book that they end up writing, she's able to just all publish it. Like, it's not just that, like, she's like, the witch is Jimmy Stewart, so he rejects it. She makes the spell, so all publishers
But anyone who's ever shopped a book around is like, that happened to me. That was me. That happened to me.
That was I must have gotten in the way of a coven.
One of this, just real quick, one of the best things about that is as he goes, he tries to pitch I don't know, what about voodoo virgins? What is it?
Oh yeah,
but he has another voodoo among the virgins. He's like tries to pitch another book on the way out, which is like, that's
well, yeah, there's been many
Jimmy Stewart's like no, man, we're not doing it.
He has that perfect voice that, like, it's clear, but he's mumbling the whole time. He's like, you wouldn't be interested in my next book, right? Voodoo among the virgins. It's like it's done in such a way that it's like, it's almost like the voice is like overwhelming everything else. Like,
yeah.
It's funny too.
Even his business with the drinks, when he doesn't care if it's
I don't care.
Yeah,
exactly.
Bourbon, and then they give him something, and then he's like, and he drinks it. And what do you want? What was this?
And the second time he walks out with the glass too. Did you notice that? He like takes the glass with him to go. He's taking it to go. All right.
All right. So I have something kind of weird, I guess. So because of like the connections as to other stuff we're talking about in this, but so the movie that Richard Quine did right before this was Operation Madball, and the stars of it were Jack Lemmon, Ernie Kovacs. They were the two.
Okay, Kovacs and Lemmon are both in that one. Okay.
And then Catherine Grant from Anatomy of a Murder, who was the woman that was married to Bing Crosby. Arthur O'Connell from Anatomy of a Murder, and then Mickey Rooney. Hopefully not doing Asian face. I don't know about this time. But then the next movie they did after this was, again, like Richard Quine did, was Jack Lemmon, Ernie Kovacs, and Doris Day. And it happened to Jane. So this is like this he has this cast of characters, and then later on he did another movie with Jack Lemmon, Ernie Kovacs, and Kim Novak, but not with Jimmy Stewart, where and it's like, so he has these this cast of characters that he continually works with.
Wow. And when Christopher Nolan or whatever, people are like, oh, I can't believe they're casting all these same actors again, like everyone does it.
I mean, it's a little bit different in the sense of, back then it's like there were certain like studios would sign.
Yeah, if you're at a studio and they're there.
The pool of actors that you had. I mean, unless it's something like Vertigo, where they actually loaned out, Columbia Pictures had Kim Novak, like, they signed her because of Richard Quine. And then they loaned her out so Alfred Hitchcock could use her, or they loaned out, or they would pick up someone like Jimmy Stewart. So it's like there is that, like, they trade people off, but I think it has to be like a meaty enough role that it's worth it, right? For Harry Cohn or whatever.
Yeah, I mean they almost did it for Shirley Temple and Judy Garland, but
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
That fell for because Jean Harlow died or something like that.
I'm pretty sure there's like one of the first movies that because originally Richard Quine, before he was at Columbia, right? He became one of their like best director. Like they became one of the people that was like on the marquee. But he was originally signed to MGM. And his first movie that he was at MGM, actually it was the one, My Sister Eileen, was with Judy Garland and Mickey Rooney. And he and Mickey Rooney were like, I don't know, just like they were tight. Like real, like nice. They were like friends since since childhood or something.
Small world. Well, there you go. So that's That's a lot of context.
But I just, I thought it was an interesting thing because then you see someone like, he worked over and over again with Blake Edwards, and the cast for something like the Pink Panther, I mean, keep getting bigger and bigger, but it always had the same basic people and, in all of his films pretty much.
Yeah, ends up expanding it to be like enough to fill a baseball team, but it starts off more close knit.
Oh, look, we're gonna make the son of the Pink Panther, and I mean, A Shot in the Dark is probably the best one, and that's the one that doesn't have a Pink Panther in the name of it at all.
Right, yeah.
I love.
All right, everybody. Letterboxd, of course, is a social media platform for film lovers to talk at, with, and to each other about the films they love, maybe the films that they didn't love, maybe the films that they exclusively want to talk about. Kim Novak's iconic look, which is a good portion of the reviews for this one, as you might imagine. And, of course, is a bottom-up democracy. Everyone gets to have their say, not just Siskel's and Eberts of the world. Everyone gets to chime and opine, which the purposes for this bit is perfect because they are collected weekly by yours truly, where they are put on the screen for us and the rest of the panel to react to, laugh at, and with. And that is what this bit is. These are the Letterboxd one-liners for Bell, Book, and Candle. Let's go. I'd like every outfit Kim Novak wears in this movie immediately. Thank you, please.
Yes. Except for that yellow dress. Except for the yellow dress.
That should be asterisks. Right, exactly.
The one thing I thought of,
she still pulls it off. It's just by comparison, like,
oh yeah,
what are we doing?
Yellow.
This has to be the only time that Jimmy Stewart had to carry around tom-toms, right? Like, I can't imagine there's another movie where it's like he looks real weird carrying them too, because Jack Lemmon hands him his fucking his bongos, and he's like carrying he's very awkwardly like carrying them when Jack Lemmon's bringing him to like the the old witch's house.
If we weren't in the middle of it, I might research to see if he ever did a one-off on Dobie Gillis, but probably not. Dobie Gillis, everybody, third mention. Just when it seems like this cast, including Novak's actual cat, can't get any better, Ernie Kovacs shows up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure he died pretty early, or he would have.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, he died in 62, or I feel like he would have had looking at all the stuff that Jack Lemmon did, their comedic timing is impeccable throughout the whole thing. Like, they have this weird chemistry that I feel like had to have been honed for a while. And then I feel like when Jack Lemmon really took off, when he was doing stuff with Walter Matthau, I could have seen they could have brought Ernie Kovacs in even as Walter Matthau's brother or something.
Mm-hmm. That's true. It's a shame.
Absolutely. I love how the main power of witches and warlocks in this film is turning light fixtures on and off.
Yeah, I mean, call me a witch, because I'd be turning light fixtures on and off every time I leave the room.
Yeah, or it's either that or I love when they fight to who can unlock the door using witchcraft.
Yeah,
it's also petty.
So great.
It's my turn. No, and it's their aunt too, which makes it funnier than
right.
Because it's their witch, their coven hierarchy or whatever, right? It's who has the most power, and it's clearly not the aunt, and it's clearly not the brother.
Yeah.
She's like, you guys stop it behind me.
Oh, boo-hoo. A beautiful woman enchanted you. Cry me a river, pal.
Cry me a river.
I mean, it's really funny though that there's this version of it where she literally enchants him, and then Vertigo, he's just blown away to the point where he's starts going insane because he's
goes into
down bad.
I think I saw her again. I think I saw her again. I think that girl was just like.
Well, and that's why it's so outrageous. That's what's her face, Sydney Sweeney is going to play her. I mean, you have to have something pretty spectacular to pull it off.
I mean, surely there are other women in Hollywood who could do this.
Maybe the Sydney Sweeney version where he's if they remade the Vertigo part of it, covers up or whatever, and then he's like, I think that's her, but I just can't tell.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Good. Fun to yell the title of this film to the tune of "No Sleep Till Brooklyn." So that would Bell, Book, and Candle. I thought that was good. Respect to this reviewer.
Hit the bell.
Where was the cat's Oscar for this movie?
Especially Houdini, who suffered a lot. Okay, I'm just saying.
Where was Oscar?
I always wonder, has any cat ever realized, or any dog ever realized that they're a movie actor? Like they have
that dog from What Anatomy of a Fall. I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's true.
The cat for caught stealing.
Yeah, I was
amazing.
say the cat and caught stealing. The guy said they
Oh
only
my
used
God.
one cat.
I want to.
The cat's on the press junket. The cat's running around doing press.
My cat McGraw looks just like him, and I wanna give him a little biker outfit and everything. I wanna go all out, you know.
The cat's being asked his top 4 by Letterboxd. He's running around doing the press, you know.
Not cats. And we all know it's not cats.
All right, well,
Okay.
all right, it's not a cat. The Aristocats maybe is on there.
Yeah. Everybody wants
Hold
the cat in
the
the hat.
Hold the other because he likes the dog getting shot.
Let's move on. Next.
Oh God.
I asked to be the cat.
Which one?
That just they put an ask out there, I guess.
Not the traumatized Houdini.
I mean, it would be pretty good to be Kim Mike's cat.
Yeah.
Yes, that cat. Lucky cat, yeah.
That cat is doing okay.
Oh, this lucky cat.
This movie's got it all: bell, book, and candle.
All right, that's pretty funny.
It's like something weird. It's like ring the bell, quench the book, and
close the book.
Lit
close
the candle.
Quench the candle. Yeah, it's like
I thought it was FMK. Anyway, moving on.
Bell, book, candle. Which one do you pick for her?
Absolutely not the point of the movie, but it was so unnerving to see Jimmy Stewart's bare feet, and I hope to never see them again.
Yeah, I like. I feel like subconsciously I felt that way, but like I hadn't put it into words in my head because I'm like looking at her like I don't know, watching it again, and then their feet are like next to each other. I'm like, I don't want to see Jimmy Stewart's feet are a little like wacky. I don't know.
He's definitely a guy that should be wearing slippers at all times.
And a guy that would brag about having slippers. Let me put my slippers on.
Oh, he has a full pajama outfit. Of course he does.
he's like, wow, I left the house so fast. I forgot to put on my shoes and I kept my slippers on.
Like he would have Jimmy Stewart in any role, by the way, would also have one of those like little Nemo sleep hats, like the triangular ones.
He'd have the whole like Mickey Mouse nightgown.
Yeah, the whole thing. All right, everybody. 106 minutes of the most bewitching woman in the world pining for a gormless schmuck who looks like a dehydrated thumb.
Yeah, girl, you can do better than that.
Was Clark not worthy? That's for sure.
Tyrone Powell?
Did you see that? Did you see them calling me a dehydrated thumb on Letterboxd? I've never been so insulted in my whole life.
I mean, they could have found other actors who were better looking. That's all I'm going to say.
Just asking questions. Those are the Letterboxd one-liners for Bell, Book, and Candle. Please follow the show on the popular Letterboxd format at Movie Night Extra, where we have all the great shows, the great episodes we cover, the great movies we cover on here, as well as attendant short-form content, longer-form reviews, writing, etc. Good times involved ahead at Movie Night Extra. Magic in Mexico at Always Flaco is your host over there. You can follow him on Letterboxd as well, and
it's going on in Mexico, boyo.
He's doing all the stuff for this show as well as so much more. I am Jack Lemmon, Warlock Energy at Conan Neutron. You can find me on Letterboxd doing the highbrow, midbrow, populist fair.
I can recognize a movie anywhere. You know, if you put me in front of it, I know it's a movie.
That's a movie.
And then there's a movie playing in the background that I don't recognize because I'm drunk. I can recognize the movie anywhere. If someone turns on a movie, I can tell you right away.
They put Avatar in front of you, and you're like, no movie detected. That's a decent bet. Yeah. At Conan Neutron, highbrow, lowbrow, populist fair, etc. Watching all pretty good run lately. Just one battle after another. Quite liked it. I think it is my favorite movie by that director. So,
it's in New Paltz. I'm going to see it this week. It's like right up on the plaza.
It's
the
hype is nuclear, but it's deserved in this case.
I do not like the fact that people are shitting, like the people who like this movie are shitting on Sinners. It's like, oh, white film Twitter doing its thing again.
But that's the thing, right? When one movie really pops off, it's like the other movie that does the best that year gets pitted against it, and it's like we have two movies can be good. Like I don't know why.
They also do. It took a while. And also too. Usually it takes like a week or two for film Twitter to turn against a good movie. It took a while for Sinners to happen. But why does it have to happen at the expense of both these movies from great directors who were able to do what they wanted when a studio allows them to do what they want to do?
I would have to literally try to care less about what happens on anything on Twitter, especially film Twitter. But noted. Adam, Kristina, Letterboxd, Kim Novak's plastic surgeon. You can follow her for all. You were doing you were lighting up biopics from like 20 years ago. Like what I was like looking at your Letterboxd feed, Kristina. Like what were you like? What?
Yeah, why?
This?
How do you go? How do you go from Selena to Why Do Fools Fall in Love about Frankie Lyman's wives wanting his money? Like it was stupid. Focus on him, not on the three women. Anyway,
well, it's the director of Altered States. I mean, like, why is he?
Three women. What are you doing? I'm trying to see a biopic.
If you can watch it for free on YouTube, watch Why Do Fools Fall in Love, and you'll understand why. Because I'm a huge Frankie Lyman fan. So,
well, I just don't understand why Ken Russell was in a biopic in the first place. But okay,
the drama behind Valentino is funny as hell because you got that Russian ballet dancer who can't act. You got Michelle Phillips who they hated each other.
So that sounds good to you. Go follow Kristina, Adam, Kristina on Letterboxd. Eileen's way too busy for Letterboxd. She doesn't have an account. Let's hit it with the plugs and get this show wrapping up here.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short-form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
Yes. So Steve Chilipana from Season of Risk, also proprietor of Record Bar in Kansas City, is coming on. That's great. Season of Risk has a new record out. Fantastic. They've been around since the 90s. Very good band. Very interesting. So it should be cool. Never had them on. Looking forward to it. The Tim Midyat episode of Silkworm is in the general feed for everybody. Silkworm did a string of reunion shows that were great, very well attended, lots of very enthusiastic reactions to that coming up. So check that out in the main feed, ProtonicReversal.com, for all of those episodes. Always free. No ads, no sponsors, no kidding. But $1 a month, Patreon.com/ProtonicReversal gets those episodes sooner, and it helps support my show and my general endeavors, and that's very much appreciated. Speaking of endeavors, Secret Friends spinning back up. We got some tour dates coming up in October here. We got Chicago, Minneapolis, Lincoln, Denver, Salt Lake City, Boise, Eugene, Portland, and then Seattle for good old Rat City Recon, including Splendid Piss Jeans, God Believes Buildings, Austerity Program, not on this version of the flyer, Cherubs, Helmsley. It's going to be crazy. It's in a roller rink. It's an astoundingly good time. It will have you going awooga. That just happened to be next to the flyer. There's no reason to use that GIF otherwise.
I can't stop hitting myself with a hammer.
I do have November dates are actually mostly announced. I don't have that flyer loaded up, but we're playing Kansas City, we're playing Jackson, we're playing Atlanta, we're playing New Orleans, Austin, Denton, Wichita, Santa Fe, and Phoenix, and then we have a show in Los Angeles for my birthday with Mike Watt. which is going to be amazing. That's great. I'm a huge Minutemen fan, so that's going to be huge. Very stoked on that. NeutronFriends.com, NeutronFriends.bandcamp.com. All the tour dates are all on those places. If you listen to the show, come out to the show, and we can talk about movies or anything else. And it's always nice when that happens.
Just walk up on stage when Conan's playing.
Middle of a song. Yeah, exactly. It's fine. Like, oh, okay. No, this guy wants this guy wants to talk about Man with the Golden Arm. I'll oblige. Sure. That was a crazy episode. Anything else I have? Oh yeah. There's a video premiere for A Villain of Circumstance that's coming up on the. It's actually going to be the day after our episode coming up, not next week. It's going to be the 14th. This is directed by a friend of the show, Rick Valentin. Of course, last was on talk about The Great After Hours by Scorsese. It's noir themed. Turned out great. I'm very excited for people to see it. Maybe we'll do a premiere for it or something along those lines. But yeah, that's it. That turned out awesome. So that'll be on upcoming. I think Scene Point Blank is going to be premiering that. And that will be release of a lot of the tour dates as well. Turned out awesome, if I do say so myself. I just was the talent, and I got taken to a weird torture room. And you can totally play Spot the Noir as a great game because there's like 5 or 6 homages within them, and some of them are pretty obscure. So there you go.
Tony, what do you think about the scene in this where we didn't bring this up, the thunderstorm scene where they use the sound of the bongos and like the thing around her to like create basically like a thunderstorm.
You know what it reminded me, and it's definitely, it reminded me of in Fitzcarraldo, where the native people like come with their flutes and like, you know, kind of get up in their face and like start doing the flute like at them, like, and that of course leads to the Q meme of, you know, him with the sombrero and the trumpet, like annoying the hell out of Picard in that same way. I thought that was great, and I thought that was a good usage of those types of things. Like it's heavily implied and then later revealed that they have some sort of rivalry that. What was her name? Merle? Not Merle.
Merle.
Was it? Yeah. Is it Merle? Okay. I was like, it can't be Merle. Right?
I'm marrying Merle Haggard tomorrow.
Then it's like, oh yeah, she was snitching out. She was like behaving, being annoying, and it's like, oh god, that's and
you can totally imagine with that, like the way that she's played as like, kind of this like twisty, like uptight girl.
Yeah.
Like,
and so then it's like, oh, but then like during
she her out for being barefoot, right? Like that's the whole
it's like F you, B. Come on. It was like first of all, one of us here is Kim Novak and the other is you.
Well, and they're also at, they're at Wesleyan, so they're at like one of the premier like girls' schools that's supposed to be like, you know, like you'd think that there's some kind of solidarity. Just like no. Your enemy will stitch you out for being barefoot on campus.
Yeah. Well, so
now there's probably not even a rule against that.
So there's a good callback to that, and again making good use of the quote unquote beatnik instruments and whatnot to like kind of like shows like, oh, that's cool, and that's a more naturalistic way of showing powers that would be explicitly CGI'd if done today, if that horrible Alicia Keys reboot ever happened.
Which also
that bummed me out. I almost didn't share that with everyone because I was so I was like, that sucks.
But like it's also I don't think they straight up say it, but it's implied that that Jack Lemmon used his because the things he uses his powers for are like stupid, right? Like, and then the whole joke behind the character, and one of the things to become like a really good like bongo drum player, like he in a month
picks it up immediately.
I'm so glad you mentioned that. And my conceit for that was always for powers would be time traveler, but using it for like mundane things, like to get to work on time when not using it for these extraordinary killing Hitler or whatever life, but just for these incredibly mundane activities where it's like, oh no, I missed the last 2-for-1 ice cream. I better go back in time.
Like it's basically throughout it they basically imply I don't like because I like that this doesn't like overly hand it to you like this is what witches do, but it's basically like implied that like especially someone who's like a lower level warlock or whatever, like Jack Lemmon, like he can't really like his powers are like he can turn off lights, he can turn a car alarm off and change the car alarm.
Right.
And like and he could use it for his love life, which is the first moment that Jimmy Stewart turns around and goes, "Hey, that's pretty neat."
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that's good. Very funny, right? Yeah. Very funny. Like I laughed at that. I was like, oh, okay, yeah. It was the 50s. Believe it or not, we're on my plug still. Kristina, what you got going on?
Not a whole lot. Just streaming on the Twitch, doing my show on the Space, still working on the Dark Shadows podcast that I'm working on with Robert. I think what he wants to just get a head start and watch like from the very beginning when Victoria came on. Because
are you going? How are you going to handle it? Are you going to do like episode by episode?
I think so.
Wow,
Jesus Christ! It's gonna be the longest podcast in the history of podcasting.
Yeah, or we might break it into like episodes. Who knows? Because I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot of things to discuss. You know, gaffes, goofs. Coughing in the background. Like there's a whole lot of stuff we talk about. Plus, with it being what.
I was just kidding. There's entire episodes of that show. They're like, what are we gonna have them do? I don't know. Just have them. I guess they'll go back in time. I mean, like, it just seems like they don't really have a solid
parallel timeline storyline happening right now. Because
whatever, that's good.
Artemis is stuck in a coffin because again, he's a vampire. Again, every time he goes someplace else, he's a vampire. And right now, it's because John the Frid is filming the Dark Shadows movie that came out in 1970. So they're like so we're focused on Angelique and Quentin and all. So it's like, everyone, but like my Twitch community is like, we want Barnabas. I'm like, I know.
Yeah, everyone did, and then but I feel like Soap. Remember that TV show Soap? I feel like that actually really did a pretty good job of lampooning that, and very interesting. Just of the like, I don't know. Let's do this now. Just this like the desperate like out of ideas writers room. Like
I know a guy. Jeff Holiday. He does a Passions every month, every Saturday. Like goes over an episode of Passions, and I'm like, oh, wow. That's a good supernatural. Well, also too, I keep saying this, but Barnabas Collins gave us the sympathetic vampire. Like he was the first one to do it. So. Edward Cullen, you got nothing on Barnabas Collins. I'm just saying.
I mean, it is funny that like there's the twin things of daytime TV either being soap operas where like eventually all writers' rooms just kind of lose it, right? Like because those shows like they just
run out.
They'll just keep renewing those.
Look at General Hospital. I mean,
and so why not just throw in like, oh, now there's a vampire, now there's this, now there's that, and then there's like the real life version of that, which is like shows like Jerry Springer and Maury. Which like the Jerry Springer version of it at least is like an actual Nazi like fighting like a Ku Klux Klan guy and a black guy like all like fighting on stage together or whatever, and it's like that's the shit that they put on during the day because it's like, well, no one's watching TV during the day except for like old people and like they put it on like the nursing home or something, like who's really...
or these days they rehash the same stories. Like we're going through another case where another person is trying to take over Sonny Corinthos' territory in General Hospital. It's like, how many times have we gone through this? He can't quit the mob, whatever. But also too, since it's gonna be October, my birthday's coming up on the 11th. On the 14th, I'm gonna hang out with Lil Nell and watch a Rocky Horror Picture Show screening, do a Q&A with her. It's gonna be so fun.
That's
and I'm gonna start dressing up. I got a Harley Quinn cosplay from the animated show.
So you're gonna go dress as Harley Quinn to?
Not that. I'm just gonna wear my best witchy gothic outfit.
All right, weird. I thought you were saying that. I'm like, those are two different things.
No, I'm gonna wear that tomorrow.
Word. Eileen, what do you have going on?
As usual, writing for Jacobin. I just reviewed One Battle After Another, like everyone else. I'm saying you need to go see this right away. It's fabulous. I'm considering anyway going back to see it in IMAX, which I didn't see.
It was the VistaVision was pretty rad. Like I actually went a full city away to go see it in that way, and it was pretty cool. It was worth the gas.
I'm just really curious because the VistaVision isn't what I associate with VistaVision. It's got this kind of raw look, and I just want to know what it looks like huge. So that's really
it worked. And I was the same way. I was sort of like, do I need? I can just go to the place that's like 5 minutes away. But it was worthwhile. I'm glad.
But I definitely want to see it again, regardless. It's so entertaining and so topical.
There was that one
degree. It's
picture that somebody took I'm definitely gonna go see it like tomorrow or something. But there's this one picture that somebody
It's real
took
good.
where it's like they're in like the theater, and it's like I don't know if it's like VistaVision or if it's like IMAX, but like they're at the theater. They have the giant Leonardo head on screen.
Yeah.
So it's like you can see like the version of what they were seeing like on a giant screen versus like the tiny little people in front of them.
Yeah.
So that's what it was like, and there was all the action stuff was astounding.
That's amazing.
And all the, again, no spoilers, but there's some great road cinematography going on near the end of it that was like
it's like a movie
all
that
that
has
stuff ruled.
strangely everything. When it's funny, it's absolutely hilarious. I was shocked. I was just shocked.
Yeah, it
I've
works
never
so
known
well.
Leonardo DiCaprio could be that funny. Give him a whiny baby man to play, and he will.
Oh my god! Yeah.
Man.
Also, too, the
Born
fact
to
that
play it.
little kids come up to him and say, "I watch you, Wolf of Wall Street." I'm like,
why?
Yeah.
Why are your parents?
Also,
showing you that?
he said the most uncomfortable kiss he did was with that actress who played, the wealthy British aunt. I'm like, I wonder why, because of how old she is.
Oh,
Wolf of
right.
Wall Street is like a time that he actually got to like use his comedic chops. I feel like.
Yeah, that whole scene where he's like all doped up going down the stairs.
No, Eileen's right. It's a killer movie, and it's something where it feels like the zeitgeist is actually getting it right for once, which is
Oh
astounding.
my god! You just feel like America's finally making the movies it should be making right now. It's really that remarkable. Like,
I mean, I've seen
we jinxed it.
anything with any sort of political insurgency gets mentioned. Battle of Algiers gets mentioned, and in this case, it's actually accurate. And there's a meta-contextual reference where he's like high on the couch watching Battle of Algiers, and I laughed so loud.
Yeah.
And again, people looked at me like I was a psychopath when like there was like legitimately hilarious stuff happening. I was like, "Come on, this is funny. What are we doing here?"
But come on, you got to admit that's painful because it's really pegging. It's
it's right. It's
with
I love it.
Who can't let this moment of glory, bloody moment of glory go, and I'm one of them. I've seen Battle of Algiers like 9,000 times.
Yeah, but it evokes heat. It evokes the searchers. Like there's all kinds of like it is very unique, and I think it's my favorite Paul Thomas Anderson movie. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, when they pair him with Thomas Pynchon, like as those novels, like at least as the jumping off point, like Inherent Vice. I remember I watched that a couple years ago, like for the first time. I hadn't seen it, and like that movie's crazy. So like
it nails the source material is the nicest thing I'll say about it.
Yeah,
but which I find deeply inscrudible and.
Yeah,
sort of like
I can't even comment.
Yeah,
being able to comment on that.
I feel like an even weirder big.
I've respected it.
That one.
I've respected that it did the thing it set out to do, and I did not really enjoy watching it.
Yeah,
but
so anyway, and the only other thing, I just wrote an essay on a kind of obscure Val Lewton movie. If you know Val Lewton movies, you probably know Cat People and I Walk with a Zombie. Man. But The Seventh Victim, speaking of kind of witch movies, actually is centered, ultimately winds up being centered on a satanic cult and these two young women who are embroiled with this satanic cult. And it's a great little gem of a movie that just isn't super well known. And it's just very strange and compelling and unique, and I highly recommend it. So if you haven't seen Seventh Victim and you even know who Val Lewton is and you want to get into your Halloween viewing, pretty fabulous.
So that's on the Film Suck Patreon, right?
That just went up. Yeah.
When you did those, you did El Demonio, I think last year you mentioned that in your possession. I can't forget where you mentioned it, but that was a great find. That was the Demon.
Yeah, there are some little gems. If you could branch, it's hard because we all are watching so many movies all the time. Yeah. And it's kind of haunting to think of how many movies are escaping you if nobody recommends it. No one tips you off. So,
which the Film Suck Patreon.
Oh, there it is.
There's a still from Seventh Victim of Gene Brooks as it's kind of, again, you're in the world of Bohemian. There's a lot of Greenwich Village stuff. Yeah. Kind of mid 20th century Bohemian culture, and this is a very disaffected young woman it's an absolutely fabulous performance, who's literally arrived at Satanism because she's tried everything else to get to some point of liberation and autonomy and women's kind of freedom and education. Hey, I feel it. It's good. It's really good.
And then your one before that, The Haunting Appeal of Kim Novak.
Yep.
And oh yeah, I like that you did me and Mr. Terrific as a
yes.
By the way, this actress looks exactly like one of my exes. It's uncanny. But...
Oh my God, really?
Yeah.
That is impressive. She rocks the Cleopatra do.
Yeah. I mean,
that's a good look. I love it.
I've lived a lot of life, Eileen.
I believe you.
But yeah, I'll have the Patreon in the down in the description for this. I put it in the intro, but Eileen, do you have final thoughts for Bell Book, one singular book?
I'm sure I conveyed in my mania that this is just truly one of my favorite films in the world, and I've seen it a million times, and it's really a fixation on, again, the bohemianism, the Kim Novak's character's whole style, way of life, way of being that is everything I ever wanted to be. So it's a particularly haunting movie for me to watch over and over again. Yeah,
there's just something like interesting about like this time period of like that doesn't come through in a lot of the movies from this time period, but it's like like you look just 2 years back or something with like Man with the Golden Arm, even it's like black and white, and it's like it feels like it's a whole different world than this version of like a transitory period between the 60s and the 50s, where it's like, I mean, Vertigo has that feeling too, I think, where it's like they're testing the waters because they know that this thing is about to crack. They know the crack is forming, and they're testing the waters the whole time to be like, all right, what can we do? What can we get away with? What can these characters do that they haven't done before? Like, they don't have to actually throw somebody off a building like ISIS if they cheat on their wife or something. Like,
there's a lot of the kind of experimentation and just kind of, you're right, neurotic striving. The late 50s is wonderful for that.
Yeah. And it's like this explosion after like the period of like McCarthyism too, where it's like everybody's just kind of itching to get out of this moment of like complete paranoia and like like fear that any small thing, like the original cancel culture, I guess. But Kristina, let's hear some final thoughts.
So, as a lover of witch films, this is really like in the top 10 for me for like favorite witchy movies of all time. Obviously, Kim Novak gives an amazing performance. Jimmy Stewart does what he has to do.
Jimmy Stewart also appears in this picture. He's fine.
Yeah. It's like, he's fine. I mean, it could have been like a Tyrone Power type of, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
It could have been someone handsome, good looking, someone willing to give up her powers for, like, come on now. But then again, this was the inspiration for Bewitched, and Darren also was very forgettable. So there's that.
So forgettable, they recast him.
Yeah. I know.
They do manage to like write in the fact in this that like, oh, she's looking for very ordinary. And it's like, who's ordinary?
Well, congratulations, you had the jackpot.
Exactly.
Drum or whatever. Like,
if you're someone who's like, oh, I want to look, more into like Kim Novak's filmography, this is a good one. This is a really good one.
I mean, you can pair it up with Vertigo. Like,
do a double feature.
Yeah. I mean, Vertigo at one point beat out Citizen Kane as like the greatest film of all time. Which they're really thinking something,
It's kind of like when Thriller and the Eagles' greatest hits always end up being like, what's the best selling album of all time? Those two are always switching. First and second.
I'm the Eagles' greatest hits, and she's Thriller.
Speaking of Halloween.
But Conan.
That was a wild ride, boy. So
Mr. Smith's wild ride.
Oh yeah, Thriller. Is this the greatest Christmas set supernatural witch-based rom-com? Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. I mean, again, can't overstate how great the production design is, all the locations, the costuming. I mean, this is like Breakfast at Tiffany's, both black magic, and I mean that as a compliment. And I think that it's absolutely nuts to think that both of the principals were in Vertigo the same year, because it's so different.
Yeah.
But you gotta love Jack Lemmon as a warlock. He's great in this, one of his great supporting roles. I do think that I Married a Witch does a lot of the same things in less runtime, and probably for my personal taste is the better movie. But in the pantheon of witch movies, it's pretty undeniable because again, Bewitched looms so large within these types of pictures and this type of storytelling. And I think it's really good. And I think it's something where it's nice to see a bit of a critical reappraisal of it with more of a modern sensibility. So I think it deserves it. And I think I wish the Indian landed a little different, but I think it's a hell of a movie, and it's pretty cool to kick off an entire month. It's pretty crazy, but cool to do an entire month of witch coverage, and it's cool to do it with this one because again, it's the first one that actually shows from the witches some aspects of it from the witch's perspective, rather than just being like a character that is a plot-based catalyst for something to happen, but they're like lived-in characters that have like a relationship to each other and with each other and opinions and thoughts and so on and so on. I think it rocks, and I think it's definitely. I hope they do like a 4K restoration, whatever they do when they go through and they clean things up, because it's the fact that unless you rent it from the Bezos site, you gotta watch it on Tubi is depressing.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta watch it on Tubi.
Because that's like the Dollar General of streaming services. Peace and love in my heart, and it deserves better than that. I think it's a cool movie. It's cool to talk about.
They're always like, do you want to sign up and then be able to pause it? And it's like, no, I can just skip. Like,
yeah, why would I want to pay for that? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I don't even know if you have to pay for it or you just join. Or you just join. I don't know. But I like you guys would definitely go to the Zodiac Club, right? Like if that like
hell yeah.
A second. Yeah. I wish I was there now.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
I remember I think it was 2019. It was like around the time that I went to the last Michael Brooks show, like when they did like the live event or whatever. And like before that, it was like around the same time my dad's birthday was. And for my dad's birthday, we went to like a jazz, like one of like the cool jazz clubs in the city. And I feel like that vibe was like the same as like kind of the same thing when like we've had a couple of drinks and it kind of is like swimming around you almost while you're watching somebody like go ham on the like on like jazz instruments around you, and like it's like you almost get back into that headspace where it's like I feel like this has got to be like a tiny little droplet of like what the actual jazz age was like. And I feel like the Zodiac Club in this like does the same kind of thing when you're watching that whole sequence. You're like, oh man, like
someone's just going absolutely ape shit on a flute. We're like, all right.
Sure. I also like I hate that I had this thought, but it's like because it's like such a funny like little dive bar. I was thinking like you're like if you're the Jack Lemmon character, you're the guy that can always summon the coke dealer.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so that Alicia Keys remake had happened. That's what the character was doing. All right.
It was like someone's like, "Yo, do you know where to get this?" And you're like, "I got you."
Right. Exactly.
The guy appears and he's like, "What this time?" And you're like, "I got a sale for you." That's what Jack Lemmon was doing behind the scenes. But yeah, next week we are doing Hocus Pocus.
Yeah, my focus.
The classic, and I think that one's gonna do numbers because people like that. There was like
they air it every hour of the day on Disney Channel and Freeform, so like we're good. Like
there was a clip of Bette Midler where she was like, I didn't know people like adults watch this.
Hello,
like,
millennials. What is really? Does she not know who her fan base is? Like adult gay men. Like, come on now, it's got Bette Midler. You know.
Well, I mean, that's why her and Trump have that beef. You know, like Trump is one of them.
No, true. Yeah. and so the rest of the month we've got the Eggers The Witch, which will also be our 300th episode. So tune in for that as well. Yeah. Special after party for that. And then Kiki's Delivery Service, the Miyazaki movie. I will not be on for that one, but that should be good. And The Love Witch, which I think Josh from Unkind Rewind is coming on for that, maybe. Right?
Yeah, and we have Alex coming on for.
You know what's kind of weird? I actually know Jeffrey, who was in the movie. I wish I could get him on for The Love Witch.
Oh, there you go. Well,
Love Witch, baby.
And then we're closing it off on actual Halloween with The Great Weapons this year.
Fabulous.
Which I guess is a bit of a spoiler to mention that we're doing it during Witch Month, but too bad. I don't
know.
Happening.
Like I hope it's on streaming by then, or I mean I hope it's still in theaters by then. Like either way, like I mean it'll be one or the other. But
yeah. And the great Renee Bruin come back on for that one. Who, birthday girl yesterday.
Yeah, it's her birthday, right?
Yeah.
Libras rule.
So there you go. Thanks, Eileen. So great to have you on. Thanks for we always love having you.
Thanks so much.
we gotta do it again soon. I think we are right, for the War Month or when we do that.
Oh, I know. That's right. I forgot I was gonna make a pick and I still haven't. Yeah, I'll get back to you. Yeah.
All right. Well, you've seen behind the scenes stuff here because we're discussing the shows.
Just wander into production meetings on air. It's
I like that.
But yeah,
no after party this week, right? So sorry.
I'm
Peace
shocked.
and love.
I woke up at 3 a.m. somehow and couldn't get back to sleep.
Yeah.
I got my COVID vaccination and my flu vaccination, so you're lucky I'm here.
Man. I didn't even know they still did those. No?
Yeah, they still do. I'd rather have it happen now than on tour. I'll tell you that much.
You had to summon it.
Yeah, don't tell RFK Jr.
All right, well, that is it. Movie night extravaganza. Join us next week on Tuesday. I think it's October 7th. The only thing that ever happened on October 7th is our
nothing major happened.
So join us for that.
We will do our October 7th spectacular.
All right, no, we're not.